Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Winning Hollywood's Goodest Girl by Max Monroe. Narrated by Samantha Summers and Eric Michael Summerer. Intro. One fateful night in August. Raquel. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Why are you so judgy, girlfriend? I certainly understand the appeal of mirrors as an aesthetic to a home's interior. But this bathroom has taken it to another level. Not only does the large double-sink vanity have an equally huge mirror above it, but on the opposite wall sits floor-to-ceiling reflective glass that stops just before you reach the toilet and shower and jacuzzi tub. Oh, let's not forget about the actual ceilings. They have mirrors too, stretching the full length of the massive bathroom-appointed space. It's like a kaleidoscope. Only instead of glitter, it's my bare ass and boobs flashing all over the freaking place. I'm certain I've never seen this much of myself. And considering I've been in show business for most of my life, seen myself splashed across billboards and buses and magazines, that's saying a lot. After a long, freaking day in the Big Apple, escaping the watchful eye of my security and management team and running into a blast from my childhood past, I have found myself inside a handsome-as-hell man's bathroom, fresh out of the shower, still naked, and getting ready to spend the rest of the evening continuing to catch up with someone I haven't seen in decades. Catching up. Ha. Pretty sure your plans don't simply revolve around having a gab sesh in his living room. My cheeks flush red at the dirty, forbidden thoughts that have been rolling around inside my brain for the past few hours. And these damn mirrors have no problem displaying the evidence. Goodness gracious. You'd think at 29 years old I'd be over the whole blushing like a teenage girl thing when the idea of sex pops into my mind. But no, not even close. Pretty sure you actually have to do the sex in order to get over being all blushy about the sex. I glance down at the purity ring on my finger and sigh. Almost 30 years old. And I'm still as virginal as the day I was born. Ugh. I roll my eyes at myself and run a small comb through my wet locks. Everyone, and their mother, knows about sex. Rihanna does. She has a whole song dedicated to the fact that sex with her is amazing. Limp Bizkit sure as hell does. I mean, Fred Durst is the reason for Nookie. And Marvin Gaye? Well, his voice is basically used as a soundtrack for getting down and dirty in the bathroom. Hell, even pornos have made the lingo bow chicka bow wow a part of pop culture. But me? Besides being a celebrity, I have nothing in common with any of the above. My only experience with sex revolves around acting it out on screen. Fake, scripted sex is as far as my experience goes. That's right, folks. I'm a Hollywood-famous virgin whose real-life sexual encounters can be tallied on one hand, and not a single one of them involves penetration. What a claim to fucking fame, huh? When I really think about the act of sex, I feel like a prepubescent girl freaking out over a French kiss. But instead of, where does my tongue go? I'm all, so a penis goes inside my vagina? Slow your fornication roll, Raquel. Before you can get to the sex, you have to make him want the sex. I've played the seductive bombshell in more than a few movies, but I have never been that woman in real life. Holy moly. Do I even know how to seduce a man? Am I capable of seducing this gorgeous, sexy, charming man. My gaze flits from my face to my boobs and doesn't stop until it reaches the reflection of my ass in the floor-to-ceiling mirror behind me. So, do I just shake my butt a little and then he'll be seduced? I try a shimmy, but when that doesn't feel sexy or enticing enough, I attempt to mimic a move I saw Demi Moore do in the movie Striptease when I was way too young. Bending all the way over, I look at myself upside down from between my thighs. Jeez. Talk about being on display. Everything, my ass, my vagina, is right there staring back at me. Thank God I'm a religious Brazilian waxer. Instantly, blood starts to rush to my head, and I try to stay strong, blinking past the discomfort. I'm certain Demi was able to hang out here for longer than 2 fucking seconds. I move my hips a little from side to side and silently wonder if this is all it will take. Just bend over and show him the goods and bam, off to the sex races we go. But how exactly do you find a legitimate reason to be in this position? I can't just walk out of this bathroom butt-ass naked and offer a sexy greeting via bending over and showing him my beaver. That's pretty fucking forward, especially for a virgin like me. Good God. All those years of homeschooling on set without any sort of sex ed have really handicapped me in the knowledge of seduction and fucking. You'd think teaching teenage child actors about sexual intercourse would have been the first damn thing on the agenda, but no. Not a single boom-boom lesson plan was given. I can hear Ty from the movie Clueless in my head right now. You're a virgin who can't drive. Obviously, I can drive. Well, I can drive an automatic. But a stick shift? Yeah, that might as well be a metaphor for my sex life. Inept and literally clueless. It can't be that hard, though. Right? People have been having sex since forever. And the sex equation isn't fucking rocket science. Take one hard penis, add in a vagina that serves as a metaphorical shaft slip and slide, and bingo bango, sex is happening. I stare at my virginal beaver in the mirror and wonder if there are some details I'm missing here. Does lube need to be involved? Is my vagina one size fits all like those jeans in the Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants? Or does size actually matter in this scenario? Jesus, am I really trying to understand the logistics of sex right now while I'm fresh out of the shower in a sexy, charming man's bathroom? A man I just so happen to know from my childhood. Yes, you really are that woman. I awkwardly push myself back up to standing, brush the wet locks out of my eyes, and hitch my bare hip against the bathroom counter. A heavy sigh escapes my lungs when I glance down at the purity ring on my finger again. This stupid ring might as well be an albatross around my neck. It has followed me all the way through my teenage years, and now, only a short while away from my 30s, I'm still wearing the damn thing. What is it with this stupid ring? What is it with me? Personally, I actually love the idea of sex. You also want to do the sex? Hell yes, I do. I want to have sex. I want to know what it feels like to have a man inside me. I want to fucking feel a man inside me. But with my insane schedule and my overbearing team that includes my agent and manager and her assistants, and a whole plethora of other people who help me be the flawless, virginal sex pot that is Raquel Weaver to the rest of the world, I don't even have time to date, much less have sex. I stare at my reflection again in the bathroom mirror. My cheeks are rosy from my hot shower, and my hair is wet and hanging past my shoulders. But my eyes? Well, they're bright. Mischievous, even. It's like they know more than I do. 3 soft raps tap against the door, and I jump at the unexpected sound, gripping the marble counter in surprise. "Rocky?" A husky, now familiar voice asks, gently from the other side. "You okay? You need anything?" Rocky. Talk about a true blast from the past. No one has called me that ridiculous nickname since I was a kid, but damn, I kind of love it. It reminds me of simpler times, easier times, better times. I'm all over his questions in my mind. Am I okay? Do I need anything? As if they have a mind of their own. My eyes spot the reflection of the ring on my finger. The pave diamonds shimmer and shine beneath the vanity lights hanging above the mirror, and my brain begins to think about all the things I do need. Things I need to see and touch and taste and feel. Things I need to experience for myself. Things I need to finally do for me and no one else. "Rocky?" His voice doesn't startle me this time. Instead, I smile. "I'm good," I say, and I quickly realize there is one thing missing inside this bathroom. A change of clothes. The very change of clothes, his clothes, in fact, that he said he'd get me. Could this be the most perfect seduction scenario? Almost done. I spout a half-truth, and my smile brightens like the light bulb that just switched on in my mind. Technically, I am almost done in this bathroom. But tonight? Yeah, I think I'm just getting started.
Chapter 1. Harrison. Never cry over spilled milk. That's what my mom always said, but I have to admit, until today, I never paid it much attention. As a kid, I spilled shit all the time. Milk, juice, water. If it was liquid, I was splattering it all over fucking creation. Our mop got a lot of action, sure, but every time, my mom would simply laugh. Not a little demure giggle, but big, uproarious belly laughing. Ellie Hughes thought life was made for living, and she'd be damned if she let me dwell in the valleys. Hell, maybe that's why I was always wreaking havoc on all of our flooring. My accidents were a precursor to something upbeat. Anyway, I haven't thought much about all those puddles of laughter in a long time. But today is proof positive. My mom, well, she was a teacher way ahead of her time. Cereal poured and the financial section of the New York Times in hand, I make my way to my circular glass kitchen table and take a seat that faces the TV. Hello Today, the syndicated fluff show during the 8 o'clock hour on TBC, prattles on about the perfect Christmas breakfast for a family of 4, while an obnoxious elf bounces around in the background. I roll my eyes as some celebrity, fuck if I know who it is, pretends to know how to make frittatas, and turn my eyes back to the paper. Growing up, television was forbidden fruit in my childhood home. My hard ass of a dad thought it was more important to read the Wall Street Journal and understand the stock market than watch what he called drivel. He was one of those top 1% people, and his power-wealthy position in life included uber-rich hedge funds, strategic million-dollar stock market swing trades, and a money-hungry mindset. The only time the one television, I'm serious, one fucking TV, in our home was actually used, it revolved around big news conglomerates and State of the Union addresses by current presidents. But despite the old man's eccentric views on television and movies and normal people's forms of entertainment, I can't deny that learning about the stock market at an early age and being forced to understand things like the global economy and trade deals has served beneficial in adulthood. My morning routine normally synchronizes beautifully for an all-out news download before heading to the office. But today, because of a late dinner meeting last night and too many Christmas-themed cocktails that have nothing to do with the holly sprig-adorned ones on TV, I'm running behind schedule. The great news is, as CFO of one of the largest media conglomerates in the world, I'm actually allowed to do that on occasion without getting docked on my time card. In fact, I haven't seen an actual time card in ages. The only punching I do is at Tommy John's Kickboxing on Wednesdays in a basement studio all the way over on 75th and Broadway. In the interest of full punching disclosure, I suck at it. Muhammad Ali in training, I am not. But flab is real, friends, even for the studly men in your life, and punching a bag with little to no precision keeps the excess weight off me. In layman's terms, it keeps the ladies from grabbing onto anything other than muscle in bed. Ha! Scratch that last line. They grab my dick. I didn't mean to make it sound like they don't. There's actually more penile touching than any other kind of touching in the cottony comfort of my sheets, and I'm very good at touching the ladies, in turn, with my mouth and penis. In fact, when my dick hears the words dick pic, it asks for photo credit because it was most certainly the one taking the picture. Okay, maybe I've gotten a little carried away, but my point is the same. What I meant to imply was that they don't grab onto a beer gut. And trust me, if I didn't work out, they would. I love beer and chicken wings, and I indulge in them both on way too many occasions to maintain some kind of quota weight naturally. If it weren't for all the strenuous, practically nightly kickboxing workouts, if I were a woman in the public eye, I would be a constant ludicrous headline for my fluctuating waistline. Thankfully, I am trim, toned, and able to binge on buffalo wings whenever the fuck I want. My cell vibrates across the table, and I snag it off the glass surface to see incoming call cap flashing on the screen. I sigh at the idea of listening to Kaplan Hawkins's bullshit before I've finished my first cup of coffee, but I answer it despite my better judgment. Harrison, you sly motherfucker, those stock tips you gave me last quarter have my portfolio growing green like I'm a damn cannabis farmer. He forgoes a greeting and dives straight into what is most likely his selfish needs. Should I be concerned you're getting insider info? Wow, it's so great to hear from you too, bud. I smirk and lick my finger to get traction on the thin paper and flip through the pages until I get to yesterday's closing data for the Dow Jones and S&P 500. Quickly, I scan through the numbers. It's only 1 week away from Christmas and a few weeks away from New Year's, and this month's upward trend appears fairly optimistic for avoiding a choppy close to the year. Yesterday, Hawcom was up 5%. Seriously, dude, are you dragging me and my father's company into some illegal bullshit? He asks. And I look away from my newspaper to roll my eyes. Hawcom is the company I've been with for the past decade, and it just so happens to be owned by Cap's father, Jared Hawkins. Financial management for a company of its scale has been tricky these days with the ongoing uncertainty of the market, but all in all, Hawcom's performance numbers have been stable and steadily growing for the last 9 quarters. As a major media company with silent ownership in some of the world's most relevant technology companies, it's not completely unexpected, but it's certainly not guaranteed. Is it difficult being the most ridiculous bastard on the planet? I retort. Because fuck, I can imagine it gets hard coming up with new ways to be this insane. Despite this idiot's stupid question, everything I do is by the book. No insider trading, no fraud. It all comes from a mind that's been trained since childhood to be strategic and understand economic patterns. And even if I shouldn't, for the state of my motivation to maintain a certain work ethic, I do allow myself to take a little credit for Hawcom's success. I've been charged with a large job due to my leadership role in the company, but I cherish the opportunity. It'd be hard not to, with an uncharacteristically kind and charismatic boss like Jared at the helm. And for the last 4 months, I've made it a point to cherish everything. See, I choose to be happy every day. I choose gratitude and intention in my every action. I choose the way my life plays out. All of us do. It took me more than 3 busy, painful decades and the loss of both parents to figure that out. But now that I have, the freedom in it is impressive. The truth is, until we die, all of us get to choose our own destiny. I swear to God, Cap grumbles. I will end you if I wind up in some kind of high-security prison for stock fraud. I laugh at the absurdity. I help you grow your portfolio, without commission, mind you, and you're threatening murder? Are you deflecting, son? He questions, always the fucking lawyer. Because I swear on every damn thing, I will relax, I snort. The only thing illegal about the stock tips I gave you was the fact that I handed them to you on a silver fucking platter, without asking for anything in return. Speaking of handing shit to me on a silver platter, let's do that again, he says, a cunning smile apparent in his voice. Who is looking profitable for the first quarter of next year? And why should I give you anything, you prick? Because you love me. Because you don't want to see me become a vagabond living on the streets. You're one of the most successful corporate lawyers in North America who already has some of the world's best advisors handling his money. I'm pretty sure a lack of financial investment advice from me isn't going to break your bank. Minor details. He chuckles. Come on, dude. Help your best friend and his sweet, lovely, beautiful wife out. Now you're bringing Ruby into this? I tisk. For shame. You and I both know, shameless or not, I'll do whatever it takes to get what I want, he retorts, and I laugh outright. Are you wanting stock tips or to get me into bed? Because, truthfully, it feels like it could go either way at this point. Of course, he doesn't miss a fucking beat. I'll even toss in a candlelit dinner and champagne if that's what it's going to take. Just for the sake of ending this insanity, I start to open my mouth with a few companies that are worthy of investments in the upcoming quarter. But a shrill voice on the screen of the TV steals my attention. I wouldn't normally refer to any woman's voice as shrill because I find it incredibly sexist and demeaning. But I'm telling you, for the sake of painting an accurate description, this particular voice, regardless of its bearer's gender, is like the distress call of a wounded rabbit. I couldn't miss it if I were in an underground bunker with 6 feet of sound-dampening dirt between us. And somehow, she still made it on TV. Thanks, Chris, she continues, her voice still painful to my ears. Today is anything but business as usual in sunny Southern California. It seems, folks, that the impossible has happened. Hollywood is abuzz this morning with the most infamous Immaculate Conception since the Virgin Mary herself. My eyebrows pinch together at the ridiculous drivel as I lift the spoon to my mouth. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph must be rolling over in their graves. 29-year-old famed virgin sexpot Raquel Weaver was photographed leaving Beverly Hills Obstetrics today with a noticeable bump front and center on her normally trim figure. Brakes squeal to a stop inside my head. What the fuck? Did she just say Raquel Weaver? I gape at the television, trying to make sense of why that name of all names just came out of Screechy's mouth, but the instant a photograph pops up on the screen, and all too familiar violet eyes stare back at me, I have my fucking answer. Holy shit. It's her. The function of my right hand rendered suddenly useless, the spoon drops from my mouth and splashes into my leftover cereal and milk with a crash. My shirt is splattered, but I can't do anything more than wipe at it with a shaky hand and stand, a puddle of spilled fucking milk coating a square foot of surface area on the top of my table. Hello? You still there, fucker? Cap's voice is a shock to my ear, but I'm too busy scrambling for the remote to register what he's saying. I thumb the toggle for the volume up button until the voices on the TV are unmistakably clear. The rest of this, I cannot miss. Raquel's team couldn't be reached for comment, but an inside source believes the actress to be about 4 months along. What? 4 months along? I count back the months in my head. November, October, September, August. August fucking 15th, to be exact. Like a NASCAR driver hitting the gas on the green flag, my mind races with memories of that very specific night that happened exactly 4 months ago. My lips on hers, her hands sliding into the waistband of my jeans, her perfectly beautiful violet-colored eyes as I slipped inside her. I swallow hard. The last time I saw her, or talked to her for that matter, was 4 fucking months ago. And now Raquel, my Rocky, is pregnant? And she's fucking famous? Jesus Christ. Could I be any more out of the loop right now? Apparently, disdain for television being drilled into your head at an early age is good for business, but not so good for your personal life. Holy fucking shit. This can't be real. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but it appears the odds are ever in your favor, you no-condom-wearing idiot. My heart pounds in my throat, and my breaths come out in erratic pants. I feel railroaded, like a man who's trying to work his way upstream in a canoe without a fucking paddle and against a tsunami-like current. Dude, why are you breathing so heavy? Cap, the fucker, he just won't go away. Are you getting a morning wank session in while you're on the goddamn phone with me? No, I stutter, too damn shocked by today's news to even know what is happening right now. Whatever, I don't care. You can blow your fucking load for all I care as long as you stay focused on the important shit, he replies, completely unfazed. My investments. Who should I be buying into? Important shit? Yeah, I'm pretty much drowning in important shit of my own over here. I am in charge of my own destiny, I remind myself, and try to steady my voice as I ramble off some bullshit to keep Cap from realizing I'm awfully damn close to a nervous breakdown. Amazon, Google, Apple, those are always safe bets. Oh, gee, thanks for the information that pretty much everyone on the face of the fucking planet knows, he retorts. I am in charge of my own destiny, I mentally repeat. Because I am in charge of my own destiny, but at the current moment, my control feels remarkably like the scene in Top Gun when Tom Cruise flies the plane through the jet wash and sends himself into an I'm-so-fucked tailspin. I grab at the knot of my tie and yank as hard as I can. It's fucking hot in here. Did my nest lose its mind and set the temperature to surface of the sun plus a couple degrees? My hands settle on top of my head, and I force myself to take a deep breath. When I look down at the mess on top of the table, out of pure instinct, a laugh bubbles out of me from all those years with my mother. Yeah, funny, ha ha. Cap's stupid voice fills my ears again. Come on, Harrison, give me the good stuff. Okay, relax, I coach myself. The timing is suspicious, but there's no way to know that this baby is mine, right? I mean, who knows? As Hollywood's longest reigning virgin, the shrill voice on the television continues and snags my attention once again. Raquel Weaver is the last celebrity we expected to see sporting a baby bump. Fans have immediately started speculating the date they first noticed her purity ring missing was sometime in mid-August, and they think it's a big clue to the exact time of conception. Purity ring? That's a thing that still exists? A memory hits me hard, right in the gut. Ah, fuck. I take off at a sprint from my bedroom and pull open the top drawer of my nightstand with no finesse whatsoever. Barren of contents other than one book, mints, and a mocking brand-new pack of condoms, the drawer leaves little question whether the item I'm looking for is a figment of my imagination or not. The ring she left on the nightstand that night twinkles in the morning sunlight like a beacon. Gingerly, I pick it up and toy with the small band between the tips of my fingers. Simultaneously, I work hard to remember how to breathe. It's a simple, thin, white gold band with tiny pavé diamonds around the outside. Delicate, beautiful, a perfect figure of symbolism for Rocky. I flip and twist the tiny metal around to inspect it further, but it isn't until I turn it all the way around and flip it over that the engraving on the inside of the band stands out. True love waits. Oh, holy shit, I mutter, the shock of it all tightening my vocal cords. Harrison, I gotta tell you, man, this is the weirdest fucking phone conversation I've ever had with anyone. Christ, why is he still on the phone? I stare at Rocky's purity ring clutched in my hand and think about how one night has altered the course of my entire fucking life. One night, 4 months ago. And now there's a woman out there carrying my baby? Lord Almighty, what is happening right now? Between the heavy breathing and shit, Cap keeps fucking chattering, but I couldn't give two shits what he's saying. I'm a little weirded out, but I shall forgive everything once you give your favorite best friend in the whole world some quarterly investment advice. Visions of everything related to babies start to fill my head. Bottles and pacifiers and... A stroller, I mutter. A goddamn stroller. A stroller? Cap questions. Is that a new tech company? Jesus Christ. I sigh and run a hand through my hair. Calm down, bro. Don't get frustrated with me. What's their ticker? And diapers. Fucking hell, I'm so out of my league here. Diapers? Cap asks. Like for babies? Yeah, like for babies, you fuck. Good God, chill out, man. It was just a question, he mutters. But there's a ton of companies that make diapers. Huggies, Pampers, fucking Loves. How do I know which one is the best? Fuck if I know, I retort. I've never had a baby before. Never really been around babies. Honestly, I can't remember the last time I actually held a baby, if ever. Christ, this is not good. This feels like a fucking stock ticker scavenger hunt, you bastard. I think... Overwhelmed and terrified and pretty damn close to puking up the cereal I just ate, I abruptly end the call with the simple, "Gotta go, Cap." Toss my phone onto my bed and put both hands behind my head. Forcing deep breaths in and out of my lungs, I struggle to calm myself enough to find my center again. But when I finally do, I relay what I know. 1, we're all in charge of our own destiny. We are. And apparently, Rocky made a huge decision to change the course of hers that night without telling me. 2, I somehow managed to impregnate the most famous virgin in Hollywood in one unplanned night. And I didn't even know I was doing it. 3, Raquel Weaver was anything but famous when I left California at 10 years old. She was knobby-kneed, cute as a button, and 5 or 6 years old. She had the sweetest gapped baby teeth, and she was tougher than half the boys I knew. Her purplish blue eyes always held something special, but I never imagined she'd charmed anyone other than the people she came into direct contact with. Now, she and her baby... Wait, scratch that. She and my baby are the only things anyone can seem to talk about. All this time, I was fucking oblivious. A contemptuous laugh escapes my throat with dramatic flair. Frankly, Harrison, you couldn't have been less in the know if you'd spent the last 20 years in a medically induced coma. How could she have kept the fact of her virginity from me that night? Why would she have kept it from me? God, if I'd known, I probably wouldn't have even gone there. I wouldn't have... I jerk my internal monologue to a sudden halt as it all comes into focus. That's why she didn't tell me. It might have been years since we'd seen each other, but she knew me well enough to know I wasn't cavalier enough to go around de-virginizing women with one-night stands. I reserve drive-by behavior for women who know the score, women who are looking for the same from me. At least, I did. I lift my hands to my head and scrub at my face. What am I going to do? How in the hell am I going to handle this? How do I take the right steps, plan the right path, do the right thing? My mom's voice sounds in my head like an old, beloved record. Never cry over spilled milk. And then, shortly after, a single word said with the glee of a woman who lived her whole life with laughter. Grandkids! The image of how my mother would have celebrated the news makes a small smile settle into the dimple in my cheek. But the mental picture of her contrast in every way, her nearly lifelong companion, is too strong to let it last. My dad. The image of him, of course, begs an entirely different question altogether. How do I find the way to being a father, a good father, when my revelry on the day I buried my dad is the thing that got me here in the first place? Chapter 2. The day of August 15th, 11:30 a.m. Harrison. It's the perfect day to bury a villain. Honestly, if I were a writer, that's exactly how I'd start this story. Rain soaks my clothes and bleeds into the bottom of my socks from the soles of my shoes, and a general feeling of gloom blankets the city. A parting tribute to the personality of my dad. Ironically, I have no trouble calling him that. Dad. Most people who've had the kind of relationship with him I've had would avoid the affectionate term altogether, preferring the distance of a more technical patriarchal word, something formal like father. But I'm not one for overly complicated emotional statements. He was what he was, the complete opposite of me, his fun-loving, quick-to-smile, big-hearted son. Domineering and oftentimes mean-spirited, Hall Hughes was a man many feared. He was brisk and frequently harsh, but he never saw it as a fault. He spoke his mind, always, even if it might be to the emotional or physical detriment of those around him. And yet, he was also very nearly omnipresent. I can't recall a time when he wasn't around. He never missed a game or a milestone, showing up for me both physically and financially, no matter what. I shake my head slightly, an unwavering stare lasering in on the ornately carved mahogany casket. He was always there, all right, disapproving vocally of my hobbies, choices, and performance. Always fucking critical. That was my father. Still, I guess in some simple way, I'll miss the idea of having someone unabashedly present. My mom passed 9 years ago, shortly before my 25th birthday, from breast cancer, and he's been the only family around ever since. Luckily for me, I've got a group of family-like friends, one made up of a band of misfit billionaires and their much-too-good-for-them women, to turn to when I need a support system. Though, as much as I love them, I didn't invite them here today. I know they would have been understanding, but sometimes a man needs to find his way through grief in solitude, especially when that grief looks nothing like the usual sort. Like a woman's heart attack, my feelings about my father are quieter, stealthier, bubbling just around the edges and in the cramp of my jaw. I lick my lips and release the tension I'm holding there. If it weren't for the soreness at its apex, I wouldn't have even known I was clenching it. The symptoms are subtle, but I know better than to avoid treating them. Sadness, even over an idea of a person who never truly existed, the father I wished I'd had, left unattended would eventually lead to some kind of systemic failure. Sepsis of the heart, I suppose. The Reverend lifts his head from its previous bowed-in-prayer place and surveys the small crowd that's amassed. Most people my dad worked with, and almost definitely there for the purpose of assuring themselves the bastard is really dead, rather than paying any form of last respects. The crowd at large didn't participate in the ritual. Perhaps they're agnostic, but I also think, conceivably, they all prefer to save their God Save the Souls for souls they think actually deserve them. Courtesy of my mind's morbid sense of humor, a smirk threatens one corner of my mouth as the Reverend continues the funeral, speaking a whole lot of very kind words a man like Hall Hughes most likely didn't earn. Hall's earthly body will be missed by many, but his spirit will live on among us. His lessons, his kindness. I think I hear a snort from somewhere behind me, but whoever's responsible has the decency and good sense to cover it up with a secondary cough. His impact on the community. We won't forget, even as Hall moves on to live out the life God intended, free of worry and free of pain. I stare at the hole in the ground under the fancy wooden coffin and drown out the rest of the scripted speech. I can't help but marvel at the simplicity of our process when the people around us die. The quickness with which we dispatch a sometimes century-long life. Prepare the body, encase it, send it below ground at a level capable of preventing the ruthless hunting of all manner of animals. Which is really ironic, if you ask me. We spend decades upon decades taking from the nourishment of the earth, but refuse to give any back. It just confirms how greedy we are as members of the animal kingdom. Even in death, we refuse to sustain the species around us. I imagine there's something really profound and symbolic about it all, but I can't pick out the details. All I know is that my father paid $500,000 of his money for this spot in the ground, one of the only 2 plots left in New York City, so his body could be where he wanted it to be for all of eternity. A body he's no longer connected to. If what the Reverend said was true, if he'd truly been an impactor of lives, he would have used that money on something other than his corpse. Lord knows he didn't spend it on my mother. Ellie Hughes was buried in Teaneck, New Jersey, the damn cemetery only a half-mile behind a ShopRite, and he loved her. According to my mother, they were both completely head over heels. Silly, goofy love when they were younger. I guess it took time for him to turn into the asshole we're parting with today. I can't even imagine where she would have ended up if their marriage hadn't been strong in its foundation. Behind a fucking bowling alley? Internally, I laugh at my own morose humor. And it's with this prayer that we say our final goodbyes, the Reverend directs, bowing his head once more. I follow suit this time. But when I make my silent speech to the big guy on the top floor of this world, I do it in the name of a whole bunch of someones who are much more deserving. Please, God, I ask that you grant my mother happiness and eternal safety, that you give her the life she so deserved here and never got around to having. I miss her, but I know she has to be living a much more peaceful existence with you. At the end of her life, my mother's body was ravaged. The chemo, the surgeries, the radiation. She was a shell of the woman I once knew, and she held on way too long, just for me. She suffered for me, which I suppose is what most mothers do. But I never wanted that for her. I wanted only the woman who never stopped laughing. And while I'm at it, I guess I'll ask a few favors for some people on this side of your gates. My friends, as ornery as they can be, are the best guys I know. They and their wives know what the real meaning of life is and have carved out their place in happiness. Please protect that for them for as long as you can. I know I'm the last loner, but I'd rather you focus your energy on them than me. Give their children health and their lives happiness. My shoulders shrug as I struggle to finish it out, given the lack of frequency with which I engage in the practice of prayer. So, thanks. Hope you have a good day, or whatever. It's not eloquent, but I'm trying, at least, and I think that's what counts. If not, maybe my thoughts will fall on some other spiritually helpful ears. No matter your connection here on earth, the Reverend continues, your relationship with Hall will live on, in your head and your heart, and in the Spirit of Jesus Christ our Savior. A few quiet moments later, he nods to the funeral director behind him, and all at once the interment begins. Slowly, inch by inch, my father's casket makes its descent into the open ground. The Reverend looks out to the small crowd and gestures his hand toward the casket. I invite you to come up and say your parting words to Hall's earthly body. Take a rose from the basket and drop it in as a veil of your love and affection. Stepping forward, I bury the complicated concoction of emotions threatening to bubble to the surface and grab a rose from the basket. From this angle, above my father's casket, as it unhurriedly lowers into the ground, he doesn't feel nearly as big anymore. In fact, it's an amazing reminder that almost nothing is as big as it seems at one time or another. It's all relative, and when it comes to people, we all end up in a hole in the ground, or a mausoleum, or an urn, or whatever, but you get my point. My Aunt Shirley, my mother's sister, is next, and her daughter, my cousin Irene, is right by her side. They both grab roses and stand above my father's grave, silently offering up prayers that I have a hard time believing they actually mean. Hall Hughes wasn't really kind to anyone during his life, and my Aunt Shirley was no exception. Yet she doesn't hesitate to take part in saying goodbye, bowing her head and tossing a rose from her hand toward the casket. And her daughter begins to follow suit, bowing her head and lifting her arm to toss a rose toward my father's descending casket. But just before Irene releases the flower from her hand, she teeters on her sky-high heels a little too long, her body tilting precariously toward the burial site. Oh, God, no. My eyes go wide and I reach out my hand to try to stop her forward momentum, but I'm too far away to be of any help. Aunt Shirley shouts, Irene screeches, and everyone in attendance, including the priest, watches as Irene's body falls directly onto my father's casket, that is now a good 5 inches inside the grave, with a thud. The cables jolt and creak, and I swear on everything the priest mutters, "Holy shit," once his huge, shocked eyes take in the insane scene that lays before him. My cousin continues to shriek at the top of her lungs while she tries to adjust her black dress that's now edged its way up her waist, revealing way more of her than I've ever wanted to see. Aunt Shirley cries for someone to save her daughter's life. Thankfully, including me, some people run toward the proverbial fire, but a whole lot of other people run away from it too. Out of their seats and toward their waiting cars on the other side of the cemetery, attendees move so fucking fast it's like they're afraid if they step any closer to the grave, they'll end up like Irene. A few minutes later, and with the help of 2 other men in attendance, we manage to get Irene off the casket and back to her feet. Aunt Shirley wails as she grabs her daughter and holds her tightly in her arms. It doesn't take long for them to follow the majority of the small crowd, hurriedly leaving the burial site and heading to their car. And all I can do is just stand there for a good 5 minutes, staring at my father's still descending casket, utterly confused by the whole damn day. When I finally look up, I find that other than me, the only people left include the Reverend and the funeral director. Well, the Reverend mutters and runs a hand through his pepper-gray hair. This was a first. A laugh almost bubbles up out of my throat, but I manage to swallow it back. I'm pretty sure the good priest has endured enough trauma for the day. But mentally, I can't stop the silent laughter that rolls through my mind. The emotion and stress of today, combined with Irene's near-death experience on top of my father's casket, and the way almost everyone in attendance ran off like it was a 5-alarm fire, has officially taken their toll. Ironically, Hall Hughes's reputation was that of a tornado. He could make employees run out of his boardroom crying with a blink of one fucking eye. Apparently, his funeral is no different. With one last nod toward the gravesite, I say a final, silent thanks for everything my father gave to me, and step away without looking back. I don't linger in the empty tent to explore my feelings. Instead, I step out of the shelter and into the sprinkling rain to wander the streets of New York with unknown purpose. I haven't picked a destination, but I don't have to. I know I'll know it when I see it. I walk slowly in the rain, wandering past cafes and bookstores with little interest. A toddler makes faces at me through the window of a diner when I have to stop at the corner to cross the street. It's always weird how life keeps going on around you, no matter what. An impact on my day has little to no impact on theirs, and it's obvious, more so than anywhere else, here in New York City, as cabs rush past, splashing water up from the street in their wake and punctuating it with the blare of their horn. When the signal changes, I make my way across the street and right into the path of a vendor with a booth full of umbrellas. He smiles, seeing me as a prime mark, and dives into his speech. No water, no wind, no thing is damaging this umbrella, buddy. $20 to change your life. Out of the rain and into the sun. Come on, fella, he continues as I walk right by him. It's almost unfair, I guess, sending his pitch up against me. I'm an unshakable opponent because unlike everyone else out here today, unlike myself on any other day, I'm actually looking to get wet. To let the water bleed through my clothes and into my skin. To wash away the day so I can start anew tomorrow without the veil of pseudo-grief hanging over my head. So I can go back to my life with the knowledge that I don't have to hold on to what my father might have been. Tomorrow, with a fresh layer of dirt over his casket in the grave he paid $500,000 to have in New York City, there will only be what he was. Tomorrow, for me, however, can be anything I want it to be. But today, I shall find the nearest fucking bar and drown out these goddamn emotions.
Chapter 3. Raquel. Eggs Benedict are the work of the devil himself. I'm convinced of it. Full-on satanic pods of protein sent on an express elevator from hell to make me hate every damn thing. I'm talking Jim Carrey and the Grinch level loathing of all things in existence. Light? Hate. Porcelain? Despise. The human digestion system? Loathe. Ugh, I groan, sinking down even further on my knees to rest my head on the surface of my toilet seat. The really funny part is, I don't even have the energy to be disgusted. My only thought about it, truly, is ironically hopeful. Will E. coli buy me a couple days in bed? I mean, Christmas is only 4 days away. Maybe I could simply spend it in my bed, watching movies and doing absolutely nothing. Good God, that sounds nice. When my stomach jolts with unease, I shut my eyes tight, and a pitiful moan escapes my throat as I try hard not to puke again. Let me be clear. I haven't always been so anti-egg. In fact, I never would have even entertained the thought that eggs were put on this earth as anything other than a good source of nutrition a year ago. Pamphlet pushers on the evil of eggs? I would have ignored them. Proponents of a plant-based diet? Fools. But now? Now, I know the truth. Eggs, and the recipes that go with them, are all stroked by the hands of Satan upon entrance to the world. Raquel, my manager Heidi Morris calls cheerily through my master bathroom door. Raquel, doll, can you hear me? I groan as my head sags farther now, beyond the seat and into the toilet bowl and lift a perfectly executed bird into flight behind me. We're supposed to be in the car in 5 minutes for the meeting with Hugo Schwinn. Famous director or not, who the hell really cares about Hugo Schwinn right now? Certainly not me. Another wave of nausea rolls through me and lands right in the toilet. Again. I'm half convinced this meal multiplied inside my stomach with the amount of time I've spent puking it back up. Honestly, I only dream of being able to eat this much actual food. I'm a woman in Hollywood, for God's sake. I reach up to find the lever to flush and watch as the churned-up mess swirls its way around the bowl and down the pipes. Fucking gross. It's safe to say that's the last time I'll be having hollandaise sauce for a while. You know we've been fighting for months to get this meeting, sweetie. We can't afford to miss it, regardless of your situation. They'll be hoping I miss Hugo Schwinn when I blow chunks all over the freaking room. I roll my eyes at Heidi's word gymnastics. My situation, as it were, is that I'm unexpectedly pregnant from a one-night stand with an unnaturally attractive, almost stranger, a little over 4 months ago. Oh, and I should probably mention that said one-night stand was my first one-night stand. My first, well, one-night anything that involved sex. Think the Virgin Mary, but only instead of an immaculate conception, there was a one-time condomless cherry-popping scenario that led to a certified knocking up. Thoughts of a handsome smile and sexy green eyes, and the kind of kissably perfect lips I didn't think were possible start to fill my mind. Harrison. A little over 4 months ago, he was such a needed breath of fresh air. He made me feel all the things I'd been wanting to feel for so long, and for one night, I allowed myself to feel all of those things. But when the next day came to fruition, I had to leave it all behind and go back to the reality of my life. Yet, as it seems, I didn't exactly leave everything behind. I took a little piece of Harrison back to LA with me in the form of an unexpected pregnancy. I've thought about trying to reach out to him exactly 1 million times, but I've never found the courage. I just can't. The night that led me to my current situation was fueled by my decisions, my choices, my lies. Flashes of said night start to fill my head, and I push the visuals out with a tight blink of my eyes. I can't think about him. Not right now. Hell, probably not ever. My stomach twinges and aches, and I tell myself it's from all the puking. Lord knows I can't let myself realize it's anything but that at this point. Any other reason, anything relating to him, would just set me up for disappointment and pain. After I peed on a test that came back pregnant, I spent the first month and a half crying myself to sleep over the fear of what it would do to my life. Thankfully, though, now that I'm further along, I'm not nearly as hysterical. With the amount of time I spend throwing up, I don't have time to be. I swallow hard, trying to find my voice in the depths of my scraggly throat. I don't know if... I sputter as more vomit threatens its debut. I don't know if I'm going to be able to go today. God damn, I'm puking the lining of my stomach now? There's nothing else in there, Satan. I'm sensitive to you, sweetie. Really, I care about your problems, she says with little to no conviction. but this meeting is too important to put off. Splash some water on your face, brush your teeth, let Roberta in to style you up a bit, and then we have to hit the road. Roberta is my hairstylist. And to be honest, she's some kind of genius. She can always turn whatever coif I'm sporting into a do worthy of my celebrity status in a heartbeat. But I'm not sure even she is a match for the unwelcome glob of regurgitated hollandaise sauce I'm going to have to wash out of the front of my now matted locks. I need more time. Roberta can't come in right now. No one can come in right now. I'm not even sure I'd allow Eve herself to come in right now, and the universe's first rebel was my original girl crush as a child. Not in a, anti-God way, of course. Just in a woman who was willing to stand up to the man way. It doesn't matter what I think about visitors, though. I've barely even finished the sentence when the door swings open abruptly. I said you can't come in! I turn to shout, embarrassingly weakly. Heidi just rolls her eyes and leans against the vanity counter, phone in hand. As always, her features are severe. A sharp, pointy nose, icy blue eyes, and a blunt, shoulder-length blonde bob doing nothing to counter her personality's critical nature. Don't be absurd, Raquel. We're all professionals here. Roberta will style your hair while you lie there on the floor. Then you can still have your moment. My moment? I question. Trust me, I did not choose this moment. Heidi nods placatingly. Right, sweetie. With a snap of Heidi's fingers, Roberta enters the room and starts running her unwelcome fingers through my hair. Suddenly, something occurs to me. I jerk my head around to look at Heidi with a general disregard for the hairstylist I didn't ask to be here. Wasn't the door locked? I picked it. Heidi shrugs nonchalantly. She's always nonchalant about her own actions, if I'm honest with myself, even when they're worthy of a moderately cushy jail sentence. Which is probably why, when my mom finally decided to set down her momager Kris Jenner-esque baton, she fought to make Heidi her replacement. You picked it? The criminal rolls her eyes. What the hell? Where did you go to school? I asked snidely. Burglars University? Close, she says without batting an eye. Southern California, San Diego. Roberta silently pulls at my hair, and with the way it makes my scalp ache, I decide not to even warn her about the puke loogie. If they'd given me any time at all, I would have rinsed it out. Heidi sees through me, though, getting self-conscious about the decision. Being purposely deceitful isn't my nature. A weakness, according to her. She smirks in the face of my discomfort. Roberta used to style Gwyneth Burgos. You think she didn't ever have vomit in her hair, Raquel? Heidi suggests. I sigh. Gwyneth Burgos, God rest her soul, died of a drug overdose almost 10 years ago. Rumor has it, it wasn't her first time going on a seriously overzealous bender. So yeah, I suppose she probably had vomit in her hair a time or two. Still, that's not my style. I never got heavily involved in drugs or alcohol like some of the other child stars I grew up with, like my brother. I channeled all of my energy into work and school. My parents hovered like hawks for the entirety of my adolescence, and my brother, Luca, for as much as he had problems of his own, was always very protective of me. He didn't realize, I guess, that he didn't even need to be. Watching him spiral his way through life and eventually land at rock bottom was incentive enough to go the other direction. That's about the time my parents split up, divorcing in an ugly, public shakedown of each other for all the world to see. When they finally settled, my mom met someone right away and moved to Barbados so she could bury her head in perfectly white sand, and my dad distanced himself from anything that had to do with show business and his past life. Obviously, as an actress and his daughter, that included me. Who knows, maybe in some sick, subconscious way, that's part of the reason I held on to the purity ring my dad gave me for so long, hoping he'd make some storybook effort to come back and see it for himself. But when my brother finally snapped and took off for somewhere, location unknown, that's when I really focused all of my energy on my career. With no family around for companionship, I never even looked up. Next thing I knew, I was Hollywood's goodest girl, a virgin at 29 with no prospects or projections to make a change. Now look at me, a big old bag of morning sickness and hormonal fluctuations. Apparently, I'm so exhausted, I actually fall asleep, right there on the bathroom floor with Roberta's hands in my vomit hair. Because when I wake up, I'm being gently scraped from the tile by my makeup artist, Alejandro. "Let's see what we can do with this, shall we?" he says gently, and I sigh sardonically. I'm half certain there's an imprint of the ornate, shell-shaped tile from my bathroom floor on my face. The tingling, burning sensation on my cheek seems valid as evidence. But Alejo's pretty good. Maybe he'll be able to turn it into the next hot design or something. I smile slightly as my internal monologue has a raucous laugh over the possibility. I can just imagine the cover of some magazine boasting face etching as the next big trend. Sometimes I can't believe I'm still doing all of this bullshit day to day. That I'm still going along with the ridiculous things Heidi and the rest of my team say in an effort to maintain the longevity and trajectory of my hard-earned career. But if there ever was a time to leave it all behind, it probably would have been 4 months ago, the day I got pregnant. Chapter 4. The night of August 15th, 10 p.m. Raquel. Public executions are supposedly illegal, but as a celebrity in the public eye, I beg to differ. If they were really enforcing that specific law, I wouldn't be here tonight. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The assistant director does a fancy swinging point with one hand while holding onto his headset with the other. And Niall Beans, the host of Late Tonight, smears a smile into place and greets millions of people through the power of technology. He's arguably the biggest face in late-night television, so it's good business to be here. But the reason for his popularity isn't exactly a glowing commentary on the human condition. The majority of his following comes from people who love to watch him make fun of, poke at, and altogether insult his guests. Oh, goody, lucky me. I fidget slightly on the white leather couch next to him, trying to make sure my too-short dress covers all the important bits and slap on a smile of my own, one I've trained myself to produce at the drop of a hat over the years. Plug and play. That's how I always handle these press tours. I have answers queued up in the same way that I had the script to the movie I'm promoting memorized. They're lines, choreographed by a team of half a dozen individuals to best represent both me as a person and solidify fans' views of me as the famous Raquel Weaver they expect to see. Which is, of course, 90% makeup, 5% styling, 4% staged, and a whopping 1% of who I truly am. But when you're promoting a movie like I am, Grey River Falls, a harrowing tale of a woman's resilience in the face of her husband's death, it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what you want or what you think. What matters is the movie and the studio's multi-million-dollar investment. "Welcome back to late night," Niall says enthusiastically as the band plays a final beat on the drums and lays into the blare of a saxophone. "We've got the lovely, luscious Raquel Weaver, star of the buzzworthy film of the month, Grey River Falls, with us tonight. And that's right, you guessed it. We're playing everybody's favorite, No Comment." Another sequence of music flares up to transition us into the segment as the stage we're on spins over in front of a different backdrop. No Comment is Niall's most popular segment and is designed around asking the kinds of questions that would normally elicit a star or their team to say, "No comment." They're personal and pushy, and almost always a form of harassment in one way or another. Unfortunately, despite the agreement to answer the questions you have to sign before you come on the show, Niall keeps booking stars. Probably because their contracts with the studios explicitly state they have no choice. Just like mine does. No studio anywhere is going to be okay with skipping the #1 show in late night on their press tour. I cross my sky-high heeled feet at the ankles and embrace the kind of posture no one has naturally, the kind that makes you look skinny even sitting down. The music fades away, and Niall turns to face me, a different kind of smile lighting his eyes with an eerie glow. "Thanks for being here, Raquel." I nod and smile, much bigger than my emotional state calls for. On the inside, I am one stub toe away from an impressive mental breakdown. Of course, it's great to be here. "The movie's been getting rave reviews. Honestly, I haven't heard a bad word about it. Even from Huey Ballas, and we all know the kind of idiot he is." The audience laughs at his colorful description of the infamous movie critic, and I force my smile to grow a little deeper, rather than cringing. Well, it's a terrific film," I say with pride. The whole cast has a caliber of talent I can't even believe I got the chance to be a part of. I'm sure. And I'm sure the opportunity to watch the most famous virgin in show business have sex on camera isn't a part of the popularity at the box office at all," he says with a wink and a laugh. The audience follows suit and turns uproarious as I swallow around the discomfort in my throat. "Right," he goads the bloodthirsty mob. "I know it sure helped me get motivated to watch it." Wow, dirty bastard much? I clench my teeth and dig my fingertips into the heavy, sequined fabric in my lap to keep from saying something I shouldn't. "How was it?" Niall asks, turning to face me again. "Acting out something you don't have any real experience in." I do my best to keep the rage monster stirring inside my chest from fully waking up by taking his question and poking holes in it. "I think we all know film isn't anything like real life," I respond, forcing my voice to stay even and calm. There's a whole set of people barking orders and moving lights an inch or two and redoing something with a hand a little to the left or a little to the right. I can only hope the real thing is more exciting than that. "So you Are a virgin still? He asks, unabashedly waggling his eyebrows at the audience as they titter. I open my mouth and close it again, and he laughs. On second thought, don't answer that. Save it for after the break. He turns to face the camera. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more no comment after these messages from our sponsors. I stand up from the couch and scoot to the edge of the set quickly where Roberta and Alejo are waiting to touch me up. Heidi meets me mid-stride, takes me by the arm as soon as I make it there, and sicks them on me as she talks. All 360 degrees of my personal space are filled with arms and brushes and objects I don't even know the name of. Heidi's voice is crisp, just beyond the fray. I know, you hate this, but you have to remember that it's all for the greater good. Keep your chin up, answer the questions with a smile, and you'll see it pay off. I already have 3 offers for box office busters in the pipeline. In a year, maybe 2, your resume will speak for itself. But for now, we need the buzz, and it's a part of your contract anyway. Though her words are conciliatory, her tone is the opposite. Immediately, the desire to strangle her and Niall fucking Beans overwhelms me, and I have to close my eyes against the surge. I won't do well in prison. I won't do well in prison. I won't do well in prison. Breathe, I coach myself. One big breath, and then another. I don't know if this helps, my makeup artist, Alejo says, but you look absolutely fabulous. Thank you. I force a brittle smile. Truthfully, it doesn't help, but I guess it also doesn't hurt. I try to channel some of his positive energy as one of the producers calls his 30-second warning in our direction. This is one of the only shows in late night that happens live instead of taping sometime in the late afternoon, which freaking sucks right about now. I really need another 4, maybe 5 minutes to get all the murderous thoughts out of my head. And if we were simply taping this show for a future airing, I'd be able to take them. Sure, they might call me a diva and some other stupid shit, but everyone would get to live. When someone named Karen would ask me to take my place on set again, I'd be able to respond, "Don't you want everyone to live, Karen?" And she would back away slowly before informing everyone on the catering staff to hide all the knives. Okay, it's really time to get it together. I have to go back out there and chat to strangers about my sex life. Wow, talk about an exciting opportunity. Sadly, it's nothing I haven't done before. Sometimes with my dad and brother staring at me from the audience. And even sadder, it's something I have to keep doing because my Hollywood contract says so. Keep calm and carry on and all that shit. Okay, let's do this. I scoot back over to the couch while a panicked intern waves me in like I'm a 747. I try not to take offense. I know how it is when you're at the bottom of the totem pole in this business. But I hardly think she needs to continue to gesture me in for a landing as my ass is making contact with the leather. And I do mean my ass. My bare ass. The dress is that short. And we're back in 5, 4, 3, 2... The assistant director counts down again as the theme music flares up once more. I take one last deep breath and set my smile into place like I'm strapping on a mask. I can only hope it doesn't look like the one Jim Carrey wore in the movie The Mask. Or The Grinch. Wow, I guess almost any Jim Carrey movie applies here. No wonder I'm always making Jim Carrey references. The man is a chameleon. Without hesitation, Niall drops right back into his No comment questions, his smarmy smirk proving he has zero remorse for his show's crappy content. Are you really still a virgin? I laugh to cover how angry I feel before admitting the truth. Yes. Niall pretends to faint onto the top of his desk, and the audience breaks out in hysterics. Welcome to the circus, everyone. My intact hymen shall be tonight's main freak show event. Good God, who would have thought being a virgin would stir so much fucking controversy? Pretty sure politicians caught having affairs or buying hookers have received less scrutiny than this. How? And I say this respectfully, the asshole host says, ironically, without any inkling of respect. Is that possible? Fed up with this bullshit. Tired of playing it so damn nice. I decide to pull my sharply honed skills of passive-aggressive sarcasm out of my back pocket and put them to work. Well, I remark cheekily, it starts by avoiding penises altogether. The audience laughs. Niall's eyes go wide, and I lean in closer to his desk. It takes a real sixth sense, if I'm honest. A genuine virtual radar system for the male member and their locations at all times. Are they soft? Are they hard? Will they threaten me in some way if I stay in my current location? Once I have the answers to those questions, I'm ready to plan an attack. Weaponry, troops, optics. It's all very scientific. Niall's smile transforms from surprised canary back to the cat. You're toying with me, Raquel. I smile sweetly and shrug. He chuckles. There are millions of men who'd love to be toyed with by you, my dear. Tell me this. How will you choose? I mean, one day you're going to have to get laid, right? Annoyance niggles deep in my veins and bleeds all the way into my heart. My chest is tight and my skin feels stretched, but I don't let a freaking blink sneak in on the off chance that it gives me away. Instead, I settle smugly into the supple leather of the couch and smile. I don't know, Niall, but given the need for a penis to complete the act, and your obvious lack of one, I know for a fact it won't be you. Huh, how about them apples, Mr. Fucking Beans? Once the words leave my lips and the audience bursts into laughter, you'd think I'd feel victorious. You'd think I'd feel on top of the world for putting the bastard in his place while still maintaining the perfectly poised persona I've been living over the past decade. But I don't. If anything, I just feel like running. From this prick, from my agent, manager, entire damn team, from the spotlight, from everyone and everything.
Chapter 5. Harrison. These days, I'm really starting to understand Ebenezer Scrooge. No doubt Mr. Bah Humbug was just misunderstood. 2 days before Santa is supposed to make his big, fat, holly-jolly arrival, Christmas-themed poker night is in full swing. The beer and snacks are plentiful. Garland-wrapped twinkle lights are located on every available surface of Thatcher Kelly's smokeroom, and all of my closest friends are sitting around the table playing Texas Hold'em and shooting the shit. Your stock tips are shit, Harry. I look up to find Cap staring back at me, irritation bright and shiny in his eyes. What are you talking about? What am I talking about? Cap booms, and the rest of the table looks up at him. You told me to invest in fucking Pampers, and my portfolio has been seeing red all week. Pampers? Thatch asks, a smirk on his lips. As in diapers? Yeah, Cap mutters and takes a swig of his whiskey. It's almost like he was trying to sabotage me or something. I should have known it was bullshit. Should have never invested as much as I did on that bogus fucking tip. Thatch laughs around the cigar in his mouth, and I just shrug. Truthfully, I have no idea what he's talking about. The last time I chatted with Cap was nearly a week ago while a fucking surprise pregnancy bomb exploded in my living room. I can't be held liable for anything I said during that conversation. Thankfully, Milo takes it upon himself to deal the next hand to everyone at the table, and Cap's attention is otherwise diverted. On the television behind the large poker table, Celine Dion sings her heart out as Jack tells Rose never to let go, and I begin to shuffle the new cards in my hand mindlessly again. The cheery, holiday-driven atmosphere is a stark contrast to my current mood. Truthfully, my life and mind are in fucking shambles, and I guess it's only right that a movie like Titanic is our poker night background noise. I've hit a personal iceberg, and my ship is going down by the helm. As for the real reasoning of tonight's movie selection, I couldn't even begin to know why. All I know is that my friends, Klein Brooks, Thatcher Kelly, Wes Lancaster, Trent Turner, Quincy Black, Milo Ives, Kaplan Hawkins, and Theo Cruz, know how to keep this shit as weird as possible. Up until about a year ago, we were having book club instead of poker night. Then one day, it just went back. None of us has said anything, and honestly, I think it's because we're afraid to jinx it. It's a time in our lives when most of us felt held against our will. I'm not saying we were like Elizabeth Smart, but it was close. And it wasn't even the Billionaire Book Club's fault. Yeah, our little book club even had a fucking name. It all started out as some ploy by Cap, but quickly turned into insanity. Cap and Thatch, the most outrageous of the group in personality, were relentless during that time, taking attendance with an iron fist and threatening bodily harm to any of us who didn't manage to read the book. I'm all for upping readership, but we lead busy lives. The pressure was starting to get to me, and I don't even have a wife and kids to add to the madness. I snort to myself, and Klein raises an eyebrow. I pay little attention to it as I get lost in my own thoughts. You're also going to have a kid now. I've been in a blind haze since I heard the news about the baby earlier this week. I thought once I took action, I'd come up with a plan. A toolbox to put myself back together, so to speak. But much to my chagrin, despite all my efforts, I haven't been able to resolve anything. Frankly, I haven't even achieved the first step, talking to Rocky. Contact, it seems, with Hollywood's most infamous good girl is next to impossible. I've called agencies and talent offices. I've reached out to old friends from elementary school and left a message for the school principal. I've sent emails to her publicity contact and scoured the internet for a trace of her life before fame, but all I found is a whole world of shit I had no fucking clue about. As it turns out, Rocky's been in the business a hell of a lot longer than I first would have assumed. She's been starring in shit since a year and a half after I left California at 10 years old, for fuck's sake. She's been in show business longer than I've been in any business, and the reality of my ignorance is almost impossible to swallow. How in the fuck could I have had no clue about this shit? How in the fuck didn't we garner more attention in that bar? I can barely even keep my eyes open and steady for all the questions I have, and it's eating me alive from the inside out. Okay, enough is enough. Who the fuck keeps playing footsie with me under the table? Wes asks, and the rest of us glance around the room at one another in search of the culprit. I know you guys enjoy my company, but none of us is on the market except for Harrison. He jerks his head toward me, and Cap laughs. What's wrong, Horrison? Feeling lonely? Of course, I say, my mind almost numb to the normally amusing charade. I thought maybe one of you wanted something on the side. Thatch chortles, a gulp of spit and whiskey shooting out and spraying the table. Trent wipes at his shirt before picking up a napkin and handing it to Klein. As amusing as I find it to be covered in your spit, why don't you share what has you so tickled with the class, Thatcher? He shrugs. It's my Roomba. Roomba? Milo asks. Is that some kind of slang I'm unaware of? No, I say with a laugh, but Cap chimes in before I can continue. You should, however, be concerned that you're turning into a fucking old man if you have to ask about today's slang. What? It's not like I have a teenager in my house. Wes snorts. I do. Slang is much worse than a Roomba. Then what the hell is it? It's a vacuum, Thatch supplies. Certified expert in suction. Cap laughs. So it could be slang. It's Cassie's new solution to spring cleaning. I've got a solution. A housekeeper, Quince suggests. We have one, Thatch says with a roll of his eyes. Harriet. But she's getting older, so Cassie keeps insisting we find things to do her work for her. Wes snorts. Why don't you give her a retirement package and hire someone else? I suggested that, he explodes. Cassie nearly took my head off. She doesn't want her to leave. So you're basically just paying her to hang around? I ask. Thatch nods. That and eat my food. The only good thing is having someone to blame my mistakes on. That's terrible, Theo remarks. Are you kidding? She's the ultimate scapegoat. She can literally do no wrong in Cassie's eyes. Yeah, but you have to have at least given the woman a fake porn addiction at this point, Trent says with a chuckle. Thatch scoffs. I don't watch porn, son. If I want an adult film, I sweet-talk my wife and make one. Without actual film, he stipulates. That's an explicit boundary. And where is Harriet tonight? Milo asks. Should I be thanking her for the snacks? Thatch snorts derisively. Are you kidding me? This shit is all me. Harriet's at the movies with Cassie and Georgia. I'm officially confused by this dynamic, Cap remarks. Harriet's got to be giving your woman something you're not. How dare you, sir? Thatch booms. My lovemaking is unmatched, and my woman's needs are not lacking. We know she has needs, Thatcher, Trent clarifies with a smile. The question is if you're meeting them. Don't you mock me and my grammar while I'm emotional, Turner, Thatch threatens with a shaky finger, using Trent's last name like an angry mother. Don't you do it! You don't want to know my wrath. You're so lucky you found a wife, Thatch, I say with a laugh. Even if she does go on dates with a housekeeper. I can't imagine anyone else putting up with your bullshit on such an epic level. Hey, I'm not the single one, bro. So maybe turn that judgy little finger of yours around and take a good hard look at yourself and why you're not with anyone at all. I actually have someone to set you up with, Harrison, Klein says offhandedly. I choke on my saliva before quickly trying to cover it with a cough. His eyes are too keen for my liking. And knowing Klein the way I do, we started out as bad rugby teammates and have remained friends ever since. I wouldn't be surprised to find out he somehow sniffed out my situation. I've seen him strategizing and unlocking the secrets of others too many times not to treat him like the clever bastard he is. Oh yeah? I say as casually as I can manage. He nods. I clear my throat and look to my cards. I only hope she lives in California. I glance up just long enough to see several sets of eyes turning my way. I look back down at my cards and rearrange them needlessly. Shit. Now probably wasn't the time. Why the hell would you want her to live in California? Cap booms raucously. You don't like to have sexual intercourse? Yeah, now definitely wasn't the time. But it's not like I can help it. California and Rocky and the baby are pretty much the only things consuming my thoughts at this point. I shake my head at his ridiculousness and try to steady my voice. I do, in fact, like to have sex, which is why California is important. I bite the bullet and look up to meet all of their gazes. I might be moving there soon. Is this a bit of an overreaction to my current dilemma? Just up and moving to California? No. Yes. Maybe? Hell, I don't know. But I do know that I can't stomach the idea of my future child being born into a world that I'm not a part of. The fact that I haven't been able to talk to the mother of my future child is minor details in my mind. I need to be there for my kid. I need to be the kind of father I wish I would have had growing up. "What the fluff?" Thatch yells. "Califluffing-fornia? That's on the other side of the fluffing country." I nod, but as much as I want to, I don't dare laugh. Thatch would turn apoplectic if he thought I was mocking his grief. I know, and I'm not completely certain yet, but I'll be making a trip out there this week to finalize some details and decide for sure. I think I just need a change of pace. New scenery, new opportunities. "What about work?" Cap interjects. "Are you leaving Hawcom? After everything my father has done for you?" I shake my head. Jared is on board. We've already discussed it at length, and we both think we can make the move work for both me and the company if it comes to that. He's been talking about expanding his headquarters, and this will be a great opportunity to test the viability of a bi-coastal structure. I'm really getting the sense that I'm missing something. Did you just find out you're making a major move this week? Trent asks smartly. Yeah, Quince agrees. When are you going? Surely you've stipulated that you have at least 60 days to make the transition. I shake my head. I still have to make my trip out there this week, and if the move is viable, I'll be back to make my arrangements and be out there by the following week. Wes chokes on his tongue. A week? To move your whole life? Relax, guys, I say. I'll be working bi-coastally still. I'll be back to visit often, and I'm a single guy. I don't have that much of a life to move. I'm just not sure how, Milo starts, but Klein cuts him off. Come on, guys. Sounds like Harrison's made his decision. Let's all support him. Theo nods. Sounds like he knows what he's doing. I wish I were half as confident as Theo sounds, because as much as I know I'm doing the right thing, for both my future child and myself, I don't have a goddamn clue what I'm actually doing. I haven't even broken through the firewall of staff Rocky has around her to speak with her at this point. I'm not sure how I'm going to change that once I get out there, but I can't imagine a closer proximity will hurt. Cap scoffs. You just want him to be across the country from Lena. Theo shakes his head. We're really still playing that fiddle? I don't think Harrison gives a single shit about Lena. Maybe a single shit, I say helpfully, but it's not a romantic shit, just a normal, old human decency shit. Lena is Cap's sister. Over a year ago, I had a lot of fun mentioning her name often in front of her brother just to rile him up. Not once, though, did I actually want to pursue something with her. Theo, on the other hand, well, he up and fell in love with her. Cap's sister, of all fucking people. Talk about a shit show for a while there. Thankfully, we can all get together, both Cap and Theo included, without having to hide the knives. I'm confused. Are we talking about actual shits right now? Because I'm feeling a little queasy, Thatch remarks, and we literally all roll our eyes. I don't like the idea of letting one of the herd roam free. I mean, it's Harrison, so if we have to lose one, I guess he's the one to lose. But I don't think it's a good idea, period. Haven't you seen the National Geographic Channel? Don't you know what happens when someone gets separated? It's pure carnage, boys. He's not going to the Serengeti, for Pete's sake, Milo offers with a laugh. He's going to California. Oh, there are wolves out there, young Milo. Don't be fooled, Cap says sagely. And they're much more aggressive with their prey. Guys, you don't have to worry about me, I assure them. I'll be fine, I promise. The bun is already in the oven. Yeah, all that's left is to actually get in touch with the mother of your child. Lord Almighty, talk about being in the middle of a monumental fucking mess.
Chapter 6. Raquel. Me and my favorite hoops used to be pals. But let me tell you, today we've got problems. I was exactly today years old when it became clear to me that Taylor Swift must have been singing about a pair of earrings in the song Bad Blood. Good God, that flippin' hurts. I wince and squeal as I shove the pointy post through my seemingly sealed ear piercing until it clears the other side, and I stomp my foot in a fruitless attempt to redirect some of the pain. I don't understand the science behind it, but it seems like my body has super healing powers now that I'm pregnant. Scrapes disappear in mere hours, and my well-worn 20-year-old piercings self-heal overnight, which is seriously ironic since I need another discomfort like I need a hole in the head. Only a few weeks ago into the new year, it's more than apparent this year is going to be a fucking doozy. And I didn't exactly end the year with a bang either. The week before and after Christmas were a blur of fitting in morning sickness and puking bouts in my bathroom between events and photo ops and a whole bunch of other bullshit I'm starting to realize I don't care about at all. The only time I've been alone in what feels like forever was on Christmas Day, and I spent the greater part of that day in my bed watching Hallmark movies and experiencing the kind of hormonal highs and lows that probably fueled Britney's 2007. One minute, I'd be dreaming about what my baby will look like. Is it going to be a boy or a girl? Will he or she have hair? And the next, I was overwhelmed with anxiety about handling motherhood all by myself, which generally led me down a dangerous path of thinking about Harrison, which then led me to wanting to contact Harrison and blah, blah, blah. I'm now a certified crazy woman. Truthfully, I was a bit of a nutcase on what should have been one of the jolliest holidays of the year. Once I finished the now excruciating ritual of getting ready, I head for the door of my bedroom just as Heidi starts complaining from the other side of it. "Raquel, we have to be in the car in 5 minutes." Before she can finish verbally riding my ass, I swing open the door and she flinches slightly, but quickly gathers herself and heads down the long hallway toward my front door. I struggle to keep up in my tight outfit and heels, but I make my voice loud enough that it carries well out ahead of me. Why are we in such a hurry anyway? I still don't understand what this event is. All you keep telling me is it's a corporate appearance. Am I doing motivational speeches for Roden and Fields now? Arbonne? LuLaRoe? What is this? Heidi slows her pace to let me catch up, but I'm not inexperienced enough with her habits to think it's out of kindness. The moment she opens her mouth, I know it's to make sure I really feel the blow of her next point. It's just a meet and greet with a media company called Hawcom. And I'll warn you to check your attitude about this being beneath you before you make a fool of yourself because they're paying you $1 million to do it. My voice stutters as my stride does the same. $1 million? For a meet and greet? I didn't get paid that much for my first 3 movies. Exactly. They were apparently very eager to have you. That's what the woman I spoke with on the phone said anyway. No one else will do, and we're willing to do what's necessary to make it worth Raquel's time, I believe is what she said. God, that's insane. I hope they realize I don't have any special talents. I can't balance a ball on my nose or, for God's sake, Raquel, they know you're not a SEAL. Well, I don't know. I huff and toss out both of my hands. Tell me, Heidi, what are they expecting me to do for $1 million freaking dollars? My security guard, Freddie Bones, as he likes to call himself, takes his place behind us as we leave my penthouse apartment and head for the bank of elevators just down the hall. The doors open quickly and we all step inside. Pose for pictures, smile, chit-chat. Should be an easy payday. A wave of nausea rolls through me, and I cringe. Should be an easy payday, sure. In theory. Unfortunately, getting out of bed and, completing the simple tasks of eating and drinking is a damn challenge these days. Ugh. And riding the elevator. I put one hand to my stomach and another to my throat to try to choke out the vomit's exit like a tourniquet. Once the elevator dings its arrival on the bottom floor of my apartment building, we swiftly step out into the lobby. Heidi doesn't break stride as she takes her position in front of me, nodding to the doorman to swing open the door as we approach. The warm California sun isn't the only thing that greets us outside. A wall of noise smacks the previously silent air as flashes go off every millisecond. Paparazzi shout my name and aim their cameras at my stomach, but I duck my head, eyes shielded behind my sunglasses, and let a veil of hair fall over my face. The door to my car is open and waiting, and I slide inside the tinted, windowed black Tahoe and settle into my seat as the door shuts with resonance behind me. Cameras jostle outside the window as people push and shove at one another in an attempt to get the perfect shot of me. I keep my eyes down and my focus averted until we finally pull away from the curb. My driver moves expeditiously, weaving strategically in and out of busy LA traffic until we lose all the people attempting to follow us. It's adrenaline-inducing and surely not the best thing for the baby. But it's my life, and I don't envision it changing anytime soon. Especially now that I'm with child. It's like they somehow expect to be able to get a shot of my little peanut through my freaking uterus. Notwithstanding any new technology I'm aware of, I don't think that's likely. So we'll need to be out of here before the hour is up, because I promised Francesca Marazzi you'd come for a fitting for your Oscar dress. Now that you're not a standard size anymore, she wants to try to get ahead of the ball, Heidi says, diving into the agenda with no further ado. I roll my eyes. Nice. I've always dreamed of being constantly reminded of how big I'm getting throughout my pregnancy. So let me get this straight. This company is paying me $1 million to do an appearance, and you've essentially double-booked me on them? No, we'll be there long enough to meet the conditions of the contract. I bite my tongue and look out the window before letting it roll off my back. Whatever. It's not like I'll somehow change her mind. The car makes a sudden turn, pushing me into the door, and I grab onto the handle tightly. We drive down into an underground garage, and my eyebrows shoot together. What's going on? We're changing cars, Heidi says, simply grabbing the door handles as we screech to a stop. She's about to jump out when I reach for her arm and grab it. Why? Because they also explicitly asked for discretion, and with the band of photographers trying to follow your every move, we need to be in a car they're not expecting. This is starting to feel a little too black ops for me. Why would a company care if people know I did a meet and greet with them? Raquel, they are paying you $1 million for 45 minutes of your time. Who cares why they want discretion? God, Heidi, it seems the only one who cares about the stupid money is you. I could literally give two shits. I scoff. Just remember you said that when I get axe murdered and you don't have anyone to collect a commission off of anymore. At least I'll get my $100,000 out of it, she quips unabashedly. Sure, a woman and her unborn child will be dead, but at least you're focusing on what's really important here. Heidi rolls her eyes. I know you're an actress, but can we please tone down the drama for the next 10 minutes? It's giving me a headache. I huff. It's a childish and pointless move, but at least it makes me feel slightly better in the moment. with the raging heartburn I have going, threatening to start a wildfire in my chest. I'll take any win I can get. Heidi climbs from the car without another word, and I slam my head back into the seat and close my eyes. When my door opens before I'm expecting it to, I jump. Jesus! Alejo smiles apologetically. Sorry, love. Heidi said to do a quick touch-up on you before you do your whole shell game thing. Touch-up? I question. We just left the apartment. She said the stress is making you look too dewy, and that your foundation was settling into the wrinkle between your eyebrows. I sigh. Don't worry, doll. You look great, and I'm going to make you look even better. Resigned, I sit back in the seat and rest my head again as he takes brushes out from the belt around his waist and gets to work. Knowing me well after having worked with me for the last 3 years, he stays quiet and lets me have some silence. I know it's hard for him. He's extremely chatty by nature. But out of everyone around me, Alejandro at least pretends to respect my boundaries. The baby jukes inside my belly, and I move a hand to cushion the blow. Still, a small smile curves just the corner of my lips. Just you and me, babe. There's a little alien inside me making chop suey of my organs, but it's still the most joyful thing I have going in my life. There's something magical about growing another life, even if I never, ever expected it. There, Alejo finally declares, sheathing his cosmetic swords and holding out a hand to help me out. I take it graciously and climb down, only to climb up into a neighboring SUV 2 feet away. Once I'm in the seat, the door closes again. Heidi nods to the driver from her seat beside me, and we're away again like stealthy agents of the night. Except it's day. Meanwhile, Alejo fades away like he was never even there. One thing is for sure. For as much as I loathe the brutal lack of privacy that comes with having a team of people around me at all times, there's no way in heck I'd want to be doing all of these intricately planned arrangements for myself. I wasn't born to be in the Hollywood division of the CIA. I have way too many people in my life anyway. In the movies, they always go for the abandoned mega IQ, no one will raise a fuss if they're missing type. People would absolutely raise a fuss if I were missing. They raise a fuss if I eat a taco, for God's sake. Raquel Weaver spotted at Las Tacos in Pasadena this weekend. Everyone wants to know, is she having a mental breakdown? No, Gossip Magazine. She just likes freaking tacos. Raquel, Jesus, are you having a stroke? Heidi says, her loud voice suddenly cutting through the fog of my thoughts with a vengeance. I've been trying to get your attention for the last minute and a half. Sorry, I apologize. I consider telling the truth. That I was lost in a complex thought timeline, including a top-secret government agency and Mexican food. But in the end, think better of it. What do you need? To go over your schedule for the rest of the day after this. Ah, yes, I know. Extra Oscars dress fitting now that I'm fat. Heidi snorts and then laughs, the derisive tone of it unmistakably mocking. You didn't think that was all we have on the docket, did you? I feel my eyebrows scrunch together before I can tell them not to, and her voice turns condescending. Oh, sweetie, she says, patting my knee. That's so alarmingly naive. I jerk my knee to the side so her hand slips off my leg, and she momentarily loses her balance, and her smile turns from calculating to vindictive. I tell myself the petulant move was worth it anyway. When I'm drowning in the dregs of exhaustion later today, I'll be able to look back and find joy in this moment. After the fitting, you have a training session with Gregory, an interview with Voso magazine, and a meeting with the press team for Highlander. I let my head fall back with a groan at the thought of that meeting, one I most definitely don't want to have. And Heidi snaps. You're lucky they didn't fire you, Raquel. You knew your contract was explicit in its terms that you not change your physical appearance in any way, and you went and got pregnant. She scowls. You're a press nightmare for them, and yet they've decided to back you for some reason. You should be bowing at their feet, not groaning at the inconvenience of one little meeting. Fine, I finally screech, knowing she'll keep going until the end of time if I don't agree. You're right. The meeting is excellent. Freaking awesome. My favorite agenda item of the day. I don't like your attitude. She scolds me boldly. It's inappropriate and kind of ridiculous given the fact that I'm a grown woman. But Heidi has been with me from the moment my momager stepped back. I was still pretty much a kid at that point, and in some ways, Heidi continues to treat me that way. And I guess sometimes I continue to act like I am one around her, too. Honestly, I don't know why. Our relationship is complex and twisted and probably in need of change, but I'm too busy to fit an overhaul into my schedule. Finally, we pull up to the entrance of yet another underground garage and make the turn to head down. The gate lifts after a brief pause and the press of a button from my driver, and in we go, weaving our way under concrete beams and fluorescent lights until we come to the interior core of the building and a bank of elevators. Heidi steps out in sync with the driver, and I wait nervously as he rounds the hood and walks up to open my door. Nearly a quarter century in the limelight, and I still get anxious that I won't live up to people's expectations. To me, I'm just a dork with a lot of help covering it up. I used to think it would get easier, that one day I would find comfort in my role. But honestly, I think it just gets worse. The more success I acquire, the more I feel like an imposter. Funny, huh? Heidi jerks her head for me to hurry up from her spot by the elevator as I step out of the car and onto the concrete floor in my high heels. The slit in my skirt pulls open almost its full length, peeking at the apex of my thigh. Personally, I thought I'd get to start dressing a little less provocatively when I turned up pregnant. A tiny silver lining in a mess of complicated shit. But the joke was on me. They haven't toned down my wardrobe at all. In fact, I think they may have even amped it up a bit. It's just considerably less comfortable now. My heels click and clack against the hard floor as I pick up my pace. The elevator arrives as if choreographed, opening its doors in just enough time that I don't even have to break my stride. Freddie Bones and two of Heidi's assistants, Toby and Wilson, follow me in, and we all turn to face the doors to ride up in silence. I watch as the numbers tick by, counting quickly and efficiently, until we reach the top floor of the building, the apartment location of the ballroom and the corporate event. The doors open, and the people part, making room for me to take up my stride again, leading the way. With each step, I coach myself away from the woman I am, and toward the woman they know, the persona, the image, the person they're paying for. My heart thrums in my chest as we get closer and closer, until finally Heidi speeds up to get out in front of me and cues a man stationed at the door. He nods, cracks it open, and nods to someone else, and I take one final deep breath. With a little nod, almost like a bull rider, signaling he's ready to leave the chute, I instruct the man at the door to open it wide and step inside with an act of confidence I've never actually felt a day in my life. 2 steps into the mostly empty room, I pull up short as a tall, well-dressed man stands up from his chair and turns to face me. Familiar, gorgeous green eyes, strong jaw, full, kissable, perfect lips. Harrison. Oh, holy shit. My throat dries up like the Sahara, and every muscle in my body locks up upon recognition. I am a statue of disbelief and shock. I am carved of the hardest stone with the most resistance to erosion, and not even the love of my sister can save me from this fate. I don't have a sister, just to be clear. I've just always wanted to use a Frozen reference in everyday life, and I don't know that I'll ever get this opportunity again. All of this to say, I wouldn't be able to get my feet to go any farther if I had a tow rope and a tractor trailer hooked to them. You're a hard woman to get in touch with. For some reason, everyone I spoke to was concerned about my intentions for getting close to you, he says softly, the perfectly chiseled line of his jaw making his subtle dimple seem extra expressive. I stare hard at his garden green eyes and white, button-down shirt. God, he looks good. My throat is uncooperative as I force it to produce one word. Weird. He shrugs. Not that weird, I guess. Since the last time I saw you, I apparently got you pregnant. My chest squeezes so hard, I'm pretty sure it's doing its own form of self-contained defibrillation. Harrison. I have 2 questions, Rock. I nod and swallow hard, wanting so badly to turn around and run out of the room, but forcing myself to stay put. He's gone to a very obvious effort to get in touch with me, and I'm not entirely sure, but I think it's probably considered rude to walk out of a meeting with the father of your child when he apparently paid $1 million to get you there. Go ahead. Were you ever planning to tell me? I shrug, grabbing my stomach on reflex as the truth bubbles out of me. I don't know. I thought of trying to get in touch with you 1 million times, but I just couldn't find the words or the courage to actually follow through. I don't really know what else to say, but I do know what I did manage to say isn't a lie. He was the first person I thought about when I saw the word pregnant staring back at me. And ever since then, you've yet to go a full day without thinking of him. He turns his gaze away and sucks his lip inside his mouth, and the distance I feel from the disengagement is powerful. But I don't know how to fix it. I feel helpless in my blundering. I mean, we're not husband and wife or boyfriend and girlfriend. We're a couple people who knew each other a lifetime and a half ago and had sex one night. I don't know the protocol. He gathers himself impressively, rapidly, though. When he turns back toward me, I'm surprised not to find more contention, more resentment in the beautiful leafy green color of his eyes. I want to apologize, but I don't have the slightest clue how. I swallow around a thick throat and try again, but what comes out doesn't resemble remorse at all. Worse, it almost sounds accusatory. What's your other question? The corner of his eye crinkles with the shift in his face. Still, it doesn't seem like he's taken any offense to my poor delivery. Instead, he rocks my world. Are you okay? Am I? Unexpected emotion pierces me right in the chest and holds. I try to ignore it, but I can hear the shake in my own voice as I repeat his question back. Am I okay? Unlike me, he seems to know exactly how to handle long-time acquaintance / one-time lover / future parents etiquette. because he doesn't hesitate. His read on me is spot on, and his answer is to offer comfort, closing the distance between us and pulling me confidently into his arms. I go. It feels too good to fight. He's the first person to ask me anything about myself since I found out about the baby. It seems a little crazy since I'm nearly 5 months along, but it's true. When people ask me if I'm okay, it's usually at the beginning of some sentence meant to accomplish another kind of directive. Are you okay? To hurry it up so we don't miss this meeting? Are you okay to just sit back down and do what I said? And there's absolutely no time for an actual answer. It is rhetorical, always punctuated and confirmed by the quickly following thanks every time. My brain feels like it spasms as the realization hits me. Jesus. Maybe no one has asked me anything about myself ever. I quickly shake away the surely preposterous thought, but the trace of it lingers. Have I really been living by someone else's direction for that long? It's only when he starts to pull back, the heady scent of his body wash fading away inch by inch, that I realize how foolishly I squandered the moments in his arms thinking about anything other than the feel of genuine affection from another human being. He's warm and solid, and I haven't hugged someone else like this since the night we made the baby. He steps away, and a cool rush of uncertainty pebbles the skin of my arms. I run my hands up and down them quickly to ward off the chill. Never mind that it hardly ever dips below 70 degrees in Southern California, or the fact that I've felt like I'm living on the surface of the sun since I got pregnant. Obviously, my blood has thinned from excessive vomiting or something. We're both quiet as we try to figure out where to go from here. There are 1,000,001 things to talk about, but not even one of them feels like it'll be easy. When did you find out? He finally asks, delving headfirst into everything I'm trying to avoid, and I wince. About 3 weeks after we slept together, I shrug helplessly. I'm never late, and then I was. He nods, lost in his own thoughts as I try my best to stay standing. When I got out of bed this morning, the shrill notes of Heidi's voice sounding like the worst alarm clock in the world, I never expected to be face to face with Harrison Hughes. If I'm honest, I wasn't sure if I was ever going to be face to face with him again. And I know that's terrible. I know he's the father of the baby and that he deserves the chance to be a part of his child's life. I know all of the important things. I just also know that I had sex with him under the pretense that it was no big deal, without giving him the heads up that I was a virgin or a celebrity, a whole list of other important things. Things I feel shame over. Things I can't change and don't have a good excuse for. Things I can't explain away with a simple sentence and pat on the back. I don't even know anything about him. Hell, I certainly didn't know he had $1,000,000 to toss around just to get a meeting with his baby mama. Harrison's face shudders as he steps back another foot, and then spins in a circle, interlacing his hands at the back of his neck before turning to face me again, his face resolute but calm. I had no clue you were a virgin, Rock. I know, I say softly. His face creases as he tilts his ear toward his shoulder. I would have been different. I would have looked after you more. God, I can't even stand the thought that I might have hurt you. Did I hurt you? I bite my lips and shake my head swiftly. You didn't hurt me. Not even close. I wish I'd known. he reiterates. I would never have touched me. I finish for him with a raised eyebrow. I know it, and you know it. There are two kinds of guys out there when it comes to women like me. The kind that hunts virgins for sport, and the kind that avoids the emotional drama pointedly. I can tell you would have avoided the drama. He smiles slightly and drops his arms to his sides, settling his hands on his hips. He dips his head for a brief moment, then flicks his head back up to force a little section of hair out of his green eyes. You're right. I wouldn't have slept with you. I nod. I know. But I'm sorry I didn't give you the choice. He shakes his head and reaches out to take my hands, and I jump at the unexpected contact. He holds steadfast through the motion. I'm not sorry, Rocky. Saying I'm not goes against everything else I've said up until now. But I'm not sorry it happened. Neither one of us was expecting this, but I wouldn't take it back. I would never wish away this kind of a blessing, no matter how unplanned. I nod, blinking quickly in an attempt to fight my burgeoning tears. I feel exactly the same way. This baby is the best thing to happen to me in a long time. A part of the universe's master plan, even if it wasn't part of mine. Life's a mess, Harrison says. But there's art in all the splatters. We stay quiet for a long moment, just standing there, looking at each other, until his eyes avert from mine and fixate on my stomach. I don't really know pregnancy protocol, and this might be a little forward, but can I? He asks softly, glancing down between my face and the belly that contains a tiny, growing baby inside. Our tiny, growing baby. All I can do is nod. A soft smile lightens his face as he gently reaches out both of his hands and presses them against my stomach. Even through my clothes, I can feel the warmth of his skin. It's such a contrast to this cold room, to this cold world, and goosebumps pebble my arms. I can't believe there's a baby in there, he whispers, voice filled with awe. I know. A quiet laugh escapes my throat, and my stomach jolts a little against his fingers. Can you already feel the baby move? Yeah, I nod. Just little flutters here and there, but nothing you can probably feel yet. Do you know? I shake my head, already knowing what he's asking. I don't know the sex yet. Actually, I don't want to know. I want to keep it a surprise. Wow, Rock. Just... wow. He whispers, and gently removes his hands from my belly, and the loss of the warmth against my skin urges my lips to pull down at the corners. I have the oddest urge to grab those hands of his and stick them right back where they were, but my attention is snagged by the sound of Heidi bursting through the door. I jump, backing 2 steps away from Harrison in a knee-jerk reaction. My eagle-eyed manager notices my stupid overreaction, then the very visibly empty room, and makes a beeline over to us. What the hell is going on here? She questions aggressively. Where are all the people? Heidi, I start, but Harrison interrupts me, sticking out his hand for her to take. Harrison Hughes, father of the baby. Nice to meet you. Heidi looks down at his hand with distaste and distrust, and pulls me back with a strong hand at the shoulder immediately. This is a professional engagement, contracted and signed by Hawcom Media. I don't know who you think you are, but... The CFO of Hawcom, Harrison interrupts calmly. And also the father of Rocky's baby. Rocky? Heidi says sourly. Jesus Christ. Come on, Raquel, she instructs, trying to push me to the door. I'll be filing a complaint with the Bureau of Businesses. Heidi, stop, I yell, struggling to get my footing on my 6-inch heels like a newborn colt. Harrison is the father, and I've known him since I was 5 years old, so you can calm your tits. No need to call the National Guard. Do you think this is funny? She asks me, frowning severely. Your security is a joke to you? Of course not. You're acting like it is. It starts here, and the next thing you know, psychos are knocking down your door. We don't need another incident like 2009. Harrison steps forward, a line forming in the skin between his eyebrows. What happened in 2009? I had a stalker. A stalker? He replies with concern. Heidi rolls her eyes. Yes, a stalker. She's a celebrity, for God's sake. She has men like you crawling all over her all the time. Men like me? Harrison questions, justly offended. Yes, money-hungry, fame-seeking. Whoa. I don't want money from her. I definitely don't want fame. That's what they all say, Heidi says snidely. And they're all fucking liars. Hey, I finally squeeze in. Harrison isn't like that. And I'm guessing he doesn't need the money since you said he paid $1 million for this. Likely a scam. Probably embezzled it from the company. I have my own fucking money, Harrison booms. I don't need to steal it. I try, manically, to put an end to this shit show, turning to Harrison, my eyes apologetic. I know you do. It's okay. We'll give you the money for this back, by the way. We absolutely will not, Heidi shrieks. Harrison waves a hand to me, ignoring her. I don't need it. Put it in a trust for the baby. Heidi shakes her head smugly. Wow, flaunting your wealth a bit, aren't you? Harrison scoffs soundly. First I'm money hungry, and now I'm flaunting my wealth? Which is it? I put my fingers to my lips and blow, and a piercing whistle cuts through the room. Both of them freeze, turning their heads to me, but Heidi, being the way she is, does it with an extremely bitchy scowl. Let's go back to my apartment. We can continue this, or not. But for the love of God, if I don't have to be in this outfit, I'm gonna get the hell out of it. You have your fitting for, I know, the fat dress for the Oscars. Reschedule it. I can't just... I'm thinking this is a little bit more important, aren't you? Harrison says on my behalf. It's sweet. But dear God, it only lights a fire under Heidi again. I can see it in her eyes. Instead of waiting for another explosion, I grab Harrison's hand and head for the door. Consequences to all choices are inevitable. I'm waddling proof. But in this case, there's no way forward but to take a step or two back. Harrison and I might have only spent one night together, but no one can deny that one night has connected us forever. Chapter 7. The night of August 15th, 11:45 p.m. Raquel. I am a woman on a top-secret mission to avoid humans. At least, any humans that resemble anything relating to Hollywood. Fingers crossed, no one catches me in action. Cool rain pelts my heated skin, pricking at my goosebumps like needles as I run down the deserted New York sidewalk. Gobs of nearly black hair stick to my face, and my tennis shoes feel heavy with saturation. Passing storefront after storefront, I peer frantically inside, looking for somewhere to escape the onslaught. I feel out of control and reckless, and the first bar I come to is going to have to restock their liquor when I'm done with them. That's a lot of big talk for someone who doesn't drink, my mind taunts. But I shake it off. 45 minutes I spent letting some man I don't even know ask me questions I probably wouldn't tell my own girlfriends, if I had any. As it is, I'm a floundering solo act with no one but the people I pay to turn to. People I don't even know what to think of anymore. I spent another half hour on top of the show, listening to my manager and my agent tell me what good news it was that Niall so carelessly and callously discussed my personal life for a live audience of 250 and millions of other television viewers before I had enough. I haven't been in charge of my own life in a long time. Not my career, not my friendships, not even the state of my own dang-blasted virginity. For God's sake, an almost 30-year-old woman should be sexually awakened. They should be in tune with her wants and needs and go after them with confidence. She shouldn't have to answer to anyone about who she's sleeping with or why she's doing it or if she's done it before. I shiver involuntarily as the moisture invades my skin and trickles deep into my bones. Shit. I have to get out of the rain before I'm too sick to start filming my new show, Highlander, in a few days. Not only is it an opportunity of a lifetime, I'll be working with the best director, producers, and co-stars in the business, but I'm contractually obligated to come as I am, so to speak. Same weight, same hair, no plastic surgery, other than any I might have already had, of course, and not carrying a virus or bacteria or plague of any kind. Running through the rain in search of alcohol is almost decidedly not a responsible career move. But I'm doing it in the name of self-care. And avoiding prison. And saving the lives of others. Honestly, it's very complex, but important. Very important. Man, I need to find some booze. Ducking back out from under the awning in front of a 1-hour dry cleaner, I take to running again. It's not for another entire block, and a whole mental rant about this city supposedly never freaking sleepy and the consequences of lies, before I spot a neon sign that promises solace in the bottom of a bottle. It also, upon approach, thankfully seems to be the kind of establishment that doesn't see a whole lot of Hollywood fanfickers with closets lined with pictures of me. The wooden door is worn, and the once maroon awning above it faded to a mauvey pink. I really need the kind of anonymity the city is supposed to provide tonight, and this place seems like it survives on very limited patronage. I step under the awning and up to the heavy wood door without even reading the name. The word bar is all I need to see, and wring out my sopping wet shirt at the hem. It stretches and crimps, like I used to style my hair in the 90s, but I don't care. It doesn't matter if I paid an obscene amount of money for it. It has no actual value. If I'd gotten it from my grandmother or something, then I'd cry. As it is, all I have from my grandmother is a genetic predisposition for breast cancer. Apparently, she was a real hag. I know that sounds harsh, but from what I hear, it's a really generous reduction in terms. Prior to their split and practical abandonment, my parents had one common stance: hating my grandmother. My mom refused to talk about her, but my dad would talk about her all day long if given the opportunity. Cantankerous, self-centered, dysfunctional, and downright destruction-oriented, he'd say. I thought at first, when I was young and naive, that maybe they were exaggerating or that she'd only turned that way as a result of the death of my grandfather. But on the one occasion she babysat for me, an act of desperation by my parents when my brother broke his arm and they had to take him to the hospital, she took me to my grandfather's grave. I thought it was sweet. her missing him so much she wanted to visit. Until she spat on it. I'm talking loogie-hawking, full-fledged phlegm-watt spat right in the center of his tombstone. Splat. It was freaking unbelievable to witness. I was never a tattletale, but for a 7-year-old, being an accessory to spitting on the grave of a loved one was too big to keep to myself. So as soon as my parents got home, I told them what happened. And I never saw my grandma again. Maybe it was for the best. But sometimes on days like today, I wonder if she was really as bad as they say, or if she'd just had enough of the world. Maybe a little of her influence would have been worth it. But seeing as she died several years ago, I'll never get the opportunity to give a relationship with her a shot. Rest in peace, you old bird. Send me a sign occasionally, would ya? I shake out my hair like a dog. Completely unladylike and fucking liberating as hell, and a victorious smile creases the corners of my lips as I pull the door open to step inside. Hallelujah. I have officially made the greatest escape in the history of great escapes. Even Houdini has nothing on me tonight. A few patrons turn to look over their shoulders, but other than that, they ignore me. It's the nicest feeling in the world. I step up to the bar and pull out the only thing I brought with me, a plastic card emblazoned with my agent's name. Ironic, huh? Being so rich you could have anything you wanted, and still having to use someone else's card you essentially stole because you don't have any money on you? Yes, stole. I fucking stole Heidi's credit card while I was making a vanishing act from my entire team. I just up and left everyone. My security, my manager, every damn one, at the television studio where Niall Beans films his dumb show. Surely I'm in for one hell of a shitstorm tomorrow. But I can't bring myself to care. I needed this. I deserved this. And tonight, I shall enjoy being myself for once. Nerves overwhelm me suddenly as I sidle up to the front of the bar and slide onto a bar stool. It didn't occur to me until this moment that I've never done this before. Ordered my own drink, I mean. Ludicrous, I know, but I've been in the business and at least somewhat famous since well before I reached drinking age. If I wanted something, I was never the one to go to the bar. Flailing emotionally as the bartender approaches, I do the only thing I can and draw upon the only experience I have, the fake kind. I did a movie once where I went to the bar to order for my friends. Oh my God, am I completely overthinking this? I've gotta be. Just order the damn drink. The bartender steps up in front of me and jerks his head up and out. I sit there for a few seconds, waiting for him to ask me what I want. But when he doesn't say anything within a reasonable amount of time, I worry I've flubbed it. Evidently, he already asked me what I want with the jerk of his chin. I'll, take a vodka and cranberry. He narrows his eyes slightly, like maybe he doesn't approve of my choice. No big deal. I might be offended if I'd made my selection confidently, but given my limited experience in this area, I just went with the first thing that came to mind. I'm hoping to everything I can stomach the harsh liquid enough to numb some of my emotions. But knowing myself well enough to admit I'm probably 99% bluster when it comes to suddenly turning into a booze hound. I add a glass of ice water to my order too, just in case. I watch closely as he pours the vodka halfway up the glass, the clear liquid slinking and sliding to cover the ice cubes at the bottom. And then I take a big, huge, deep breath and bask in the moment of true autonomy. I am, for once in my life, my own woman, even if only for a little while. I startle as a man pushes into the bar next to me. His hair, as wet as mine, was pre-canine shake. Droplets drip off the dark brown ends and onto the surface of the bar as he flags down the bartender with the wave of a finger. He's certainly done the whole bar thing on his own before. The stranger glances my way with a small smile. I return it, and then he does a noticeable double take. Ah, fuck. Instantly, I move my gaze down to the bar as the panic of discovery overwhelms me. "I'm sorry," he says, juking a little farther into the bar to try to get a better look at my face. I try to shield it without looking like I'm shielding it. I don't know that my efforts don't make me look spastic, but I can't seem to help myself. Grr, and this was going so well. "Do I know you?" I shake my head without looking up, hoping my dark hair is covering my face enough to hide my apprehensive expression. "You just look so familiar. I could have sworn you had the same smile as..." He shakes his head, and in a moment of weakness, powered by overwhelming curiosity brought on by his sumptuous, deep voice, I look up to meet his eyes. They're green and inviting and seem to go on forever. And at the sight of me, they warm immediately. "Rocky Weaver, is that you?" Did he just say Rocky? Holy hell, talk about an awful nickname blast from the past. My heart trips over itself as it takes off at a run. No one other than my brother has called me Rocky in 25 years, which means no one has used it in 8.
Hey friend, you've been listening for a bit now? Let's take a tiny break. Here's some music to unwind. This is a free audiobook experience, and we're glad you're here.
And the sensation is overwhelming. The little tomboyish girl everyone knew as Rocky, a nickname given to me by my then 5-year-old brother because he wasn't very good at saying Raquel, seems like an entire lifetime ago. And I guess it almost was. My blood thrums as I try to come to quick terms with the merging of new and old. It kind of feels like I've been in witness protection, and for the first time ever, I've been reunited with someone I used to know. Still, other than a vague familiarity to his face, I don't have a freaking clue who this guy is, and having him know me at all feels sketchy at best. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't remember your name." "Harrison Hughes. I moved away from California the summer after my 10th birthday." My body jolts like a surge of electricity has been sent coursing through it. Harrison Hughes. God. "Your brother," he continues. But before he can finish, I do it for him. "Hated your fucking guts." His answering smile is alarmingly brilliant. Truly, I've never seen someone to be so excited to be hated before. A soft chuckle leaves his lips. So you do remember me. I laugh. I can't help it. It's hard to forget the actual living, breathing bane of your brother's existence. Sure, I've done it for more than 2 decades, but that's because it's so much easier to be out of mind when you're out of sight. Now that he's here, in the flesh, all the memories feel omnipresent. The bloody noses, the pranks, the endless nights with a broody, distressed brother making family dinners a living hell. Harrison Hughes was a thorn in the Weaver family's side more times than I can count. Until he wasn't. The day he moved away, my brother burned all the things he'd stolen from him in effigy, except Harrison's Dallas Cowboys hat. I pilfered it for my, collectibles. Even at 5, I wasn't immune to the fact that my brother's arch nemesis was crushworthy. I suppose back then I had some kind of organic sense of what a hot older guy was. At least I thought I did. My sense of it now, sitting across from the version of him that's all grown up, would argue otherwise. My throat thickens and the air around us warms. My God, he is a good-looking man. Strong jaw, sharp, green eyes, and an award-winning smile. He too could be on the cover of magazines. Not to mention the way his rain-soaked clothes hug the taut lines of his powerful-looking body. I'm completely surprised when the bartender approaches, and he orders an iced tea. He must notice my interest because he turns to me with a small smile and a shrug. I'm not drinking today. I pick up my water and take a swig before replying. Me either. He looks to my vodka and cranberry on the bar, and I shrug. I thought I might, but I decided not to. His face is kind as the corner of his lip curls up and he shakes his head. Jesus, what a great surprise. A really, really nice one to get today. I blush a little as he leans into the bar counter with an elbow and turns his attention to me so that his body is squarely head-on. So, what have you been up to since then? He asks, casually tucking his foot onto the rung of the bar stool behind him. I choke on my water as a laugh fights for real estate in my throat. Are you asking me what's happened in the last 25 years? I question. And he nods enthusiastically with a grin. Pretty much. I smile sardonically. A thing or two. The truth is, the last 25 years have been filled to the brim. Shortly after he left town, my parents enrolled my brother Luca and me in an acting class, and at the teacher's praise, proceeded to run us through every audition in Hollywood. The Weaver siblings, they called us. As a brother and sister set, we did just about as much business as we could handle by the time I made it to my 11th birthday. My parents pulled us out of school and enrolled us in an independent education course, better known as homeschooling, to accommodate the hours. It only took my brother about a year to get his GED, and my focus quickly became very inadequately pointed at school. We worked hard and long, usually without any say in our own decisions. So by the time my brother's 18th birthday rolled around, he was a master of self-destruction. Drinking, drugs, partying, you name it, he was into it. After a few years of driving his own life into the ground, he left. Hollywood, fame, money, and me, unfortunately. Luca Weaver gave it all up. Some days I really miss having someone to commiserate with. And yet, giving up has never seemed like an option for me. I've invested too much time and work. And truthfully, I almost don't even know who I am outside of the fame anymore. I haven't even spoken to someone who didn't recognize me as Raquel Weaver, the virgin sex pot from the silver screen in more than a decade. That's probably why I'd forgotten how nice it is. A thing or two? He questions. You know, a little of this, a little of that, I add. And he just grins. I'm going to assume that's a summarized version, he says teasingly. And it's all I can do to nod. So, are you living here now, or still in California? What brought you to New York? What brought me to New York? Does he really not know who the persona Raquel Weaver is? No way I could be that fucking lucky. Right? Just a little vacation. I pull a bullshit reaction out of the air. Visiting some friends. That sounds nice. I'm sure this city has kept you busy. Well, it allowed me to talk about my virginity with a douchebag TV host, so yeah, I guess it's kept me busy. It is the city that never sleeps, I respond, and he just takes my answer like I'm not completely avoiding his question. This is nuts. Does he really not know? I search his eyes for most likely a beat too long, and when a neutral smile crests his lips, I feel like I've just won the lottery. This guy really only knows me from our childhood. That's it. Nothing else. Holy hell. But now that I'm pretty damn certain that he doesn't know anything about me, the celebrity, the notoriety, the money, I'm suddenly, overtly and embarrassingly nervous. Clammy hands, sweaty skin above my lip, an inability to swallow. I move my hands to my lap and clench them twice to try to get control of myself. It's an old trick I developed years ago during uncomfortable interviews, and trust me, I've done plenty of them. Interviewers usually get some kind of sick thrill out of asking women the most ridiculous questions on the planet, base case. Throw in my reputation as a sexed up, mythical, aging virgin, and they get downright bold. No one has ever outright asked me, point blank, about my virginity, and my plans to lose it, like Niall did tonight. But I can't say they haven't come close. Getting asked about my weight and undergarment preferences in front of my mom and dad and a million other people has become the cost basis by which I measure how much I'm being demeaned. Anything less than that anymore, and I don't even muster up the bat of an eye. Tonight, though, really made me feel like nothing more than an object intended for providing entertainment. My emotional well-being and privacy be damned. How? I swallow around the flex of a conversational muscle that's practically deteriorated. How have you been? Good. Really good, actually. I still live here in New York. He pauses and chuckles a little, swirling the glass the bartender left in a small circle on the bar in front of us. This is where we moved when I left California. I work for a great company, have a great group of friends, and I'm really happy with my life. Wow, how about the perfect wife and 2.5 kids? I ask sarcastically. It's a little rude, I know, but after the shit show of a day I've had, I'm feeling a little jealous of his normalcy. Thankfully, he laughs, despite my audacity. No wife or kids. I redden a little as he leans in slightly closer. No girlfriend, date for hire, complicated sexual friendship, or clingy one-time hookups either. It seems as though he's mistaken my insult for a fishing expedition. I smile candidly. Good for you. He barks another laugh, and I can't help but laser in on the twinkle in his eyes. It's almost like green glitter. Man, it's good to see you. And I see you still have the same attitude as the last time I saw you. I pull my wet hair into a gather at the back of my neck to get it to stop sticking, and then let it fall again. I'm not sure it's a compliment that I evidently still act like a 5-year-old. No, trust me, it is. You were always the best kind of ball-buster. Kind, but firm. He pushes a hand out in front of him in emphasis. The rest of you seems to have grown up completely, though. That, I know, I say, with an involuntary roll of my eyes. It's not until his eyebrows pinch together that I realize how freaking awful and self-centered I must sound. It's just that in this business, with the way things are, I, as an over-sexualized female public figure, hear about my appearance at least 50 times a day. Minimum. An appearance that's crafted by upwards of 10 professionals sometimes, and often looks very little like the real me. So it never even occurred to me that I took off all my makeup before I escaped from my dressing room on set. I'm wearing sweats, and that he might be paying me a genuine compliment. I sit back in my seat and wince as I really start to feel awful. Wow, sorry, I realize now that must have sounded... I wave a hand. It's complicated, but if you meant that as a compliment, I appreciate it. Well, I didn't mean it as an insult, he says with a teasing smile, a subtle dimple settling into the apple of his scruff-roughened cheek. Good God. The dimple. I'd completely forgotten about the damn dimple. My brother fucking hated that thing because all the 10-year-old little girls used to swoon for it. Those little ponytail wearers would shit themselves if they saw it now. Not to mention the sexy, scruffy facial hair 100% enhances it. Thanks, then. His responding smirk is playful. You're weird, but you're welcome. I'm weird? I ask, my jaw dropping, but my lips quirking up in amusement at the same time. Don't worry, that's a compliment too. He flashes a flirty wink, and my heart kicks up in rhythm inside my chest. In fact, you should probably just prepare yourself. I'm likely going to be complimenting you all night. All night? I feign a teasing scoff. That's a little ambitious, don't you think? He laughs, and the air in my chest arrests. Oh, wow. You have a dirty mind, too. He looks to the ceiling dramatically. How good can this get? I roll my eyes. It just seems presumptuous of you to assume you're going to see me for anything longer than the next couple of minutes. He shakes his head pointedly. It's not presumption, Rock. It's hope. God damn. This man... I think I'm in trouble. Yes, please.
Chapter 8. Harrison. Usually, sexy and nauseous are not synonymous, but the same can probably be said about a one-night stand with a secret virgin and an unexpected pregnancy. God, the swell of her stomach is sexy. It's an odd thought, finding a curved, pregnant belly so erotic, one made stranger by the timing of its delivery to my awareness, smack dab in the middle of several threats of vomit. I guess my face should be expecting a visit from your brother's fist sometime soon? I ask Rocky, in an attempt to take her mind off the nausea. What? She asks, her head still bowed toward her master bathroom sink. For my crimes. I can't imagine Luca Weaver has taken kindly to his mortal enemy getting his baby sister pregnant. Rocky rolls her eyes briefly, and I see it in the vanity mirror. It's a gesture I'm not expecting, and I have to admit, I don't understand. He'd have to know I'm pregnant in order to be angry about it. My eyes narrow. He doesn't know you're pregnant? He doesn't know anything about me. My chin jerks into my chest, and she turns from the sink to face me. We've been in here since we got back to her apartment, an overwhelming bout of morning sickness making it impossible for Rocky to feel comfortable talking anywhere else. Her last sentence and the absolute lack of sense it makes have me thinking the smell of the bleach in the toilet cleaner that was clearly recently used to sanitize the area is starting to get to one or both of us. You guys aren't close anymore? I ask, trying to make sense of it all. They were as close as two siblings could be before I left California all those years ago. I distinctly remember because I used to tease Luca relentlessly about being so involved with his much younger sister. I can't say I understand what I was making fun of back then, but as a 9-year-old little shit-stirrer, especially when it came to Luca Weaver, I would have picked on anything.
You really are numb to the goings-on of Hollywood, huh?
I shrug. I have no good defense other than apathy. I never had much interest in keeping up with the lives of celebrities, certainly a side effect of being Hall Hughes's son, and I never invested any time in it. Ironically, that's all been flipped on its head, and as a result, I now have to deal with the consequences of knowing absolutely nothing. Ignorance, in this case, is not bliss. It's just a position behind the curve and leaves a hell of a lot of catching up to do.
Luca left the summer after he turned 26. Moved somewhere.
She shrugs.
I don't know where. He couldn't take this life anymore. The pressure and expectation of it all combined with having no choice to change it while he was here. My parents worked too hard to get us into the limelight to let him control the direction and wattage of the beam.
Rocky frowns as she recalls the sour memories.
Eventually, he just broke. Left all of it, and me, behind. I haven't spoken to him since. I don't even think he's got a phone wherever he is. Or if he does, I sure as hell don't have the number.
God, Rock. That's terrible. I'm really sorry. I had no idea. Abruptly, Rocky throws up one hand in my face and puts another to her mouth as her cheeks inflate. I don't even have time to question it before she shoves me out of the way and dives to her knees on the floor in front of the toilet. With a bowed back, she empties the contents of her stomach into the bowl of the toilet and grabs at the edge of the porcelain to steady herself against the heaves. Surprisingly unaffected by the wholly icky factor of being privy to someone else's bodily fluids, I rush to the cabinet by the sink, search the shelves for a washcloth, and wet it under the faucet. I sink down behind her as gently as possible and try to make myself as unobtrusive but comforting as I can. Unfortunately, my quiet for her benefit makes it all too easy to hear everyone else right outside.
What about a fall from grace?
A prepubescent-looking PR lackey suggests outside the bathroom as I rub Rocky's back and drop the cold washcloth on the back of her neck. I can just see him through the crack in the door at his perch on the arm on the couch.
Britney-style breakdown. We all know that brings big numbers. Big numbers, sure, another voice says. Breakdowns bring publicity, but not work and paychecks. We need to try to keep this as positive as possible.
Should she take an oath of re-virginization? Someone else asks, and a surge of anger tightens my chest. They're talking about Rocky like she's not even a person. I'm sure she's used to it, but I don't think I'll ever see it as anything other than it is. Fucking ludicrous.
Gonna be hard to spin the virgin tale as she gives birth, Wilson.
Right. They all laugh a little, and I stand up with the help of the tub, my body volunteering to get in there and talk some sense into these motherfuckers. It's been years since I've felt this kind of upset. The physical, nerve-scraping, blood-pumping, chest-tightening kind. As I've aged, I've matured by developing a much more practical sense of emotion. But right now, standing behind the woman carrying my baby as she vomits everything she's eaten into the toilet while other people talk about her life so callously, it's like I'm 9 years old all over again. Back then, though, the face I would have been ready to put a fist in would have been her brother Luca's.
So, what's the best angle? He asks. We've already seen some of the fan base shifting. They really don't like the idea of sex out of wedlock, let alone a baby. So why don't we give them a wedding? The lackey suggests again. Find a good pairing for a fiancé and father figure, and when the smoke clears in a few years, we can get the divorce support. Single mother left behind. It works on both ends.
It could work. Her manager, Heidi, muses. her irritating, unforgettable voice coming from somewhere out of sight.
But we'll have to find a good match. Somebody on the upsweep. Choir boy image.
The lackey snaps.
Ben Huddleston.
He smiles as he looks around the room and stands to pace along with his thinking.
They've been rumored to date before. He just put out American Gold to amazing reviews. He's clean cut, he's career building, and he hasn't dated lately. He's a perfect fit. Get on the phone with his people. See if you can take the temperature on a scenario like this without making an actual pitch.
Heidi, Rocky's callous manager, laughs.
Bonus points if you can somehow make them think it's their idea.
My feet move without thought, taking me slowly from the bathroom out into the living room where the crowd is gathered. They've all got their heads down, typing frantically on their phones and scribbling notes on tablets until Heidi catches my motion out of the corner of her eye and snaps her gaze up to meet mine.
Is she about ready?
She asks without preamble.
We have to be out of here in 10 minutes if we're going to make her meeting.
No inquiry into her health or happiness. Not one inkling about how she's handling all this, or if she can keep a drink of water down. The meeting is going to have to wait, I say. She's still not feeling well. Heidi's face pinches with noticeable annoyance.
Going to have to wait? No. The producers of Homebound wait for no one. People wait for them. We've been trying for 3 months for this opportunity. There is no waiting.
I'm about to tell her the producers can go fuck themselves when Rocky skirts around me and speaks.
It's okay. I'm fine. I'm ready.
Heidi's eyebrows become one even as she nods. She snaps her fingers over her shoulder, and a couple people rush us.
Let's do a little hair fluff, honey,
the woman says while the man reaches for some brushes that are in a holster at his side.
Just a little touch-up, pumpkin,
he says, whipping out a case of something from the other side, dipping a brush in it, and swiping it across Rocky's face without pause. I watch intently as the woman I know disappears, and someone else emerges. Heavy red lips, carved cheekbones, and startlingly perfect eyebrows. This is the Raquel Weaver the rest of the world knows, even expects, I guess. I much prefer the other woman, the kid I used to know. Clean, natural face and a beautiful, genuine smile, the woman I see when I think of the night we spent together. I want so badly to advocate for her again, to ask her if she's sure she's okay, but it's not my right to question her decisions. She's a grown woman with her own mind, and I have to trust it. Even if we were in an actual relationship, the only time I'd want to speak for her is if she couldn't do it for herself. Of course, just because I know these things doesn't make them easy. The practice is a whole lot harder than the realization because, fucking hell, do I want to go Hulk smash on these assholes right now. Instinctually, I am the alpha male. I want to protect her. I want to pre-sort any and all trouble she may be forced to deal with and send through only the rainbows and sunshine. But I know in the end, we'll both benefit so much more if I don't stand in front of her or behind her, but beside her. The lackey paces behind the crowd with his hand to his Bluetooth earbud like it somehow helps him hear better. I wouldn't know since I've never used one, but I feel like if you have to hold it in your ear as you use it, it defeats the purpose of using it at all. Putting your phone to your ear would take the same amount of energy. Rocky rubs at her stomach and closes her eyes as the hair and makeup people continue to work on her. I finally find my voice. Sorry to state the obvious, but if you want to project the image of a father figure, why don't you use the actual father figure? The room quiets to an immediate hush as people look pointedly among one another. Heidi breaks the silence pretty quickly, though, with a discordant laugh. My eyebrows pinch together as I cross my arms over my chest and wait for an explanation. When I don't take up laughing with her, Heidi quiets and pulls up one corner of her mouth in a smirk. Gallant offer, but a prostitute isn't really the image we're going for. Heidi! Rocky chokes on her own saliva as my spine straightens without prompting. I'm not a prostitute.
Heidi rolls her eyes. Right. A high-end escort. No, I say immediately. Not an escort either. Not a hooker or a stripper or a date for hire. Just a CFO in a widely known company. Why in the world would you think he's a prostitute? Rocky interjects. You think I had to hire someone to have sex with me? Raquel? Heidi starts, her voice an annoyingly demoralizing placation. I interrupt before she can go any further. So what about me? I'm the father of this baby. I'm willing to be the fake fiancé. You mean you're willing to be the opportunistic coward who found his way to stardom by tricking the world's most favorite virgin into sleeping with him? I can feel the blood surge in my veins with protest, and my throat immediately turning thick. I'm not some fucking vulture, plundering the weak to have some chance at stardom, I correct brusquely. I couldn't give two shits about celebrity. I just want to be there for Rocky and our baby. Heidi smiles like nothing I've said holds any merit. Maybe that's not your intention, dear, but that is what they'll say about you. And the aggression of your reaction illustrates the fact that you're not prepared to handle it. Not even close. In fact, you're not prepared to handle even a fraction of a % of the allegations and questions they'll throw your way. She snorts a laugh and takes up a pace in front of the couch that's reminiscent of a lioness circling her prey. Drugs, cheating scandals, sexually transmitted diseases, they'll try it all. You'll be a walking, talking pariah, and you can't even imagine the havoc that'll wreak on Raquel. The stress of someone she cares about, for God knows why, going through all of that at her expense. She shakes her head. It'll torment her. And I don't think I have to remind you what stress can do to an unborn baby. This woman. I'm pretty damn certain she just might be the scum of the earth. A fucking con artist of words. I grind my jaw as Rocky worries her lip beside me and shrugs. Maybe she's right. I don't want you to go through this garbage because of me, Harrison. Heidi smirks to celebrate her victory, and it's all I can do to cover my rage with a deep, calming gulp of air. When we got together that night, I thought I was finding comfort and fun in an old friend. Turns out I was corrupting Hollywood's most famous good girl. I never could have fathomed the consequences, or that I wouldn't have any say at all in how to deal with them. Being in charge of my own destiny is out. Ben Huddleston is in, the stupid PR schoolboy announces to the room, and I have to bite my tongue to keep my true thoughts to myself. I may be the father of the baby growing inside Rocky's belly, but I know I don't get a vote in any of this. It doesn't matter that I think it's all a bunch of bullshit. We are not in a relationship. I haven't earned any sort of say in her decisions or her life. Plus, running someone else's life has never been my style, not even with someone I'm in an actual relationship with. Still, though, it doesn't negate the fact that hearing another man's name, whether he's a fake fiancé publicity stunt or not, feels like a knife to my fucking chest.
Chapter 9. Raquel. I'm certain Beyoncé wasn't talking about my situation when she wrote the song Single Ladies. Yesterday, I was a single woman with an uncertain future. Today, I'm an engaged, expectant mother with her future laid out in a very carefully crafted 10-point plan. Shortly after hearing from Ben's people that he was on board with the sham romance turned parenthood, Heidi and the rest of my team got to work. They camped out in my living room, probably in some futile effort to make it seem like I was involved, and shamelessly picked out all the details of my future. They charted a course for the awards season and made appointments for appearances on all the talk shows as a loved-up duo, and schemed all the different stings they could set up with the paparazzi to really sell it and pick up a few extra bucks in the process. All the while, Harrison and I sat in my eat-in kitchen, searching for words to break the silence. It was awkward and forced. And the more the team planned for me to do with Ben, the more agitated Harrison seemed to become. Of course, agitated or not, he never broke tone. He was polite and patient, and he never raised his voice. He never even gave me anything other than a smile. It was just forced. Which is why I guess it shouldn't be all that surprising that I found a note from him under my front door this morning. Rocky, sorry to slip this note under your door like a phantom of the night, but it occurred to me after I'd already gone that I still don't have your phone number. I can understand why you guard it so closely, but for the sake of expediency and the future of our child, I figured a note was better than spending another $1 million to arrange a meeting. I wanted to wait around to talk to you in person, but I understand how busy you are. I have to head back to New York today to get some of my affairs in order, but I'm not entirely sure when I'll be back. But if you'll reach out to me, 212-555-6789, I'll let you know as I know. Call if you need anything. Anything at all. I'm only a plane ride away. Harrison. The first thing I did when I read the note was program his number into my phone. And then, the reality of my situation hit me like a hammer. The father of my child paid $1 million to talk to me, spent 24 hours in my crazy life, and now he's gone. I'm not sure what affairs he had to tie up in New York, but the open-ended way he promised a return fell flat like a damn pancake. And truthfully, I can't entirely blame him. My life isn't for the faint of heart. Hell, in some ways, it's probably not even for people equipped with a heart at all. It's often cold and calculating, and it moves at a blistering pace. I have nothing to offer him aside from a life on the sidelines and a baby he didn't plan. A baby that my lie made possible. God, I can only imagine how badly he'd hate me if he knew the very specific lie that led to all of this. I shake my head to clear it. I can't think about that now. All I can think about is what I can control. The here and now. He's gone, but it's for the best. Of course, I'll make sure to include him in the baby's life as much as he'd like, but he won't have to face any of the public scrutiny and ridicule. He deserves at least that much from me. I repeat my mantra again, just to emphasize the point to myself in a way my sad and hurting heart can understand. This is for the best. Ben will be here in half an hour, Heidi says, strolling in from my kitchen without warning and standing over me in my spot on the couch. I nod, but the rest of me, for all intents and purposes, is numb. Listen, I know you don't have a lot of experience with this, but take it from me, Heidi says, picking up a bottle of water, pouring its contents into a glass and handing it to me. Some men cannot handle being second fiddle. They can be sexy and mysterious and funny, but then you go and get more successful than they are or choose something over them and they turn into tantruming toddlers. My eyebrows pull together. Who in the hell is she talking about? She sits down on the arm of the sofa next to me and pats my shoulder awkwardly. Obviously, he's a successful guy. He's used to being powerful and in control, and he comes here, and he has to take a back seat. Your career is front and center right now, and maybe he thought if he could at least attach himself to you personally, it'd kind of be like he was at the same level you are. It's only now that I finally realize she's talking about Harrison. It's better for both of you if he leaves now. It's only going to get messier and harder as time goes on. And if he's willing to leave at the first drop of a fake fiancé who isn't him, he really isn't cut out for your world. What the fuck? She read my note? My jaw aches as I take in everything she's saying and try to chew on it enough to make it possible to swallow. I don't want to think badly of Harrison, or that this could really be the reason he would leave to go back to New York so quickly. But if I'm honest with myself, it could make sense. You don't want it to make sense, though. But why would he want to spend his time here, waiting on me to go from place to place? He's got a life of his own, one where he gets to be more than an accessory to a woman. God, the mere idea of that hurts like a bitch. I frown around the possibility of it all, but eventually I nod, though I can't decide if the nod is more for me or blabbermouth Heidi. Instantly she smiles and pats me on the hand before getting up to head over to my agent, Ruth Beslow, to have some sort of powwow. I put the glass of water to my lips and take a swig, wishing I were allowed to have something a little stronger, though I think we all know I wouldn't drink it anyway. Still, the water is at least cool against my dry throat, soothing the burn of uncertainty left behind from Heidi's monologue. I sit there like that for what must be a full 30 minutes, because the next thing I know, my doorbell is ringing, and Ben Huddleston and his team are strolling into my apartment like they own the place. I shift in my spot, curling a sweatpant-clad leg under my body and leaning into the arm of the couch with my elbow. My brand-new fake fiancé is picture-perfect movie star handsome, and the only thing I feel at seeing him is nausea. I shut my eyes briefly and try to distract myself from the near overwhelming urge to puke by thinking of a happy place. The beach, putting my toes in the sand. Think of anything that resembles happiness, Raquel. But when visuals of bright green eyes and one sexy dimple start to filter into my brain, I quickly open my eyes again and find Ben striding over toward me. "I'm Ben," he says without offering a hand. I nod. I know, obviously. I'm not sure who he thinks I think he is, but I suppose I could be being unfairly bitchy. It's polite to introduce yourself, Raquel, I remind myself. I stick out a hand, but he makes no move to take it as his eyes narrow on my face. Raquel. Right, he says with a laugh. You look different. I narrow my eyes and shrug. What was he expecting for this meeting? A ball gown? No worries, he comments, shuffling to take the seat on the couch next to me. You should be comfortable, I guess, carrying around a human and all. My face pinches into a frown. Okay, guys, Heidi says, interrupting our introduction. Frankly, it's the first time in what feels like an eternity that I've been happy to hear her start talking. Let's get organized. The Golden Globes are in 3 days, and we've had to rework both of your red carpet plans entirely. You'll be arriving together now in a single limo during the 4:00 hour. Ben settles into his spot, taking off his trendy leather jacket and tossing it onto the sofa right behind me. I'm not even sure why he had it on in the first place. It's 82 degrees outside. Nevertheless, I shake it off and lean forward a bit as he shifts in his spot to cross his ankle over his knee. He takes up half the space on my cushion, but I don't press the issue. I'm obviously feeling extra moody today. We're still on the phone with the seating people. I've been explicitly clear that it's unacceptable for you to be seated separately, and I'll keep pushing. But so far, they haven't been able to make the rearrangement happen. Is sitting together that important? I ask, picturing him taking up the same amount of goddamn space at the Beverly Hilton. At this rate, I won't even be able to lift my arm to put my fork to my mouth at the table. My stomach growls in a message from the baby. Eating is important. Heidi, and everyone else in the room, including Ben, laughs. You're engaged, Raquel. Yes, it's that important that you sit together. Ben pats my knee, and I suddenly want to start crumbling buildings like King Kong. I know it's at least partially the hormones, but dear God, does the man have absolutely no respect for the personal space of strangers? Fearful that I'll come out of my skin if I stay here any longer, I get up from my spot on the couch and make my way into the bathroom. I conveniently have to pee, so I take a deep breath, do my business, and wash my hands. After a brief pep talk in the vanity mirror, I make my way back out to the living room, only to find that Ben, the space hogger, is taking up my entire spot now. I maintain my approach because surely he'll move when he sees I'm returning. But I make it all the way to the arm of the sofa without him moving an inch. I clear my throat, and he looks up at me and smiles. No movement, no recognition, just blatant, freaking space hogging. I jerk my head toward my spot, ruling out any and all possibilities of being subtle. But he doesn't take the hint. I'm good, he says to me instead, like I was fucking offering to get him something. It's sudden, but I find myself unequivocally connected to the girl in The Exorcist. My head is quite literally spinning. This fucker has got to be the worst fake fiancé on record, and I've seen a lot of them. But Harrison is gone, and the horse is already out of the barn. There's no turning back. Golden Globes, here I come.
Chapter 10. Harrison. Frank Sinatra would probably roll around in his grave if he knew how quickly I'm leaving his beloved New York, New York behind. It's official. I'm leaving the place I've called home since I was 10 years old to head to the glitz and glamour of Hollywood, California. Although, personally, after being privy to the inner workings of Hollywood, courtesy of Rocky's manager and PR team, and God knows who else is on her staff, I'm not impressed. But I'm more certain now than ever that I'm doing the right thing. Moving to California allows me to be close to my future child, and, thankfully, I don't have to risk the career I've worked so hard for in the process. I will continue to work bi-coastally as Hawcom's CFO, and I'll be able to sleep easier knowing I'm close to the baby that's growing inside Rocky's belly. Some people might think I've lost my mind, but I've never been one to put too much thought into what other people think. I guess that's a gift I learned from my late father. I am the creator of my own destiny, and being the best father I can be is the destiny that I more than want to create. Boxes litter the room around me, the contents of which contain anything and everything I've acquired over the last 10 or so years of my life. My TV, though, still hangs on the wall in front of my couch, the screen alight with the pageantry of a Hollywood red carpet. Sadly, it took me a pathetic amount of time to Google what channel this award show was even on. It's the Golden Globes, by the way, not the Big Hollywood Night or the Famous People event, as I had originally searched. Rocky wears a floor-length, cream-colored gown with an embellished deep V in the front. It cuts down through her cleavage all the way to the apex of her growing baby bump. It's not huge yet, but I could swear she's grown. Our baby has grown, even since I left California 4 days ago. And I can't stop myself from wondering about the current state of her mind since she's yet to call me. I didn't want to leave without talking to her personally, but when Heidi answered her door early that morning, she said Rocky had already left for the day and wouldn't be back until that night. With a dinner meeting with my boss and one of our largest investors, I had to head back to New York. I figured writing her a personal note before I got on the plane would at least give her the option to get in touch with me anytime she wanted while I'm here. And I guess that's still true. She just hasn't wanted to contact me, I guess. This is hard, I remind myself. And it's harder on her. She didn't plan this baby any more than I did. And as she's the person actually carrying it, her life has been upended more than just theoretically.
She's had to change the way she does everyday tasks and adjust to all the new things this means for her career. Before me, she was the most popular virgin actress in Hollywood. She still got all the same pressures, except now she's knocked up. I watch her closely as she steps into the main frame of the camera and poses while photographers take endless pictures of her, the flashes like lightning in an otherwise clear sky. Her rich, dark brown hair is pulled loosely off her face in big, stylized waves, and her makeup is dramatic as always. With a cat-like eye and deep red lips, she doesn't look anything like the woman I know intimately, but there's no denying she looks beautiful. I have to admit, Tom, for as much as the world was expecting Raquel Weaver to be a virgin forever, she sure looks beautiful with a glow. I have to agree, Katerina. Can you even imagine the beauty of a Huddle Weaver baby? Katerina, the female commentator on the channel I'm watching, laughs charmingly at her co-host. The world isn't ready, Tom. Katerina and Tom, I mock softly. A Huddle Weaver baby, my asshole. Huddleston can blow me. Decked out in a navy velvet jacket, Ben steps up next to Rocky and poses for the camera. He pays little attention to Rocky next to him until the photographers start to call out feverishly about their unexpected love match. He turns to Rock then, wrapping an arm around her waist and using his other hand to make a dramatic statement by putting it lovingly to her stomach. I take another pull of whiskey and grit my teeth, shaking my head. And I thought there was no way I could hate this Hollywood awards show bullshit more. Watching Rocky with this guy is pure torture, and I'm not even entirely sure why. We're not a couple. We don't have plans to be a couple. We never were a couple. But that is my baby inside her stomach, masquerading as someone else's. And not just anyone else. A dick noodle like Ben Huddleston. His cheesy smile looks like he smells something foul. Fucking jackass. I flip the channel quickly, scrolling through the guide to ESPN and putting on highlights from the Mavericks playoff game to try to distract myself from the bullshit. Maybe watching a team I love that's owned by one of my best friends, Wes Lancaster, will put me in a better mood. Unfortunately, I only make it through a minute and a half of post-game commentary before clicking back over. Evidently, I'm a glutton for punishment. I probably should have gone to kickboxing today. Just let someone kick the shit out of me until I passed out so I didn't have to watch this shit. Sure, it's extreme, but I can almost guarantee it would feel better than this does. So, Ben, how's it feel to be an expectant father? The red carpet reporter asks annoyingly. Ben's smile turns irksomely horseshitty. It's great. I'm excited for the future and can't wait to see where it takes my little one. His little one. The fucker. The interviewer swoons, and I chuck a pillow at the TV. My smartphone goes off like a warning bell designed to remind me to calm down, but the truth is, it's not that smart. It's just a text message. I pick it up and click open the bubble. I don't bother to go after the pillow. Fuck that pillow. Cap. Yo, son, you watching the game recap? Me. I'm watching the Golden Globes. Cap. I'm sorry, what? Even in my despair, I realize pretty quickly how stupid it is to even consider telling Kaplan Hawkins about all this shit right now. Before I know it, he and the whole fucking gang would be at my door, and I'm not ready for that just yet. Quickly, I come up with an excuse to cover my ass. Me. I'm kidding. Of course I'm watching. Mitchell is looking good. Thankfully, the Mavericks make it relatively easy to lie. Cam Mitchell always looks good, so I know I can't go wrong there, and when I get done talking about him, it'll be easy enough to make stuff up about Leo Landry, Quinn Bailey, and Sean Phillips, too. They've been playing together for years, and they have a very distinct rhythm. Cap. Ha! You had me worried for a second, Horrison. Thought maybe the California air was getting to you. Me. Oh yeah, totally drugged. Meanwhile, I'm in New York. Cap. What the fuck? And you just... Weren't gonna tell us? Are you trying to hide shit from me? Me. What are you, my wife? Cap. Yes. I'm your male life partner, obviously. Now tell your lovey what the hell you're doing in New York. Me. I'm getting my shit. Cap. You're really going? Me. We'll talk at book club. Cap. You're coming to poker night? I roll my eyes and type out a response. Me. Why does this suddenly feel like a riddle? Yes, I'm coming to whatever the fuck it is that we do at Thatch's apartment. Cap. Don't be so high maintenance, bro. Just go with the flow. Me. Ah, yes. Advice from an expert in being easygoing. Cap. I've matured. Changed my ways. Ruby has shown me the light. He's so full of shit that even he has to know. Me. Uh-huh. Whatever you say, dude. And yes, I'll see you at Thatch's tomorrow night. Fuck. Tomorrow. When I actually have to face the honesty music with my closest friends. Cap. Okay, honey. I'll bring your light beer and a copy of People so we can go over the best and worst dressed. I don't even bother telling him to fuck off. Instead, I put the phone down and put the Golden Globes back on. It may be pure torture, but for today, I'll take it. Without a direct phone call from the woman on TV, this is my only window into what's going on in Rocky's and my baby's lives. Chapter 11. Harrison. The aroma of goodbye is in the air, and yet sausage is the only thing on the menu tonight. Ever since I arrived at Thatch's apartment a few hours ago, honesty about my move to California has been on the tip of my tongue. But with this group, it's not easy to take a stroll down Serious Lane. If anything, the longer the normal, ridiculous chit-chat continues, the further away from sanity the crazy train goes. All aboard? Next stop, nowhere rational. Chew! Motherfucking chew! My dick's a great white, son. Thatch challenges Cap at the top of his lungs, and my internal reaction is equal parts amused and frustrated. Cassie sees me coming in the bedroom, and she starts in on the Jaws theme song. Dun-dun, dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun. Ruby calls my cock the Meg, Cap retorts before Thatch can finish, perpetuating a ridiculous competition that started, if you can believe it, when Milo started talking about taking Maybe swimming with the dolphins. The camaraderie, for as ridiculous as it is, feels bittersweet given a conversation I need to somehow manage to have. But I know it's time to bring it up before everyone starts tapping out from tonight's poker night to head home to their wives and kids. This is the last time I'll be here for a while, and I've reached the now or never part of the evening. I have to bite the truth bullet before the moment is completely lost to more dick banter. Listen, guys, I try to cut in as they laugh and talk among themselves. There's something we need to talk about. I'm not sure that anyone hears me until I get a sarcastic response. I don't want to know about your yeast infection, Harry, Cap says with a smirk. Take it up with your lady doctor. I flex my clapback muscle for the sake of nostalgia before trying to bring the conversation back to the point. Don't worry, Cappy. I borrowed your Vagisil from your purse and used some of it already. This is about something else. Cap, of course, isn't quite ready to let go of the fun. Was that before or after you used my credit card to buy the new dress and heels your sad not billion-dollar bank account couldn't afford? I could explain the logistics of how inheriting my dad's fortune has turned me into a billionaire, and my uneasy indecisiveness about whether I should keep it or not. But to keep things simple, I roll my eyes and smile instead. Definitely after. Cap snorts. I try again, hoping the third time is the charm with this group of raucous billionaire leprechauns. This is serious. As serious as we get around here, I guess. So, not serious at all? Trent asks with a laugh, and I shrug earnestly. I'd like it to be. For just a couple of minutes. Klein gives the group a stern look as they all start to realize I'm not setting up for more of their one-liners,
and finally they all nod. If there's anyone who can influence them to pull their shit together, even briefly, it's Klein Brooks. There's a reason he's everyone's secret favorite. He's fun and funny, but he's also so fucking smart. Basically, he's the shit. Right. So, I told you I was probably moving to California. Still a terrible fluffing idea, Thatch interjects morosely, but Klein raises an eyebrow that quiets him. As best friends for decades, they've got a well-orchestrated routine with each other. Well, I start and then clear my throat. I could swear all of these macho fucking guys are already starting to look sad, and I haven't even said it yet. The somber mood makes it that much harder to speak my next words, but I know I'm saying them, doing it, for a reason. A good one. I'm officially going. Thatch tosses his cards down on the table dramatically, and I offer him a small smile before admitting, I know that's not what you want to hear, but the truth is, I'm going to be a father. The room explodes into all sorts of loud reactions. What the fluff? Thatch booms. You're what? Trent questions with wide, shocked eyes. What the hell? Wes asks, glancing around the room in surprise. Behind my back? Cap says dramatically, and besides stoic, rational Klein, the rest of the guys, Quincy, Milo, and Theo, just kind of sit there, looking at me like I'm not actually speaking English anymore. Explain yourself, mother fluffer, Thatch demands, and Klein gives him a look that says shut the hell up, but the big giant is beyond containing. You're leaving me to go to California, and you're going to be a father? What the fluffing fluff happening? Oh boy. Yes, I'm going to be a dad, but I can't tell you all the details right now, I answer, keeping my voice steady, and Cap is the first one to dive into the deep end of my vague pool. You can't tell your best fucking friends in the whole world the details? What the fuck, Harry? Yeah, what the fluff? Thatch chimes in again. Guys, I get it, and I'm sorry, but I'm just not ready to fully talk about it yet, I respond, hoping some rational part of them will understand. But the mother lives in California, and I'm determined to be a part of my kid's life, unplanned or not. My dad did one thing right, and that was being around. I don't know a hell of a lot about being a dad, but I figure I'll start there and build on the rest as I go. The room turns eerily silent, the weight of my words powerful enough to silence even Thatch and Cap. Jesus, I knew this wouldn't be easy, but I didn't think they'd take it this hard. You'd think I'm literally going to be gone forever with the way Thatch is staring back at me with big, sad puppy dog eyes. Look, it's not like you're never going to see me again, I say, trying to add some goddamn levity to the situation before Thatch starts to cry or something. I'm going to be around. I'll still be working bi-coastally with Hawcom. I'll still come to poker nights when I can. I just won't be able to be here all the time. Thankfully, Klein steps up to take the wheel. You're right, Harrison, and there's no doubt you're doing the right thing. He comforts before continuing on with some gentle advice. And it's going to be hard. I want to be honest with you. Hell, all of us with kids can be honest with you. The other guys nod. Pregnancy is a miracle. It's beautiful and amazing and, unfortunately, a big motherfucking roller coaster. Thatch laughs with a boom. Amen, Kleinhole. There are going to be a ton of hormonal bumps in the road. Be steadfast in your support, no matter how crazy it might seem. It'll reward you in the end. Klein finishes. And one by one, the rest of the guys join in with their tales from the front lines. It's rapid fire and chaotic, and to be honest, I'm not even sure I can tell who's telling me what. Get her anything she wants, anytime she wants it. Don't hog the bed. Turn out the lights when she tells you to, but don't be surprised when she changes her mind and yells at you for it being dark. Don't ask questions when she says she has to go to the bathroom again. She's going to have to go a lot. Just roll with it. If she asks you to rub her feet, rub them. Don't tickle, no matter how tempting it may be. Do not ever suggest she wear a different outfit, no matter the occasion.
She wants to wear shorts in December? Totally reasonable. She wants to wear a bathing suit to dinner? Let her do it. If she asks you to tell her how big she's getting, don't fucking do it. If you must, say the baby is getting big. But stay far, far away from the word big altogether. If she says things are happening that are not actually possible with the human anatomy, ignore them. Go along with them. She will rage if you do not. Don't, under any circumstances, allow her to have a strawberry milkshake while she's still getting sick. She will blame you for the rest of time for the repercussions, even if you were just doing as she asked. Don't ask questions at the doctor's appointments. They get really annoyed, but always come prepared with a list of questions, should they change their mind. This is very important. My head spins like a toy top, and my heart pounds so hard it signals my brain to laugh, just to ensure I'll get enough oxygen. Eyes soften around the room in support as I stutter my way through my truth. Guys, this is a little overwhelming. Oh, that's a good one, Quince says with a snap of his fingers. Don't ever say you're overwhelmed. Actually, don't mention your own feelings at all. She's going through all the same things and physically carrying a baby. You'll be trumped every time. I can't help but laugh as the rest of the guys nod their heads. Thatch's smile is a mile wide, almost as big as his body is tall, as I flounder through their crash course. What about what I should do? I'm hearing a lot of don'ts, and they're great, but it'd be helpful to know what to replace them all with. Right now it feels like I'm just going to stand there like a human black hole. Okay, Milo says through a laugh. Definitely tell her she's beautiful every day. She'll reject it, but in the end, she'll remember. Bring her what she's craving without being asked. If she drops a hint, take it immediately. The moods are often fleeting, Klein suggests. Deal with any family issues she has for her, but do it without telling her you're doing it. That'll just stress her out, Quince counsels. Go to the Lamaze class even if she says she doesn't want you to. She wants you to. They always want you to, Milo says sagely. When Cassie was pregnant, she really liked it when I sent extra bouquets of flowers from my dick. The whole room explodes in laughter, and I shake my head and lift a fake thumbs up. Not helpful, but great. So glad I know that now. Dote on her anytime it's possible. My wife loved to be doted on. Said it was her right as a pregnant woman, Klein says, bringing it back to reality. Talk about the baby. Tell her what stuff you're excited about. She's nervous, and that'll help her focus on the positive, Theo chimes in. On and on, just like before, my friends pile on more advice without judgment. There's nothing too small or too obvious. They tell me it all, and I eat it up like a starving man at a buffet. Let her sleep whenever possible without comment. She's going to get really tired and probably won't be sleeping well at night. Go to all the doctor's appointments. Actively ask when they are. Take her on dates so she still feels like she's got her own life going. It's going to be a shock to suddenly be a mom, especially if you guys didn't plan it. Don't drink or eat lunch meat or fish with mercury or sushi. She can't, and she's going to be fluffing pissed if you're doing it. She won't say she is, but she totally will be. Take pressure off her when you can, but don't suggest she's not still capable. They really hate when you imply they're not capable, even of reaching their shoes. And trust me, they can't fucking reach their shoes. Anything else? I ask as the speed of the suggestions starts to slow down. Give her as many hugs as she'll tolerate, and don't stop, ever, Klein says with a soft smile. She'll pretend she doesn't need them, but I guarantee, if you keep it up consistently, eventually you're going to be the one to comfort her when she needs it most. At the time she needs it most, Thatch adds, his words surprisingly wise. You have to find a way to always be the one she turns to in her time of need. Always be the one she turns to in her time of need. The words resonate in my mind and make me think about the night that led to all of this. Rocky pregnant, me moving to California, me becoming a father. Was I that someone for her 5 months ago? Chapter 12. The very, very early morning of August 16th, 1:45 a.m. Harrison. All grown up and au naturel has never looked better. For the 10th time tonight, I watch with avid interest as Rocky's tongue scores a path along the rosy palate of her plump bottom lip. She has no idea she's doing it, I can tell, but I am acutely, embarrassingly aware. The last time I saw this woman, she wasn't a woman at all. She wasn't even really a girl. She was a sweet kid with big violet eyes and a douchebag brother. And now she's an adult woman, sitting beside me in rhinestone-adorned sweatpants with gloriously messy, wild hair, sans makeup, and the kind of perfectly full lips that could drive a man insane. Trust me, I should know. Every time she licks her lips, I grow one step closer to a padded cell and a straitjacket. Okay, so that's probably a bit of an exaggeration, but the sentiment is the same. Rocky Weaver is a full-fledged woman with the kind of natural, gorgeous beauty I am seemingly powerless to resist. I haven't even thought about her in 25 years, but for some reason, after seeing her tonight, I can't stop thinking about the funniest memory of her brother Luca and me rolling around on her front lawn like a couple of heathens while she looked on, a bag of Doritos in her hand and a smile on her face. I never thought about it at the time, but now, rethinking it, I can't get over the amusing fact that she never once made a move to do anything to stop us. Most girls I knew back then would have run shrieking into the house, tattling to her mom or her dad or anyone she could find in an effort to get us to quit pounding on each other. But Rocky just stood there, eating her Doritos with orange-stained fingertips and watching us fight, a small smile playing at the tiny corner of her mouth. I want to know so badly what kind of woman that girl turned into. What I've seen so far lives up to the hype and then some. So, what about favorite shows? I ask, striving to find an easy way to delve further into the inner workings of her clever mind. And even though I haven't a fucking clue what's actually on television these days, I figure it's worth the shot if it gets her talking. Give me the good stuff, the real guilty pleasure, afraid to tell other people kind of stuff. She quirks a cute, questioning brow, and I have no problem explaining further. What people are willing to watch on constant repeat tells so much about them. I toss a secret smirk in her direction. I have to know if we're compatible. Holy hell. She throws back her head and laughs. It's a loud, free, gorgeous fucking laugh, and I'm 100% down to keep this woman laughing like that for the rest of the night. Hell, if I have to don a clown suit and tap dance across the bar, I'll do it. What kind of shows are you even talking about? She asks, meeting my eyes. Like Saved by the Bell? Saved by the Bell? Is that the show that used to have the hot cheerleader chick? Fuck if I know, but I'm pretty certain that show is old enough to be the grandmother of anything that's currently rolling on TV. How about something a little more current? Don't you ever just sit at home and watch reruns of Project Runway for hours on end? Truthfully, I've never watched Project Runway, but I've heard Thatch gab about that fucking show enough at our poker night turned book club turned back to poker night to have an idea of the overall details. No, I've never seen it, she answers with a curious tilt of her head. Should I? Well, I hear Tim Gunn is the best in the biz. Per Thatcher Kelly, everyone and their mother loves Tim Gunn. Me, on the other hand, I don't have a clue who he is or what he does. You hear? You don't watch it yourself? An amused giggle escapes her pretty little mouth, and it's music to my ears. Instantly, I smile. Nah, I've never seen it. She crinkles her nose. What do you mean you've never seen it? That I've never had occasion to watch it. Then why are you giving me a hard time? She nearly shouts between another round of giggles. Because you should, and so should I wink. Why don't we pick a day to do nothing but sit around and let Project Runway episodes roll right from one into another? She quirks one eyebrow. Do you even know what that show is actually about? No, but that's why this is perfect. You've never seen it, and I haven't a fucking clue what I'm getting myself into. Rocky snorts. Sitting around all day isn't really something that happens in my world. Busy lady, huh? She takes a gulp of her drink and nods before biting her lip. You could say that. What are you up to? I ask. I barely asked you anything about yourself. Tell me something. Tell me anything. She balks for a minute before finally turning to face me with serious, piercing eyes. I'm kind of living a double life. Secret Agent Rocky Weaver? I ask with a laugh. She nods, and a playful smile starts to slip across her lips. Very top secret stuff. I spend a ton of time pretending to be someone I'm not, moving in circles I otherwise wouldn't. Just the other day, I was in a car chase where I had to outmaneuver a group of guys. Okay. So you don't want to tell me personal details. I can handle that. I chuckle and raise up both hands in acquiescence. How about you tell me something that's completely unimportant about yourself, then? Something no one knows, but is insignificant in its detail. Something no one knows. She stares at me for a long moment, running her fingertips across the surface of the bar. It can be anything, I encourage, and a little secret smile kisses her mouth. Well, she pauses, but eventually continues. I wrote vulgar letters to my grandmother as a kid, complaining about my parents, and hid them under my bed. Vulgar? I ask, and she nods. How explicit are we talking? Like unedited rap songs, I guess? She shrugs, and that smile of hers turns shy. I called my dad a pussy in one of them, she admits softly, and I can't stop myself from throwing back my head and howling with laughter. Oh my God, that's amazing. Probably the best secret anyone has ever told me. A blush joins the smile party on her pretty face. But I have to know, why your grandmother? And why didn't you ever send them? Because my grandmother was crazy. It felt like somehow she'd understand me, even if I was being ridiculous. But my parents didn't get along with her, so I didn't see her. I didn't even have her address. She laughs. Though I doubt I'd have had the guts to send them even if I did. If she and your dad didn't get along, she was probably the perfect person to send a letter in which you called him a pussy. I chuckle and shake my head. God, I'm dying to know why you were calling him a pussy in the first place. That's pretty damn hilarious. I mean, I knew your parents in a very remote, removed sense, but I didn't have any real occasion to know anything other than that they were always very punctual when coming to get your brother from the principal's office. Mine were always a little late. I can't say I remember the exact incident that incited the word pussy, she explains further, but I believe it had something to do with the way he always rolled over for my mom. Sometimes it's good to let your wife set the pace, I offer a knowing smirk. They don't have that saying, happy wife, happy life, for nothing. Yeah, but it wasn't created for my mom. The exact opposite, actually. She was never really happy, and my dad let her bully him into decisions that were questionable. Wow, Rock. That's some really personal shit for a non-personal conversation. It is some deep shit. But the fact that I'm here, at this bar, on the same day I buried my dad is evidence that I'm certainly not one to judge. She sinks her face into her hands and laughs. God, you're right. What have you started here, Doctor? How much do you charge for the hour? Oh, no, I admit, more than ready to allow my own personal baggage to serve as her salve. You don't want me as your therapist, baby. I've got my own psychological issues when it comes to my parents. I've come here tonight, I whisper, straight from my dad's funeral. Oh my God, she says, putting a delicate hand to her mouth. I'm sorry. I shrug. Yeah, see, I'm not. Her eyebrows jump up, and I laugh.
I told you I had my own issues. So you're saying we're both head cases? She asks, and the soft relief in her voice makes my chest feel 1,000 times lighter. I chuckle and shrug again. If the shoe fits, well, whatever. I guess I've been called worse. I blow out my chest in mock masculinity. By whom? I say, lowering my voice to a timbre reminiscent of Tarzan. Show me man, and I beat with club. She giggles before taking the last sip of her water. Usually it's people I don't even know, I'm afraid. The sentence doesn't exactly make a ton of sense to me, but I don't spend too much time on it. I just did a caveman impression, so I'm hardly the right person to hold either one of us to any kind of standard at this point. The bartender brings over another round of water and iced tea and slides them onto the bar top in front of us, distracting both of us from the conversation unfolding for a brief moment. We simply smile at each other before taking a swig of our fresh drinks. Tonight is so damn unexpected. No doubt I didn't anticipate finding an old California nemesis's sister in a bar in Manhattan, but I really didn't expect to end this day having a good time. It's been a long time since I've chatted with a woman in a way that didn't feel forced, and I spend plenty of time chatting with women. I've certainly dated my fair share over the years, and then some. But now that my friends have all found their soulmates, it's like I've got nothing but free time to fill. Sure, I'd like to find what they have, but I'm not set on it either. I mean, while they're busy at home with their wives and kids, I'm busy meeting different women and banging my head against a wall. Of course, sometimes it's because we're having the kind of sex that shakes a room. Sometimes it's because I'm bored out of my mind. What about you, then? She finally says, pulling me from my thoughts. I've given you one of my deepest, darkest secrets. It's only fair that you give me one of your own now, isn't it? I suppose you're right. I put a finger to my chin and ponder. A secret. What do I even have that I can... She rolls her eyes and cuts me off dramatically. Oh, God, give me a break. Start with something easy. How many women have you slept with? My brows shoot to my hairline. You think that's an easy question? She snorts. It's not. Jesus, how high is the number that you can't count it? It's not hard because of the math involved, I correct with a laugh. It's hard because that's the kind of thing a man usually keeps close to the vest, just in case the answer is something that might scare off the woman he's currently talking to. You can't scare me, she insists. Right. You can't. She loops a finger over her chest in a crisscross. I promise. I won't hold it against you. We all have our pasts. I groan. Come on, I was practically a closet gangster. God damn, she's so fucking cute. Fine, I finally concede, somehow completely unable to not give in to everything she asks of me. It's somewhere in the neighborhood of 20. She chokes on her drink, and I have to pat her on the back violently as I shake my head. I told you this was a bad idea. No, she denies. 20 is fine. 20 is, well, it's just 2 10s put together, you know? It's just 20. I nod and bite my lip to fight my laughter. I'm familiar with the number, obviously. So, how does one go about sleeping with 20 women? I shrug. I don't know. It's pretty easy, I guess. I've had a couple of moderate-length relationships, but nothing that lasted years. If you consider the fact that I've been sexually active since I was 16, and I'm 34 now, that's really only about 1 a year. Her eyes bug out. You've been having sex since you were 16? Yeah, I answer with a laugh. Why? When did you lose your virginity? She waves me off, her cheeks heating, and instantly I'm mesmerized by the idea of watching that blush travel all the way down her chest and onto her breasts. I try to shake off my thoughts and concentrate on her as she laughs. We're talking about you, not me. You already got a secret out of me. And I only get one tonight? Yes. Fine. I take a sip of my drink. So, 20? I sigh. Yes, 20. Jesus, now I feel like I need to go take a bath in some holy water or something. It's not really that many, is it? No, she says comfortingly. 1 a year is pretty reasonable, I guess. Thank you. So, who was your favorite? I spray my drink all over the bar, and she giggles. What the hell happened to one secret? That was for me, not for you. She doesn't hesitate to respond. You have to tell me as many secrets as I want. Is that right? Absolutely. And why is that? I ask. Because you said before you're hoping to see me for a while. That's right, I affirm. Well, the only way you're going to keep me around is if you continue to tell me things to keep me interested. I've had a rough day, and you could be the one to help me turn it around. Me? Be the one to turn this day around for her? Well, hell. Count me all fucking in.
Chapter 13. Raquel. I never would have thought a real-life version of live PD could take place in my apartment. But I also never would have thought I'd be a woman who gets pregnant after having sex for the first time in her whole freaking life. When my bodyguard opens the door to my apartment, the last thing I expect to find in front of it is Harrison Hughes. Unfortunately for Harrison, my bodyguard seems just as surprised. I don't even get a full second of eye contact before Freddie grabs him by the throat and spins him around to slam his back against the wall. Oh, for the love of God. I let out a scream. Not helpful, I know, but it's the only thing I can seem to manage under the circumstances. As Harrison's hands shoot to his throat out of instinct, and the skin of his neck at the edge of Freddie's hands looks red and distressed. Freddie! Fred! No! I scream at the top of my lungs, and it shocks my bodyguard long enough to make his eyes meet mine. Let him go! I know him! When my wits finally out-wrestle the freak-out in my head and the squeezing, violent suppression of life hasn't ceased, I clarify. Gah! You know him, Freddie. It's Harrison. Oh. Instantly, Freddie Bones releases his hold, and as a result, Harrison's feet once again find their home on the floor. Sorry, bro. It's all good. Harrison just chuckles and adjusts his shirt. I step out into the hall and fret my teeth into my lip as Freddie steps back inside and shuts the door behind him, leaving Harrison and me alone. And we sit under a cloak of silence for nearly a full minute before I timidly force myself to speak my mind. I thought you'd gone back to New York. It's been nearly 2 weeks since he left me that note. And those 2 weeks felt like an eternity. I did, to get my stuff. Harrison smiles, the dimple settling into his cheek ever so noticeably. I also had to pull some strings, namely promising the previous tenant season tickets to the New York Mavericks, along with the rest of my more than generous offer. But I managed to get an apartment downstairs. I hope that's not too forward of me, but I wanted to be close enough to help you with anything you might need. Cravings, putting furniture together, whatever. My head spins. He moved here? Into the same building as me? To be here for me and the baby? Holy hell. My tongue is tied like freaking shoelaces, and I can't get my thoughts together to form words before he takes my silence the wrong way. I mean, I know you have other people who can do that stuff for you, obviously. He adds, his voice starting to resemble quiet and unsure. And if you'd prefer that, that's totally okay. But if you'll let me, I'd like to be as involved as possible. Jesus Christmas. I thought he was gone. But it's completely obvious that leaving for good was never what he intended. He really went back to New York to get his affairs in order. You moved here? For me? Yeah, he affirms with a nod. You and the baby. Sorry I didn't call, but to be fair, you never sent me your number. He up and left everything in New York to come here. For me. The woman who lied to him. The woman who didn't tell him she was pregnant because the shame and guilt of her lies were too overwhelming. Not to mention the same woman whose life is a fucking mess and has her stupid fake fiancé that she can't even stand currently sitting inside her living room right now. The responsibility of it all feels like 1,000 pounds on my shoulders. Harrison, I don't really know what to think of, well, us, I whisper, staring down at my feet. God, I don't know what to say. I don't know how to handle this. I feel way too responsible for being the reason he uprooted his life. I mean, just because we slept together doesn't mean we're right for each other. My words feel wrong and bitter as they leave my lips. But somehow, some way, this enigma of a man just takes it all in stride. Oh, he says with a laugh. No, I mean, sure, I like you. But that's not the idea here, Rock. No strings, no complications. I just want to be here for you and the baby we made together. I'm not expecting you to drop everything for me. Hell, I'm not expecting you to drop anything for me. Yet you dropped everything in your life for me, I respond as I worry my teeth into my lip. What about your friends, your job, your... Rock, he gently interrupts me. I'm not sacrificing as much as you think I am. I'll be working bi-coastally for Hawcom. Truthfully, it was a move the company already needed to make. And I'll go back to New York from time to time. Don't feel guilty about this, okay? This is my choice, he says, conviction evident in his voice. I want to be a part of the baby's life. And seeing as you live here and the baby lives here, it makes sense to me that if I want real, constant contact, I'm going to have to live here too. Simple as that, huh? I ask, and he nods. Simple as that. Tears spring to my eyes, and I have to bite at my tongue almost viciously to stop them. Still, I allow myself the vulnerability it takes to put my arms around his shoulders and pull his body close to my own for a hug. He settles his hands tentatively on my hips before burying his face in my hair and smiling. I can feel it against my ear. We made a baby, Rock. I can still hardly fucking believe it. I giggle, the snot in my near-ugly cry making it sound a little sniffly. Me neither. And I've got the dang thing growing inside of me. Harrison pulls away first, the smile responsible for the curve of his mouth stretching all the way into the light green flecks in his eyes. Do you want to come inside? I ask, shyly. I'm not usually the overly introverted type, but this is a situation I've never even come close to walking through before. How do you treat the father of your unborn baby when you aren't dating, but you don't have an ugly, sordid past of divorce and fights and hurt feelings? I don't know the answer, but my body seems to know enough for me that I don't really need to. The baby seems content when he's around, and if I'm honest, so do I. We're in the middle of a meeting right now, but I have a doctor's appointment later today. You could come if you want to. His responding smile damn near takes my breath away.
I'd love that. Yeah.
Well, come on in then. I push open the door, holding it wide behind me as Harrison steps in, and it takes less than a second for all eyes to be on us. Truthfully, though, I'm shocked I didn't at least find Heidi with a glass against the wall for better eavesdropping. Look who's here, I say excitedly. But the response from the room is considerably less enthusiastic. Harrison doesn't let it bother him, at least not that I can see. Ben Huddleston is the first to climb off the couch and stick out his hand. It's not his normal behavior, and seeing as he has no idea who Harrison is, I have to believe he thinks he's someone important in the business. Harrison's smile is slightly brittle as he takes Ben's hand in his own, but he doesn't falter.
Ben Huddleston. I'm the fiancé.
My chest tightens as Ben reaches out to me and puts an unwelcome hand on my stomach, a physical implication of the rest of his role. Harrison's face is a mask devoid of emotion, but I can only imagine what's simmering below the surface. This is so freaking uncomfortable, I can hardly stand myself. What am I supposed to do here to make this bearable? I chew on my lip and shift from foot to foot, but when nothing else seems even remotely viable, I pull a Leighton Bosdale and check out as a matter of convenience. Leighton Bosdale, by the way, was a girl in my first acting class who used to faint all the time. Call me a coward, I don't care. But it's the only damn way I can slither myself out of this awkward situation before everyone in the damn room chokes on it. Eyes shut. I'm hugely conscious of the way I go down, making sure to bend my knees enough to cushion the fall. The room erupts into chaos around me. But Harrison is the first person to take any real action, checking my pulse with care and putting an ear to my mouth to check for breathing. His smell envelops me in its comfort.
She's all right. Probably just got lightheaded.
He moves his hands to the sides of my face and elevates my chin as he talks to me.
Rocky, wake up, baby.
He taps my face off with his hand gently, and I do some of my best acting as I come back to consciousness.
Rock, there you are. You're okay.
He assures me calmly.
Does anything hurt?
I shake my head gingerly in his hands, studying the varying shades of green in his eyes with unchecked scrutiny. If there's ever a time I can get away with being creepy in my stare, it's now. I don't waste the opportunity. Good Lord, he's handsome. My baby daddy is truly a certified fox.
Everybody clear the couch, Harrison orders.
With one arm behind my knees and the other around my back, he scoops me up from the floor like I weigh nothing. You must have paid a visit or two to Tommy John's while you were in New York, huh? I ask, still staring deep into his eyes, and he laughs.
You remember that?
I nod. Truth is, I remember everything from that night with embarrassing detail. Pretty sure you mean you remember everything about him. Everyone scatters from the couch as he approaches it and lays me down, tucking a throw pillow behind my head with gentle precision.
You didn't hit your head, did you?
I shake it. No. Hitting my head was not part of my choreography. God, Raquel, pretty sure you're going to have to take the truth of this to your grave. I feel fine, I confirm. Just got a little dizzy. Liar, liar, pants on fire.
All right, just take it easy.
He smirks, and I have to bite my lip to stop myself from laughing as he continues.
Maybe your fiancé can get you a glass of water and a snack. Something to bring up your blood sugar a little.
Ben snaps out of his
self-involved stupor and nods. Oh, yeah, I can do that.
The thought of Ben Huddleston finding his way around a kitchen to do something for a woman almost makes me snort. And not like a cute little squeak, a full-on, garbly, throaty, phlegm-filled snort. Harrison raises an eyebrow, and I have to wonder how fooled he really is, or if he's hot to my game. Ben finally returns with a glass of water and a protein bar.
I'm not really sure what works to bring up blood sugar. Will this protein bar work?
I suck my lip into my mouth in an effort to hide my amusement. God, I'm a little embarrassed for him. Harrison takes the protein bar, and in a weird plot twist, coddles Ben much more than I would have.
This is great, but if you can find maybe a candy bar or even a glass of orange juice if there isn't any candy, that'd be great.
Ben nods enthusiastically.
Sure.
I watch as he takes off back into the kitchen, and I lower my voice to make sure no one else hears. That was nice. Harrison shrugs and flashes a secret wink in my direction.
He's gone, isn't he?
I have to bite my lip to keep myself from bursting into laughter. But it doesn't take long for my amusement to fade. God, I'm so sorry.
Sorry?
He tilts his head to the side.
For what?
For all of this. I know it's complicated. Hell, complicated isn't a strong enough word for just how damn complicated all of this is for you. Harrison smiles.
Don't worry about me, Rock. It's sweet that you want to, really. But I promise, I can take care of myself. I've been doing it for a really long time.
It's just... I glance at Ben as he fumbles through my kitchen some more. Heidi now helping.
I know the score,
Harrison says quietly.
I came anyway.
He came anyway. Despite all the drama, despite my crazy life, and without a single expectation, this man moved to LA to be here for me and the baby, our baby, that sits nestled inside my belly. God, Harrison, you sure are something. Chapter 14. Raquel. If only my last name were Balboa. Maybe then I'd be able to get my freaking point across to the evil lady with the snaggletooth. I know that's not the most flattering description for a woman I've spent the better part of my adult life working with. But it was all the baby's idea, and I can't be held responsible for the wily ways of my buddy in utero. I don't care, I yell at Heidi, a.k.a. Snaggletooth, unwilling to compromise on this. Figure it out. Pretend he's the driver for all I care. He's coming to the freaking doctor with me. There are going to be questions. People are going to... He's here, Heidi. I don't hesitate to cut her off. He's here, despite all the other bullshit and backseat living and subversion of power, and he's here because he wants to be a part of this baby's life. I'm going along with everything else you've planned for me, and right now you need to figure out a way to make it okay for him to come to the doctor with me. Period. Heidi narrows her eyes, but I arch my eyebrow. As a kid, I used to stand up for myself all the time. I was headstrong and full of backbone. Of course, I haven't used it in a while. But on this, I won't yield. Harrison deserves to be a part of this if he wants to be. Frankly, it's a freaking miracle he does. One that thousands of knocked-up girls all over the world only dream of. Fine, she huffs, but you default to my discretion on how we make that happen. I don't want to hear a word of protest from you about what I come up with. I'll get him into the doctor's office, but you are going to have to go along with everything that leads up to that if you want it to happen. Understood?
I nod. I know it's complicated. I've played the shell game to get away from photographers. Trust me, I understand. All I care about is that Harrison ends up in that office with me. I can deal with the rest. And I'm sure he'll deal with it too. He's dealt with everything else already, and somehow he's continued to do it all so well. We step back out into the living room, and Ben and Harrison both look up in unison. Ben's interest quickly fades, but Harrison's eyes stay squarely on me. "Everything okay?" he asks softly. I nod, stepping to the side as Heidi makes her way to the center of the room. "Harrison, you're going to go with Wilson. You'll go on ahead to the doctor's office and you'll wait there until this afternoon. We can't risk having you enter the premises even remotely close to the time Raquel does." What the fuck? He's supposed to wait there all day? I swing my head around, a frown poised and ready. When Heidi meets my gaze with pointed eyes, I make an agreement that says I don't question the way she wants to do things, as long as it gets him in the building. It freaking burns like liquid lava, but somehow I manage to swallow my words back. Harrison's watchful gaze moves from me to Heidi, and then he simply nods. God. Raquel and Ben will arrive this afternoon. Press will be there. I can guarantee it. You'll need to be conscious of this. That means there needs to be some genuine affection between the two of you. Understand me? Ben waggles his eyebrows, and it takes a Herculean effort to offer a short nod of understanding. But I manage. What I don't manage to do is look at Harrison. I can't. I don't want to know what he's thinking of me and this whole charade in this moment. Makes sense, since you're currently in denial about what you think of yourself and this goddamn Hollywood circus in this moment. Ugh. I blink my eyes to clear the thoughts out of my head, the ones that would hold the power to make me spiral. Harrison stands as Wilson approaches him from behind, taps him on the shoulder, and jerks his head toward the door. I take a step in his direction, intent to apologize before he spends the next God knows how many hours waiting for me in some medical supply closet. But Heidi puts a hand to my shoulder and pulls me back. Alejo and Roberta need to fix your hair and makeup before we go to costume fittings, Raquel. Why don't you go shower now? They'll be here in 10 minutes. When she finally finishes her spiel, I look back at the door. Harrison and Wilson are gone. Son of a bitch. By the time I make it to Beverly Hills Obstetrics 6 hours later, the day feels like it's lasted a million hours. Between my constant internal monologue about Harrison and what he's doing and what he's thinking and whether or not he's getting angry about waiting and why he'd want to stick around for someone like me, I've been primped and fitted and interviewed. Not to mention, I've done it all in heels, much too tall for a woman with a messed up center of gravity. And beyond all of that, I've been privy to the life and times of Ben douchebag Huddleston. To say I'm tired of this dude's complete lack of self-awareness is an understatement. I am complicated and spoiled and many, many things. But Ben Huddleston is a diva, and not the good kind that Beyoncé sings about. If he tells me to smile one more time, I swear I'm going to go full-on Halsey nightmare on his ass. Lucky for me, he's also signed on to be my accessory for the next 1 to 3 years. Yay! I really should have invested in a purse instead. Or a scarf. I don't really wear scarves, but compared with Ben Huddleston, it suddenly feels really useful. Ben steps out of the car first when we pull up to the building, reaching back to help me out as photographers go crazy snapping as many shots as they can. I shield my face like I would from the sun and carefully put one foot in front of the other until we reach the entrance of the building. Once inside, we're protected by the sanctions of medical privacy, and Ben pretty quickly forgets what it's like to help a woman do anything. He lets go of my hand and immediately takes out his phone to scroll through something. God forbid he doesn't keep his Instagram followers happy with another moody selfie. I head for the elevators. When I look back, he's trailing slowly behind. I hold the doors for him. Who even knows why? But he doesn't offer a thank you. In fact, he doesn't even look in my direction as we ride the 6 floors up to the office of Sabrina Simpson. According to Heidi, she's the go-to OBGYN for celebrities, and everybody who's anybody has their baby delivered by Dr. Simpson in the private wing of Cedars-Sinai. Of course, never missing and extravagant, putting out the perfect image beat, Heidi already booked my suite for the delivery, a 3-bedroom luxury accommodation with a private delivery room and room service for any food imaginable. After the birth, of course. That's the funny thing about medicine. You can get a whole bunch of fancy shit, but at the end of the day, you're still going to be stuck eating ice chips before the blessed debut, no matter who you freaking are. When the elevator opens, I grab Ben's elbow and force him out quickly. He startles, snapping and offended. Hey, but I'm done waiting for him to dawdle. Harrison's been at the office all day, literally. I'm getting in that freaking place and ditching my fake fiancé beard as fast as humanly possible so I can finally see the only 2 people I've wanted to all day. Harrison and the baby. When we step inside the waiting room, Heidi's clearly already done her work because it's empty aside from the receptionist. I step up to the window, but I don't have to say anything before the girl at the desk smiles and jumps up from her chair. Right this way, Ms. Weaver. I nod my thanks, just as Ben turns on his most charming smile. Flirting with the receptionist at my obstetrician's office should probably be off limits for my phony fiancé, but that doesn't seem to occur to him, and I'm too tired to suggest it. Truthfully, I don't really care all that much either. The less time I have to spend talking to Bimbo Ben, the better. Instead, I roll my eyes and follow the perky blonde down the hall to patient room 8. She swings the door open in front of me, and I say my thanks as I step inside. Ben steps in too, and Heidi and Harrison are already in there. Thank God. Heidi jerks her chin to Ben to step back outside and follows him down the hall to some other undisclosed location. I honestly couldn't give 2 shits where they're going. All I care about is that I'm finally here at my appointment, and Harrison is here too. I'm so sorry, I say as soon as the door shuts behind Heidi and Ben. Harrison smiles and shakes his head. Don't be. I'm excited to be here. Still? How is that humanly possible at this point? Haven't you, fused to the furniture, grown roots, started to foam at the mouth? He laughs. I'm excited because I get to see our baby. And I'm happy to report I've somehow managed to escape all of those doomsday scenarios. I grin. Yeah, seeing your unborn child for the first time is a pretty good reason to hold back from starting a mutiny, I guess. Still, I'm really sorry you had to sit around here all day. No big deal. He shrugs as he takes my hand and helps me climb up to sit on the exam table. It was basically like being in a cubicle. I worked all day and the nurses took good care of me. I work hard not to let my face show how hard that last part makes me cringe. I just bet they did. all rugged, scruffy jaw and bottomless green eyes. Harrison is a one-man lady trap. I'm fairly certain he'd be immensely successful if he'd decided he wanted to start a business venture in kidnapping. I mean, I certainly wouldn't suggest it, given the repercussions both physically and morally, but all the ladies would climb inside his van. So I can only freaking imagine all the things the nurses offered to procure for him throughout the day. Oh, it's the only word I can manage, if it can even be counted as a word. Surely Scrabble wouldn't let O get by with actual points. Harrison flashes a sexy little smirk that I silently, and probably irrationally too, hope none of those nurses was privy to. Don't worry, Rock. They didn't, give me a sponge bath or anything. Am I that obvious? I frown dramatically. For God's sake, I'm an actress. Has my training taught me nothing about the art of playing some shit close to the chest? It's cute, he says with a laugh. If I thought it was anything more than pregnancy hormones, I might hang out here every day. I blush. Sweet Jesus, the man can flirt. He probably doesn't even notice he's doing it. Just like how breathing or sweating through the armpits of every outfit I wear is to me. It just comes naturally. I don't even get the chance to open my mouth before a knock sounds on the door. I rub my fingers together nervously and call out for the doctor to come in. The door sweeps in and shuts behind her so quickly, you might miss it being opened if you blinked. I'd imagined it's an exercise in privacy protocol, but I'm way too tired to give it any more thought than that. It's weird, thinking of the father of your child as a stranger. It's not something I ever even considered when I was building fantasies as a young girl. I was much more traditional, straightforward. After all, I spent my childhood making movies. Obviously, I envisioned a momentous meet-cute, a romantic but eventful pursuit, and eventually a whole formal proposal. I wanted the knee, the ring, the flowers, all of it. Then, after a respectful amount of time spent suffering through boisterous Thanksgivings with both of our families giving us the third degree about babies, we'd finally be ready. I'd get pregnant, probably with an unexpected set of twins. But all in all, our lives would be going according to plan. My husband would hold my hand as we listened to the magic of our baby's first heartbeat, and Dr. Simpson, my doctor says, holding out a hand to Harrison. He takes it firmly with a smile. I honestly still can't get over how calm he's been every single day since showing up. It's not like he was expecting to become a father, and yet he seems unflappable. Holding my hair back while I puked up all manner of food carcasses within an hour of paying $1 million to see me? No big deal. Getting choked out by my security team? Takes it with a smile. Left for dead in the obstetrics desert? Unfazed. He's the triathlon runner of Hollywood pregnancy scandal. Harrison Hughes. Am I right to assume you're the father? Dr. Simpson asks, carefully, and Harrison nods. That's me. How's the morning sickness coming along, Raquel? Still feeling sick every day? I laugh at the understatement of the year, and the doctor jerks her attention over to me. I try to straighten my face into something less mocking. Yep, still sick, usually at very inopportune times. Have you been taking the Diocletus we prescribed you? Yes, every night before bed. Okay, try taking 2 before bed and 1 in the morning. You can also take 1 in the afternoon if you're still feeling nauseated during the day. It's on the tip of my tongue to tell her that this information would have been helpful some time ago, but I reel it in. It's not like I can change the last month and a half of vomiting. It is what it is. No use crying over spilled milk and all that. Okay, I'll definitely give that a shot. Dr. Simpson gives me a smile and grabs the handle on the bed. Okay, let's lie back and get a look at what's going on with the baby. I do as she says, lying back as the bed does. Not that I have much choice, given my total lack of abdominal strength at this point. But she goes to turn the lights lower at the switch by the door. Harrison reaches up and gives my knee a squeeze while her back is turned. There's no distinct reason for it, but the comfort of it feels good. Dr. Simpson returns, wheeling the ultrasound machine closer to the bed and pulling on a pair of latex gloves. I roll up my shirt and lay my arms across the top of my protruding stomach as she grabs the bottle of goo kept on the side of my cart. Harrison watches avidly as she squirts it on my belly, and then picks up the wand to spread it around. And within a few seconds, a hazy white snow fills the screen at our side as she searches for the perfect angle to get a good look at the baby. Having been here already, I find myself defaulting to watching Harrison rather than watching the screen. I'd expect the baby to be giving me a stern lecture via instant nausea at the slight, but all in all, the little one seems content despite my diversion of attention. A gentle, thumping whoosh fills the room as Dr. Simpson finds the peanut, and a tiny, wiggly human fills up the screen. Harrison's face lights up in a way I didn't know was possible. "That sound," she says, "is your baby's heartbeat." I've heard it before, back at my first appointment, but the sound of it still stops my thoughts in their tracks, and the sight of the little miracle living inside me makes my eyes well up a little with unshed tears. "How's it feel, Dad?" the doctor asks Harrison with a grin. Slowly, I move my gaze from the screen to him again. When I get there, there's no chance of turning back. But intrinsically, Harrison is enraptured. The sound of his baby's heartbeat has his own ready to thump right out of his chest. It's written all over his face. Without thinking, I reach out to take his hand and he squeezes mine hard. I can't help but smile. Pretty incredible, huh? It is, hands down, the best sound I've ever heard in my entire life. My heart flutters inside my chest at his words, and I have to blink my eyes several times to hold back the damn tears. I suppose if I had to pick a stranger to do this with, I could have picked a worse one. Yeah, pretty sure you hit the jackpot of baby daddies.
Chapter 15. Harrison. I'm pretty sure I'm the Clint Eastwood of Rocky's living room. Lord knows when it comes to her staff, cough, Heidi, cough, I always seem to be in the line of fire. A few weeks ago, I made my official move to L.A., settling into an apartment in the same building as Rocky. It's a nice place, spacious and full of all sorts of ritzy updates, but the true best thing about my new California pad is its convenient location to the mother of my child. If I haul some ass, I can be out of my door and inside Rocky's living room in a minute flat. 4 minutes if I take my time. All to Heidi Morris's dismay. How do I know this? Well, every time I'm in the same room with her, it is written all over her sour, condescending face. I don't generally toss around the word shrew in the name of the opposite sex. But in Heidi's case, shrew is starting to become pretty fucking accurate. Sometimes I have a hard time understanding why Rocky puts up with her bullshit, the snide remarks and bossy demands. But at the same time, I do realize Hollywood is an animal I have zero experience taming. Although, I feel pretty damn confident if I were a celebrities manager, I could do the job without being an asshole. But what do I know, right? I'm just a CFO of one of the biggest media conglomerates in the world. Thankfully, right now, the shrew is currently occupied with God knows what,
and I can keep Rocky company without having to dodge verbal bullets like I'm Neo from the Matrix. With her eyes closed, Rocky is stretched out on the couch while a woman with tweezers and reading glasses sits above her head. "I'm sorry, but what exactly is happening right now?" I ask from my spot in the leather chair across from the couch. A boisterous laugh shoots out of Rocky's lips, and I don't miss the way her ever-growing belly bounces with the movement. The view makes me grin, and I have the strong urge to reach out and touch her stomach, but a heavy sigh from the woman with the tweezers as she pulls her hands away from Rocky's face deters me. "Shoot!" Laughter promptly squelched and eyes still closed, Rocky apologizes. "I'm so sorry. Sudden moves while you're working on my lashes is a bad idea, huh?" "A very bad idea," the woman answers without hesitation. "Consider me a statue from here on out." "Perfect." The woman smiles and gets back to work. "Thank you." "I'm not sure if you know this," I say ironically, "but we already come equipped with eyelashes, part of our genetic makeup." Rocky snorts again, but this time she does it while remaining motionless. "These are eyelash extensions. Vera is gluing them onto my existing eyelashes to make them look long and luscious without mascara." "Very interesting. I had no idea that was a thing." "Oh yeah, big thing. Not even just with celebrities. There are probably women you've dated before who had them, but you didn't realize." "What other secrets do you know?" I ask cheekily. I obviously have much to learn about the female grooming ritual. "Well, there's a lot to it. More than I can teach you in a day, that's for sure. But you should probably just question everything. If it's tanned, it's probably naturally white. If it's curly, it's probably naturally straight. If it's smooth and hairless, it probably grows more than your nearest national forest." "Jesus," I mutter through an incredulous chuckle. "Anything women aren't faking for our sake?" She laughs again, and Vera sighs more heavily. This time, no, Rocky doesn't apologize. "You know what? Not really. Hair, nails, skin, eyelashes, eye color in some cases, waist size trimmed by Spanx, boob size enhanced by bras, orgasms. We're pretty much faking it all." I take a temporary hit to my pride, which is ludicrous, but I'm convinced it's a part of the male psyche to panic at the idea that we might be less than stellar in our sexual performance. Beyond that, I'm really troubled by the idea that I might not have seen to her needs on our only time together. On her first time ever. "You fake orgasms?" I ask, and her giggle stops abruptly. She bites her bottom lip, seemingly embarrassed at having this conversation in a room full of other people, but I'm finding out very quickly that if we don't have the conversation with an audience, we'll never have it at all. I'm willing to work under these conditions for the greater good of her sexual health. "Okay, so, no, not me personally, promise," she eventually continues. "I was speaking in a general sense, as in the majority of the female population." I raise an eyebrow. "If everything is fake, how do I know you're not just patting my ego? Cross my heart," she says with a tiny smile, running her long red nail in an X above her chest. "About this, I do not lie." "Okay, Yoda," I reply with a chuckle. The subtle curve at the corner of her mouth travels farther into her cheek and makes a tiny dimple. It's almost imperceptible, but I'm looking at her hard enough that I don't think there's anything I wouldn't notice. Which is probably why it's a surprise when her manager Heidi and Agent Ruth start loudly discussing the plan for something called the Screen Actors Guild Awards. I didn't even know they were in the room, let alone 2 feet away, and in the mode to start an actual conversation about this while Rocky can't even open her eyes. "We've coordinated with Ben's team, and you'll arrive together early in the hour to maximize red carpet time." Rocky, despite not being able to see, has the verbal ability to object. "Maximize red carpet time? Why in the hell would we want to do that? The longer we're out there, the more questions we have to answer." She lowers her voice to a breathy whisper, one that I'm just close enough to hear, and adds, "And the longer I'm on my freaking mad dog rage-barking 6-inch heel-wearing feet." "Because it's good exposure, Raquel," Ruth responds. "For Ben, too. You're not the only one involved here, and he's got a role next year that could get him nominated if we manage the right FaceTime to get the public behind him." "Are you guys working for him or me?" she says with a laugh, clearly joking. But Ruth and Heidi share a look that makes me narrow my eyes. I wouldn't normally speak for Rocky, but given her current disadvantageous state, I can't help myself. "Are you working for him, too?" I challenge, and I can tell by the uncomfortable look on Ruth's face that she is, in fact, working with the Huddleston dickhead. Heidi's face hardens slightly. "Ruth is a professional, and yes, she just signed Ben on as one of her many clients." Rocky is shocked. "Ruth? He's a big talent, Raquel," Ruth comforts with a disingenuous hand to Rocky's shoulder. "And with your pairing, this will be strategically beneficial for both of you." Rocky frowns but doesn't argue, and I have to bite my tongue so hard I wouldn't be surprised if it bleeds. Heidi's radar never leaves me. She studies me closely, calculating her next move. I'd like to say she does it maliciously, but that's maybe taking it a step too far. We've rubbed each other the wrong way since I arrived, so I can't thoroughly decide if the disdain she clearly feels for me is professional, personal, or if it's going to leach toxically into the groundwater of Rocky's and my relationship. All I can do is keep an ear to the noise and sound the alarm if I hear anything that warrants it. Done with the distraction of who's working for whom, Rocky moves on, or back, to the issue at hand, the awards show strategy. "And what about Harrison?" she asks, making a dimpled dent deeply into my cheek. It's sappy, but I have to admit I'm happy she's even thinking about me at a time like this. "What about him?" Heidi replies simply, and it's so expected I almost laugh. Instead, I sink my teeth gently into the flesh of my bottom lip and wait to see where Rocky takes it. "Where's he going to be during the awards?" Heidi snorts. "In his apartment, I would presume." "What? I thought he was coming," Rocky asks, her voice escalating with a slight edge of panic. I drop the smile now, concerned for why she's that upset about me not coming. She did just fine at the last one without me. I'm surprised to find she cares that much. "Coming?" Heidi says derisively. "You can't be serious, Raquel. Do you have any idea how complicated that would be? What exactly would you have me do with your extra boyfriend? Vera, I need a minute." Rocky bats a hand at the eyelash lady to clear her face of utensils and sits up dramatically. She looks a little discombobulated when she opens her half-finished eyes, but she's still the prettiest woman I've ever laid eyes on. Jesus. I shake my head just slightly. Those are the kinds of thoughts that could get me in trouble here. It's already complicated enough as it is. I don't want to mess up what I have by trying to push the envelope. Not when my kid is involved. "I'm not suggesting he come walk the red carpet on my other arm, but you agreed to include him in my life," Rocky says, shocking the hell out of me. I had no idea they'd been discussing this at all. Ruth just continues to stand there, but Heidi, of course, is all ready for a rebuttal that indicates they've more than discussed it, me, at some length. "I agreed to get him to the doctor, not to a red carpet event with all manner of press, Raquel. Be realistic here." Rocky frowns, her mouth freezing in a hard line of frustration, but she doesn't say anything else. Heidi's mean mug melts into satisfaction. "I understand your feelings, sweetie," she says placatingly. "But this is your career, and you need to stay focused." I narrow my eyes at the reprimand veiled in faux compassion and have to bite my tongue again when I see Rocky nod hesitantly. It's not what she wants, but she's going along with it anyway, And yet again, this is one of those situations where I'm having a hard time understanding why. Why she won't stand up for herself. Why she doesn't push the issue for the sake of her own comfort. Heidi reaches out then, patting Rocky on the shoulder just like Ruth did. At the sight of it, something inside me snaps, and my teeth lose their hold on my tongue. If Rocky really wants me there, why don't we just camouflage me in the staff? I suggest. A handler, a PR assistant, whatever. There's bound to be a cloud of you guys following her and Ben around anyway. Just add me into the middle of it. Rocky's look of dejection shifts faster than Jacob transforms into a werewolf in Twilight. I've never actually seen Twilight, but I've heard enough about it from the guys to know my reference is spot on. It's Rocky's smile, though, that makes me feel the most victorious. The idea resonates with her in a way that brings her a sense of comfort. I don't even bother to look in Heidi's direction because I know what I'll find. Evil, beady eyes just waiting to get an opportunity to chop off my head. But I don't need to bother with her anyway. Now that I've voiced the possibility, Rocky clings to it vigorously. Yes! He can be in the back. Just move with the crowd. You know there are always a million people with you at these things. I don't usually even know them all. Nobody will so much as blink at a new face in that crowd. She gets up on her knees on the couch and puts her hands together in a clench in front of her chest. Please! Why do you want him there so badly? You're not going to be able to speak to him. I know. Rocky turns to me, searching my face for a reason to support her case. I smile supportively. I know it's what she needs right now, and she sighs with relief. I want him there. It'll make me feel better to know he's there, even though I know I'm forbidden from talking to him. Heidi releases a sigh of her own. It could not be more opposite from Rocky's. She turns to face me and holds up an angry finger. I don't let it bother me. You'll stay where I put you, do what I say, and if you're going to be there, you're going to have to work, without pay. I almost laugh, but I don't. Instead, I plant my feet and cross my arms over my chest to listen to the rest of her tirade. This isn't a social hour. You don't talk to any of the other celebs or ask any questions or hint that you know Raquel in any way. You move when I say and stay put when I don't. I get it, but I don't give her the satisfaction of verbalizing that fact. And you sure as hell don't go calling your mom and dad, telling them you're going to be at an award show and to look for you on TV. That won't be a problem, I say. They're both dead, and their cell phone plan doesn't have a rate for calls from the grave. I smile as Heidi's face stutters for the first time ever. I never imagined I'd use the death of my parents in a twisted, humorous exchange for revenge, but I don't regret it. I'll forever remember this as the time that Heidi half looked at me like a human, instead of an enemy to crush. And look at that. It lasted a record-breaking 5 seconds.
Chapter 16. Raquel. Walking the SAG Awards red carpet next to Ben Huddleston is a little bit like trying to run a marathon with a pebble in your shoe. Sure, maybe not for most people. He is, in fact, one of America's biggest heartthrobs. But for me, tonight, I am a helpless 5.5 months prego fish in a shallow puddle of misery. It's deep enough that I can breathe, but comes to an abrupt and uncomfortable end every time I try to swish my fishy tail and escape. The roar of questions from paparazzi and reporters is louder than it's ever been, even louder than it was at the Golden Globes, with every second question being about the timing and logistics of our hot and heavy relationship. I thought the intensity of their scrutiny would have toned down by now. Obviously, I thought wrong. My smile feels brittle, like it's cracking under the surface of my skin and breaking down into a bottomless abyss. Ben, I know how seriously you took your role in Galileo earlier this year, but I think I speak for everyone when I say the role we're dying to hear about is what it's like to be the one to land Raquel Weaver. Hank Billets, one of True Hollywood's most salacious reporters, says with an annoyingly amused chuckle and inappropriate waggle of his brows. Does she live up to the fantasy we've all been playing on repeat from the inside of our bedrooms? Ben leans into the microphone dramatically, even opens his mouth to speak, and then winks without saying a word. I wish I could say that meant he didn't answer the question. But his wink said a million things that a straightforward, classy answer never could. There's no regard for the consequences on my emotions. This is all a stage, and he is more than happy to fill the time with a performance. He's enjoying the role, downright dawdling in the areas I most want to hurry through. At least if I were on my own, I'd be able to steer the conversation where I wanted and make an exit with swift and exacting precision. But Ben is too busy yucking it up to help me with my plan. He is the pebble, and I can't get him out of this damn shoe. I glance to my right again, while Ben flaps his gums, hoping to catch a glimpse of the man I'm supposed to be ignoring. He's easy enough for me to find in a sea of other people, thanks to his height. At 6'3", Harrison is just tall enough to tower over the other lackeys and assistants. Not to mention with his sculpted jaw, perfectly coiffed hair, and bright green eyes, he's got undeniably large star quality for someone who's supposed to be blending in. It's not his fault, though. He's dutifully stayed in the back of the group for the entirety of the night, but his good looks are overpowering. I'm thankful Heidi hasn't shuffled him to a janitorial closet somewhere in the dregs of the Shrine Auditorium yet. It's reassuring to catch a glimpse of his face every once in a while. Probably because every time I do, he gifts me with a smile of comfort. Apparently, unlike everyone else, he can sense my irritation. He's almost intrinsically in tune with me, and I have to wonder if it has something to do with the scientific fact that I'm carrying an actual human being with half of his DNA inside me. I doubt the baby, shoots its father's pheromones into my bloodstream or whatever, but it feels like it's connected somehow. Whatever the case, I'm glad to have him here, and I'm really glad he vocalized a suggestion that made it happen. I know I probably should have done it myself, but I have years and years of experience letting Heidi take the reins and getting the results I want. It seems counterproductive to challenge that. But for this, for both Harrison's and my comfort, I should have engaged my backbone. Regardless, I'm glad and grateful he did it for me. I step and repeat in front of the main sponsorship logo for the Screen Actors Guild, and push my tongue to the roof of my mouth to make my face look as slender and tight-skinned as possible. I cock my leg at an angle that showcases the split in the gown Galvero custom made for me, and turn to the side to show off my bump when prompted. I get lost in the excitement of the pregnancy and allow myself the escape of pretending it's all far less complicated. Like it isn't Ben on my arm, but Harrison, and we're the couple Hollywood is crazy for. I let myself believe that this baby wasn't the result of one night in New York, but instead the culmination of an epic love story we'll tell our grandkids, and they'll pass down for generations. I smile, cradling the bump with a gentle hand, and freeze as what feels like 1,000,001 cameras go off. Ben takes notice of the flurry and steps in to get his piece of the moment. Of course,
The feel of his body fitting to mine as his hands find my stomach ruins it all for me. Just like that, fantasy revoked. An unexpected swing in hormones brings tears to my eyes, and I have to blink rapidly to stop them from falling. The very last thing I need is to fall apart on the red carpet, not with this many sets of eyes and endless technology pointed at me. I turn my head slightly, craning my neck and searching for my ever-growing comfort zone. It doesn't take long to find it in Harrison's plush green eyes. He holds mine, a single line of connection through the chaos of way too many people, and the focus brings me back from the brink of disaster. It's almost as if his presence somehow grounds me in my life. He was around before any of this existed, before my parents turned fame-obsessed, and my brother turned to drugs and alcohol, and before he finally hit rock bottom and took off for the middle of God knows where. Harrison was around before I was Raquel Weaver, famed virgin turned publicly deflowered, before all the bullshit and makeup and pretending. Harrison Hughes saw me before anyone else did. And somehow, when he looks at me now, it's as if he can still see that girl he used to know underneath all the layers and layers of Hollywood. Unfortunately, I'm not allowed to lock eyes with him for long. An angry Heidi steps between us pointedly and grinds a heated jaw. I can't blame her entirely. I am making her job a whole lot harder, but I don't have the hormonal capacity to be completely rational right now. If I did, I wouldn't have eaten a full bag of Cheetos in my closet before we left to come here, and stuffed the evidence in the slouchy pocket of a $4,500 white blazer. I'd probably never get the neon dust off of it, and a whole sector of my fashion influencer following would be horrified if they ever found out. But man, they tasted so damn good. Turning my attention back to the wall of reporters in front of us, I scan their faces for shreds of humanity. I'm willing to talk to them. It's a large part of my job. But I'm not in the mood to end up face-to-face with the snakes of the media-driven bunch. I'm nowhere near fast enough on my 6-inch heel-clad feet to avoid getting bitten these days. Down the line, an excited young woman with the Beth Cartwright show waves her microphone to get my attention. I don't recognize her as one of the regulars, but I take that as a good sign. Beth is sort of known for pulling ordinary people from the real world into these things and giving them a chance to bring some joy to an otherwise cog-filled wheel. Her whole motto is kindness, and that's really the sort of thing I could use today. So I tap Ben on the elbow, just enough to let him know I'm about to leave his ass behind, and make a straight beeline for the friendly-looking woman in blue. With a quick glance over my shoulder, I notice that Harrison has used the opportunity to follow me from a respectable distance, rather than staying behind in the group. I'm sure Heidi wouldn't appreciate his go-get-'em attitude, but I sure do. "Oh my God," the sweet reporter with medium brown hair and bright blue eyes says as I stop in front of her and smile. You're Raquel Weaver." I nod and giggle. "I am. What's your name?" "Helena Veroma." "Oh my gosh, I'm such a big fan of yours. You have no idea. Gah! I swear I watched every episode of Home Sweet Home when I was growing up." My smile deepens without effort as soft, warm memories of my time on a wholesome show fill my mind. It was a great time. A time before life got messy and complicated and lonely. And I was just a kid, too young and too innocent to be asked on the daily about my sex life. Having someone recognize me for that, rather than a steamy collection of sexy roles, feels good. Really good. Oh, thank you so much. The time I spent on that show was honestly some of the best in my life. In the early years of Home Sweet Home, when Luca and I had just started out, our little family of 4 was still an actual family. Helena smiles so big I can almost see all of her teeth. And now you're starting a family of your own. That must be so exciting. I know you've had some speed bumps with it, but I just have to tell you that we, the world, she says with a self-conscious laugh, if I can speak for us as a whole, we're so happy for you. The genuine desire to speak with me instead of at me feels palpable, real, and it's almost like a Venus flytrap. I don't want to move on to speak with anyone else, though Heidi is now in front of me, waving me forward. I want to stay right here and become friends with this woman who cares enough to treat me like a human being. I can't tell you what that means to me, I say, instead of pulling her into the bone-crushing hug I'd like to. I can only imagine how the rest of the press would react, and I really don't want to drag her into that kind of a mess. But I'll remember her for a long time, and I don't hesitate to tell her so. I'm so glad Beth sent you out here, and that I've had the chance to meet you. I hope I get the chance to see you again sometime, Helena. Really? I did okay? I didn't mess it up too bad? She asks with a self-conscious smile. Are you kidding? You killed it. Easily the best, most enjoyable interview I've ever done at one of these things. And trust me, I say with a little wink. I've done a lot. She drops her face into her hands and squeals, Thank God. I'm just a mom from Idaho. I don't know anything about interviewing celebrities, really. I think you know better than most, I say, reaching out to touch her shoulder. You're real and genuine and sweet and fun. I wish more of the reporters here were. For example, I'm pretty sure you'll understand when I tell you that I really have to pee. Her head jerks up, and her eyebrows climb to her hairline, but her smile is still friendly. I shift from one foot to the other as a raging burn makes its way from the top of my bladder to the very apex of my vagina. The hurt to go is so bad it's like I've been holding it for 9 hours straight. In reality, I went right before I got in the car and largely rationed fluids. Yet, currently, I feel like a water balloon that's stretched to max capacity. Like really, really have to pee, I whisper through a half-giggle, half-groan. The baby is dancing on my bladder, and this dress is tight, and I'm not 100% sure I'm going to make it through the mess of getting to the bathroom and getting out of this thing in time. I had 3 accidents when I was pregnant with my first, she admits sweetly. Just hike it up from the bottom and go now. Don't even pause to talk to anyone else. I'm not really sure how I'm going to. I'll come up with something if I have to, Helena says with a reassuring smile. Just go, honey. I certainly didn't like pissing myself when I was pregnant with my boys, and I didn't have 100 cameras pointing at me. I can only imagine it would be worse for you. Thank you, I whisper again, and with a smile and a nod, I clench my legs together, put a supportive hand under my weighty stomach, and move like my life depends on it. Through the crowd of slowly wandering celebrities, past the lines and lines of reporters, beyond the fashion 360 cam that my designer would die if I didn't utilize, and right into the building. I am a pregnant woman on a urine mission, and no one can stop me. The light is much more muted, and it takes my eyes a moment. I just about don't have time to adjust, but I have no choice but to chance it. If I try to speed walk to the bathroom blind, I'm liable to cost myself a lot more than a public bathroom accident. No,
I imagine that scenario would end with bloodshed. The door swings open behind me, and a gentle hand takes me at the elbow. I don't even have time to look to know who it is. Harrison's inviting smell surrounds me like a welcome cloud. Are you all right? I saw you take off. I'm fine. He scoffs, and I laugh a little as I correct myself. Okay, I'm not fine per se, but in the grand scheme, I'm fine. The baby is fine. But I'm about 20 seconds away from pissing so much I'll turn all of this red carpet into a lovely shade of orange. Orange? He questions with a laugh, all the while taking some of my weight into his side and guiding me toward the bathrooms. Yeah, red and yellow mixed together make orange, don't they? He laughs so loud a whole group of people look over at us, but I don't have time to worry about that. I'm really too busy making sure I don't unleash the dam that is my bladder right now. That they do. I'm a little concerned for your hydration if your pee is that yellow, though. Don't say pee, I scold as a sensation cloaked in fear makes my legs tingle. Fluid output? He questions with a teasing smirk, and I shake my head and glare. Just the mention of any moisture in the entire world right now is putting the fear of God in me. I don't want to know that water is even a thing. For the purpose of my bladder and its counterparts and compadres, the planet formerly known as Earth is now Venus. Jesus. Is this the real reason men are from Mars and women are from Venus? It's got to be. I didn't read the book and probably won't. But I will no longer accept any other explanation. A pregnant woman's bladder rejects residence on any planet with water, and therefore, Venus is the origin of our subspecies. The end. I careen around the corner of the entrance into the bathroom and check every stall I come across until one actually beckons my entry. I slam the door shut and send home the lock before hopping helplessly from foot to foot while I try to get my dress high enough to open my urethra's access to the toilet. The pee has started its journey now. There's no turning back. I will either lift my dress in time and live to see the outside of this bathroom again, or I won't, and it will be my fate to expire here. This, the first bathroom inside the entrance of the Shrine Auditorium, will hereafter be known as Raquel Weaver's eternal resting place. Knowing what I know about Hollywood and my manager, they'll probably open up an exhibit for tourists to view my body. Most of my estate will probably go to preserving my corpse to ensure that everyone on my staff is able to collect their percentage in perpetuity. Shimmying and shaking, I finally get the hem of my far too complicated dress in hand and rip it upward in a smooth, forceful motion. When it settles at my hips and a stream of pee a racehorse would envy hits the toilet, I'm grateful for the very first time that I wasn't allowed to wear underwear with this outfit. There isn't even a demon's breath in hell chance that I would have gotten them down my legs in time if I'd had them on. Oh my God, that feels good. Sweet Jesus, I've never felt that kind of urgency to relieve myself in my entire life, and I honestly don't care if Helena had to set fire to the whole fucking place to excuse why I ran off from her in such a rush. I'm just glad I can now continue living a life outside of this bathroom. Business finished. I take a deep sigh, do my thing with the toilet paper, and then try to straighten myself into some kind of respectable state before exiting the stall. When I do, another woman I don't recognize is applying makeup touch-ups in front of one sink, so I head to the other to wash my hands. I'd give almost anything to take a big scoop of cold water and splash it on my burning cheeks and forehead right now. But with the 3 hours of work Alejo put into making my face look the way it does, a sliver of what it looks like normally, thanks to loads of contouring, That's not an acceptable option. I settle for letting my hands stay under the stream for an extra 15 seconds and then, finally, towel off and head back outside where everyone but the person I want to be is waiting for me. "What the hell happened there?" Heidi says sternly as I scan the crowd for Harrison. Heidi notices my lack of attention and snatches it back with a cold snap of her voice. "He's inside." He was drawing attention, lingering outside the ladies' room like he was. I frown and heave a deep sigh. "Now I asked you a question." "I had to pee," I yell with annoyance. "Not just a little bit, either. My life freaking depended on it. So sorry, but it was either take off for the solace of this bathroom or lift my leg and piss all over Ben Huddleston." "Raquel!" "Well, don't yell at me. I'm a person, for freak's sake, and there is a whole other person living on top of my bladder. I make no apologies for things I can't control." Heidi's eyes narrow with aggravation, but she leaves the argument there. I have a feeling she'd like to take it further, but I also don't give a shit. As long as she stops badgering me about it, she can be as mad as she wants internally. "Come on," she says, putting a hand to my back to get me moving again. "Ben is waiting for you to go inside, and last call to be in your seat is in 5 minutes because they go on air in 6. Your table is in the front row, so we can hardly sneak you in afterward." I nod and jerk my head forward. "Let's go then." I pick my steps carefully. But now that I don't feel like the lower half of my body is going to explode, navigating the hall seems a lot easier. Entourages shuffle their stars all around us, moving them with much the same haste Heidi is using on me, and ushers hold doors open gallantly. Ben paces in front of the doors up ahead and scowls when he sees me approaching. As a star, maybe I'm just used to getting my ass kissed, but on the off chance that it's not that, I'd like to muse that Ben Huddleston maybe hates me just as much as I hate him. Like maybe, just maybe, I'm nothing but a means to an end to him, and he's constantly rethinking the decision to bank on a pregnant woman for his chance to up his image. I don't know. Could be wrong. But I don't exactly feel warm and fuzzy inside any time he looks at me. With effort, he replaces his scowl with a smile as I come to a stop next to him. "You getting lost or something?" he asks, snidely before finishing with a laugh he clearly doesn't believe in. He's trying to prove that I shouldn't take him too seriously. But I can guarantee if my answer doesn't satisfy him, his anger will be serious enough for the both of us. "I needed a minute in the ladies' room," I say as delicately as I can with an audience of about a dozen people, thanks to the congregation of our teams. "I'm ready to go inside now if you are. In fact," I push, "I'd love to get off my feet, so—" I jerk my head to the door. "Come on," Heidi says, stepping into the swirl of shit she can smell coming. Hollywood egos are afoot, and left to our own devices much longer, this might actually start to get ugly. "You've got a minute and a half to get to your seats, and I hardly think you're in the mood to run, right, Raquel?" I nod and Ben jerks his head, opening the door and stepping inside, without holding it open for me. I make a mental note to order a voodoo doll off Etsy before I go to sleep tonight, and I scan the area to see if I can find Harrison. Did they lock him up in the dungeon downstairs or something? Heidi notices my scanning and dawdling and takes me by the elbow to force me to walk toward my seat. Luckily, she talks as she does, or there might have been a very impressive reenactment of Silence of the Lambs for all of the Shrine Auditorium to see. "He's in the very back with Toby, but I need your word that you're not going to spend your time looking around for him, Raquel. You're in the front row of tables, seated next to your fiancé, and you will be on camera a lot. You need to remember who you are and the purpose of all of this. And you need to play the part. You're an actress, so I know you can do it. I just nod, and she jerks my elbow pointedly. Your word, Raquel, not a nod. I got it, okay? I understand. No looking around, no acting like a human, only cyborg. Ben Huddleston loving behavior from here on in. Check, check, I say mockingly, making a tick mark motion in the air. The lights flash just as she leans in to give me a stern lesson in being an adult. And I smile as she realizes she has less than 30 seconds to scram if she doesn't want to mess up all of her perfect imaging work herself. We'll talk about this later, she warns, and I snort. Oh, I have no doubt. I turn and head for my seat, careful to avoid stepping on the train of my dress and tripping. Ben does nothing to help me, and I have to grit my teeth to stop myself from looking toward the back of the room to see if I can find Harrison. Just one little look into his comforting green eyes. That's all I need. Still, I resist. I know that if I don't keep my word, Heidi would probably try to make it impossible for him to come to one of these things again. And I, selfishly, like being able to know he's close, even if I can't talk to him. I don't know what I'd be like if he wasn't here, and I have no idea what he was doing. I don't know what that says about me. Probably not good things. But I'm not accepting psychoanalysis at this time. I finally settle into my seat. The bounce it gives under my weight, a rude reminder of how big I'm getting these days, and scooch my elbow atop the table in an effort to find some much-needed chill space. Ben's arm already occupies the spot in front of me, though, indicating very clearly that he's sitting way too fucking close for no reason. And he steadies the muscles in his resistance to my efforts. The man has miles of arm space already at this stupid table, but obviously I'm coming at this from a different angle than him. The one where I have a brain and am not a pompous, entitled, self-serving asshole with stereotypical misogyny as my baseline. Dear God, please make this night end soon.
Chapter 17. Harrison. If lasagna is layers of noodles, Hollywood is made up of layers of liars. Innocent, vindictive, calculating, and pathological. This city's got them all, and they don't even have the good manners to mix in a little ricotta. In fact, there's no dairy to soften the blow. They're all on strict diets that prohibit they consume it in any way. I look down toward the front of the room, through the people between us to the back of Raquel's head, her perfect hair sweeping down and over her bare, silky shoulder. She keeps her arms tight to her body as Ben leans into her space aggressively, and I look harder, trying to see the expression on her face through the matter of her head, an impossible feat already, when the lights go down, making the sight of anything in the audience possible only for superheroes. After a segment where a few of the actors in attendance introduce themselves, Gwendolyn Meyer, one of the most successful female comedians in showbiz, takes the stage to MC. I wouldn't have known anything about who she was. I'm not exactly a huge follower of the celebrity scene, but she declared herself as such in the first sentence. I'd like to thank all of the important people here for taking time out of their busy schedules to be here to get a pat on the back tonight. It really is a hardship, as I'm sure the working class of America that's watching from home will attest, to spend several hours in a chair getting done up by several professionals to come all the way out to the Shrine Auditorium, sit in a seat for hours on end, just to be told how amazing you are. Really, we thank you. I have to bite my lip to stifle a laugh as the crowd gives a half-hearted chuckle. Okay, so maybe I didn't know who Gwendolyn was, but I obviously should have. She's ruthlessly hilarious. Now that you're here, though, let's talk frankly. I mean, how much money did you spend to be here tonight?
Could you have possibly donated it to a cause more worthy? The crowd titters again, this time with something that doesn't seem a whole lot like laughter, and all the bodies around me scowl. Not one person in the studio audience is finding this quite as amusing as I am, but I can almost guarantee the people at home are. Meanwhile, a decision comes down from an authority as music starts to play, cueing Gwen off the stage in a hurry. The crowd claps as she goes, and man, this is a whole lot more interesting than it was watching the Golden Globes from my couch. There's way more drama. Music plays again, and the lights do a dramatic show as another set of decked-out stars step on the stage and up to the microphone. I look down to Raquel as they go through their spiel and see a camera dancing in her face. Ben puts a hand to her knee for show, and my hands tighten into fists on reflex. God, I fucking hate watching him touch her, real or not. The screen at the back of the stage projects an image of Rocky, smiling for the camera and doing a little wave as the woman at the microphone leans in. And the nominees for female actor in a leading role are... Her male counterpart leans in at her pause. Helen Wang, Gilded Bedrooms. Laurie Hirsch, Ballet Badlands. Raquel Weaver, Grey River Falls. Sharon Wright, Bella Baby. Bridget Sawyer, Where the River Runs. A thick envelope in hand, the woman leans forward again as she pops it open, and I hold my breath. And the actor goes to... Raquel Weaver, Grey River Falls! Oh my God, I say to myself, putting my hands together in a violent clap. I whistle so loud that Toby turns to me with a scornful look, but I don't care. Way to go, Rocky! The camera pans to her immediately, capturing her smile and tears, and the sweet, magical way she sets her face in her hands in surprise. Ben grabs her wrists and puts his forehead to hers before pressing a quick kiss to her lips. Chaste, meaningless kiss or not, my stomach immediately turns, all the jubilation I just felt taking a swift dive into nothingness. I hate that I hate watching that so much. It's supposed to be simple between us. Simple and clean and easy, so I know, without a doubt, that I'll get to be involved in my child's life. No drama between his or her parents to derail it. Rocky climbs the steps and up and onto the stage gracefully, kicking the long train of her dress behind her when she reaches the top and accepting the award with graciousness and a smile. I can see hints of her real smile under a layer of the one she plays up for the people. I watch avidly as she steps up to the microphone to make her speech, and it's like watching a transformation right before my eyes. Even with her protruding baby bump, she positions her hips in the sexiest staged pose, the slit of her dress allowing the full length of her leg to show, all the way to her bikini line. She pouts her overdrawn lips and giggles in a way I know doesn't come naturally to the woman I've heard laugh for real. In fact, I've heard of multiple personalities before, but I've never in my life seen a person display a more distinct set of two. Thank you, she says, her voice a watered-down version of its normal full body as she makes it raspy and sexy to play to the crowd. I can't say what it means to me to be receiving this award for one of my favorite projects I've ever worked on. I know it was a collective effort, and I know I'll remember my time with my castmates for as long as I'm alive. Thank you. Thank you to the father of my child, she says, moving her eyes down to Ben pointedly. I have to hold my breath to stop myself from jumping up right then, yelling for
Hey there. You've been watching for a while now. Let's take a short break and enjoy some relaxing music. This audiobook is free for you to enjoy. If it's not your thing, feel free to skip. Thanks for being here.
everyone in the room to hear that Ben didn't have a fucking thing to do with making that baby. And quite frankly, the Raquel on stage didn't either. The woman from the bar, my Rocky, and the woman of the world when it comes to Raquel Weaver are two entirely different people. I could spot the difference in her laughs from 1.5 miles away in dense fog while blindfolded. I swear, there isn't even a hint of genuine happiness in the rolling curl of her Hollywood laugh. And yet, everyone sinks to their knees in front of it with roses and gifts. I have to imagine that if they ever heard the real thing, they'd be lost to her charms forever. It wouldn't matter if she were a virgin or a prostitute. It wouldn't matter if she were married or divorced or pregnant with the child of an expatriate with ties to terrorism. They'd be taken with her completely, without a chance in hell of changing their minds. It's how I felt about her since the moment I heard her laugh so hard she couldn't stand up straight as we ran toward my apartment in the rain. I tried to forget it, and yet, now here I am, chasing her all over the goddamn world just for a few precious moments of her time. And I guess that's maybe why she guards her real personality so well. Maybe, deep down, she's scared of what will happen if someone falls in love with her without condition. The last time she let people in, her mom, dad, and brother, they all took off and left her without a second thought. And she's scared to laugh and live and love, because the last time she did that, she got pregnant. Chapter 18. The very, very early morning of August 16th, 2 a.m. Harrison. At this point in the night, Semisonic would probably be singing Closing Time, but truthfully, I'm not even close to being ready for this night to end. We fall out the door of the bar like two kids who've been drinking a whole lot more than water for the last few hours. But laughter will sometimes do that to you. Bend you over at the waist and hold you down like you've got an upset stomach. I help Rocky by holding her at the elbow as she almost stumbles into the street. Her laugh echoes in the empty alley as rain once again falls upon us unchecked. "Where are you headed?" I ask. "If it's uptown, we can share a cab." Her eyes go wide as she smiles and then bursts out in laughter once again. "Which way is uptown exactly?" I point to the right, and she laughs again. "Great. If only I could remember the direction I came from." "Don't do a lot of exploring when you're in New York, huh?" I ask cheekily. She snorts. "You could definitely say that. I'll just take the subway. Just point me in the direction of the nearest stop." "You don't even know what direction you came from, and you expect me to let you get on the subway by yourself?" I scoff. "Fat chance. Hey, I'm a capable woman. I can totally handle it." "I'm sure you can. Consider this an act for my peace of mind, then." "Come on. I'm sure you've got other places to be." "I don't. The only place I'm headed is home, and I think we established I don't have anyone there waiting for me." Rocky puts a cheeky hand to her hip. "Harrison, are you trying to get me to come back to your apartment?" I laugh. "I wasn't, but I certainly wouldn't say no if you decided to come back to my place on your own." She wavers a little, biting at her lip before shaking her head and wiping some water from her face. No, I better not." "Then let me help you get in a cab at least." As the rain starts to come down harder, she looks up at the sky, smiles, and shrugs helplessly. "Okay, I guess that's not the worst option in the world." My smile grows as I take her by the hand. "Come on, we'll go up by the park. There will be a lot more traffic and a hell of a lot better chance at actually getting one in this weather." She nods as I walk us forward, her hand in mine. The rain picks up its pace steadily as we near the end of the block, and with every increase in intensity, the volume of her laugh grows. By the time we make it to the end of the block, she's damn near hysterical. "Is this kind of weather normal for New York?"
she yells to be heard over the roar of the downpour. I smile as best I can and pretend to wipe my eyes with little finger windshield wipers. Oh yeah, happens every day. This is the rainy season, don't you know? Don't mock me, she shouts with a cackle. I live in California. I pay for perfect weather. Perched on the corner at the apex of Columbus Circle, we watch as occupied cab after cab flies by while we drown in the rain. Fed up, I grab Rocky's hand again and lead us up the street a little more and in between a set of parked cars to flag one down. She follows dutifully until we get there, but when 2 more pass me by, she shoves me behind her and steps up to try to hail one on her own. I cross my arms over my chest, amused that she thinks she's going to have any better luck than I am, when another cab comes rushing by and hits the puddle in front of us with perfect precision. Like a tidal wave, the water splashes up and over Rocky's tiny body, coating her in much more than a simple bath of rain. She squeaks hysterically, and it's all I can do to stop myself from laughing. Oh, for God's sake, I say, looking at her poor, pitiful face as the muddy street water runs down her clothes and soaks into the fabric everywhere. My apartment is within 10 blocks, and you don't even know where you're going. Let's just run, and you can worry about getting back where you're going later. She finally agrees with a nod, and we take off in a flash. Resolute in our new plan, I don't hold back as I pull her along behind me. She's keeping up for the most part, even if she is weighed down by an additional 10 pounds of water. What are you, a marathon runner? She says when we make it to block 5, a slow pant making her pause between each word. Tommy John's kickboxing, I say simply. It's how I maintain my dad bod. She laughs through a wheeze, so I slow to a stop and pause as we approach an awning for a diner that we can hide under. She wipes her face with the backs of her hands and sighs at the respite. My God, I thought I was in shape. Only 5 more blocks. 5? Her eyebrows practically hit her hairline. Dear God, how do you live in a place like this? I laugh. Well, normally I take a cab. Why do the cabs hate me? She whines dramatically. It's the rain. It throws shit off. Do you want me to carry you? I offer. Carry me? For 5 blocks? Yeah, I say with a little shrug. Or at least as far as I can manage. God, she sighs, hanging her head. This is embarrassing. I'm lost, I'm wet, I'm cold, and you don't even know if you're going to be able to carry me all the way. I smile. At least one of those things is usually a good thing. Not that kind of wet, she yells, slapping her soaked sweatshirt sleeve at my chest. Hey, I say innocently. How do I know? Lord Almighty, I suddenly feel like I'm in a scene from a frat movie. Is it dry? I tease. Or is it wet? She gives me the finger and grabs my hand, pulling me back into the rain and back in the direction of my apartment. She doesn't know where she's going, but I'm impressed by her initiative. It's amusing, to say the least. Okay, I get it. You can't wait to get me back to my apartment, but at least let me lead the way. It'll take us longer to get there if you keep going the wrong way. I'm going the wrong way? She yells, frustrated, and I smirk. No, I jerk her hand and start to jog again. I just wanted to lead. Her laughter trails behind us as we run in the rain for 5 more blocks and into the lobby of my building. I can't help but shake like a dog as we step into the dry building and are immediately hit with a blast of air conditioning. Come on, I direct, grabbing her hand and guiding us into the elevator. She raises her eyebrows as I hit the button for the top floor. Fancy, I chuckle. Only the best. Right. We ride in silence all the way up to the top floor and step off into the hallway in front of my apartment. Now that the sound of the rain is gone, the silence between us is deafening. Everything suddenly seems a lot more real. I pull out my keys and unlock the door, holding it open for her to walk inside in front of me. "Okay, holy shit," she says softly. "I was joking when I said fancy before, but I can see Reba wrote that song about you. Your mama moved you uptown, huh?" I chuckle. My mama moved me to New York. I moved myself uptown. She bites her lip and raises an eyebrow. And to be fair, I guess I should say my dad moved us to New York. He was ambitious, to say the least. That's not a bad thing. No, I agree. It's not. There's just more to life, in my opinion. Wow. All this from his spot in the middle of a multi-million-dollar living room. I shrug. I guess I'm a complicated guy. "You always were," she says. "What do you mean?" She shrugs. "I don't know. You were always brawling with Luca, which, for him, I understood. He was a broody kid. But you always had a big fat smile on your face. Seems like you still do. So, I'm not quite sure why you were always putting your fists to his face." Simple. He was always putting his fists to mine. Somehow, I have a feeling it's more complicated than that. I jerk one shoulder. Maybe. She looks around the room curiously, the water from the street running down her arms and dragging her clothes so hard they hang off of her body. "Why don't you go take a shower?" I suggest. "I know you're wet in a way that you probably just want to feel dry, but the warm water will feel good. I've got some clothes you can change into." "Something from one of the 20? She questions cheekily. I shake my head. "Just something of mine. I don't make a habit of keeping women's clothes around." "Well," she pauses and flashes a playful grin. "Good to know you're not into wearing them, I guess." "Never became one of my hobbies." She laughs. "Okay, I guess I'll shower. Point me in the right direction?" "Just down that hall," I say, pointing to my right. "You'll come to the master bedroom at the end, and the bathroom's easy to find from there." "You don't have a guest shower you'd rather I use?" she asks. "Nah, that one's got better water pressure, and the shampoo and soap are already in it. I'll get my extra stuff out of the linen closet and use the other one." She nods. "Thanks. You're welcome, Rocky." I flash a wink her direction. "In fact, you're welcome here anytime."
Chapter 19. Raquel. When life gives you lemons, buy some ballet slippers and dance across those fucking lemons until they're lemonade. But maybe don't drink the lemonade, because feet. Speaking of my feet, these dogs still ache from last night's SAG Awards. I would love nothing better than to stay in bed for the rest of the day. But it's pretty damn hard to stay in bed when your manager shows up at your apartment with a chip on her shoulder. I really wish she'd take a fucking day off. "What a shit show last night was," Heidi says loudly as I hunker down on the couch with my laptop, searching for some point shoes on Amazon. Yes, I'm not a ballerina. Yes, I've never even played one in a movie. And yes, I'm growing more pregnant by the day. But I do not care. These ballet slippers are the last thing I need. I'm more than aware of that. But the more time I spend trapped in my apartment, the more I search for useless items to buy. Last week, I found one hell of a deal on gardening gloves. And a few days after that, I managed to find the cutest watering can. I do not have a yard. I own exactly 0 plants. But one day, if I ever do take up the chosen hobby of green thumbers around the world, I'll be ready. All of this online shopping is completely unnecessary, but it gives me something to do, something to find joy in. Something to kill the time while Harrison is off somewhere else and I sit here and have to deal with my manager's stank face. I pick up my phone at the thought, wondering why I'm having to go through this alone. Harrison doesn't normally leave me to the wolves anymore. If anything, he plays defense for me, blocking a lot of the heat and taking it on himself. But I haven't heard from him since last night. Me, what are you up to? I groan to myself, even as I hit send for my lame attempt at being casual. The good news is that he answers anyway. Harrison, just at the office, finishing up some stuff for work. Have to be ready for next week in New York. Somehow, even with the abrupt move to LA and all the metaphorical hand-holding he does for me, Harrison has managed to settle into some kind of work routine. Hell, 2 weeks after he officially moved here, he already had a temporary HawCom workspace, hired 2 assistants, and several California-based employees, and found the perfect spot just outside of LA to break ground for his company's new West Coast headquarters. Truly, it boggles my mind and makes me wonder if he's a secret vampire who doesn't need to sleep. I reread his text message, hoping maybe I missed something, but nope, I didn't. Vague and brush-off-esque was his answer, and I purse my lips as I start to type out another text and try again. This time, though, I allow myself to be a little vulnerable. This is not a guy I've known to play any sort of games. Maybe it's time I stopped believing I have to. I'm already dreading having to spend next week without him. I don't need to dance around myself so much now that I don't get to see him beforehand. Me, am I going to see you today? I'd really like to. Smiley face. His response is instant, but still not exactly what I'm hoping it will be. Harrison, I will definitely try. Just have a lot to get done before next week. Are you even listening to me? Heidi asks loudly, and I jerk my head up from my phone. Obviously, I haven't been, but I don't tell her that. She'll make Daenerys's fiery dragons look like puppies if I open up her Pandora's box. Of course. The problem with my plan comes into stark clarity as she stares at me, quite obviously waiting for a response to a question of which I have no knowledge. Just repeat that last part, maybe. Or, the last hour or so since you've been here. Jesus, Raquel! My phone goes off with another message, the vibration ringing just enough into the silence that Heidi notices it. She rips the phone from my hands like I'm a freaking child, and I jump to my feet as fast as I can to try to steal it right back. Given the size of my now almost 6 months prego stomach, that is to say, not all that quickly. Give me that back! I yell when my physical efforts prove futile. Do you even know how to be professional anymore? She asks venomously instead. It's like the instant that guy's dick broke through your virginal barrier, all your brains started leaking out. Hey! I snap, angry beyond what I have ever been before. There's a line Heidi's managed not to cross until this moment, but there isn't any doubt her feet have landed on the other side now. Whether she's in large control of my schedule and activities or not, I deserve to be treated like an adult human being with thoughts and feelings of my own. To insinuate I'm no more than a brainless woman with dick sickness is the height of slut-shaming. And she's my employee, a fact that she's clearly forgotten at some point along the way. That's enough, I shout at the top of my lungs. And hell's bells, it feels so good. I put up with a lot of shit, but I refuse to put up with you speaking to me that way. I point one stern index finger toward her shocked face. Like it or not, Harrison is a part of my life now. A huge fucking part. And you better get on board quick, or you're the one who's going to get left behind.
Heidi opens her mouth to strike back, but I hold up a defiant hand to suggest she shouldn't. I know what you've done for me, I say, lowering my voice just slightly, though it definitely has a shake it didn't before. I'm not dumb, and I realize you've played a major role in getting me to the place I am in Hollywood today. I appreciate it, and I recognize it, but that doesn't mean I have to subject myself to just accepting whatever you throw my way because of it. You are my employee, and I am your boss. At the end of the day, I am the one who is ultimately in charge, not you. Heidi's sigh is heavy as she raises an eyebrow, clearly mocking the fact that I think I'm in charge of when she speaks now. I don't let it bother me, instead continuing with my speech. There's so much to air, I'm better off getting it out of the way now that the ice has been broken. So instead of vilifying me for being on my phone while you're speaking, why don't you try asking me what's on my mind? What is it that I need in order to find my focus and be the best professional, as you put it, I can be? Because I can tell you now, that's going to get you a hell of a lot further than berating me like a child. All that's going to get you in the end is fired. Fine, she concedes, only a touch of condemnation in her voice. What is it you need in order to be able to focus? I need your acceptance of Harrison being around. I need some normalcy given to my pregnancy and recognition of the changes both my mind and body are going through. And I take a deep breath as I think hard about where my real stresses are coming from. And I'm surprised at how easily the answer comes. With everything going on, all the mess and stress and changes, I haven't given any real weight of thought to what actually happens at the end of it all. The actual birth. I have to push out a baby all in all. I'm woefully unprepared. More than anything, I think it would bring me the most amount of peace to change that. I need to do a Lamaze class. Excuse me? Heidi says through a near laugh. Maybe a private instructor. No, I say with a shake of my head, cutting her off. I need the experience of other people. I need some normalcy. I need the parameters to know if what I'm going through is something I'm going through alone. You don't have a normal life, Raquel. You signed on for this. You can't just go to the monthly Lamaze class with every Jody off the street. I'm sorry, but you really are losing your mind if you think, stop. I don't think I can just go to the class at the YWCA, okay? I know I can't. But there's got to be a celebrity high-end A-list type of class happening somewhere, right? I can't be the only famous person who wants this feeling. Heidi frowns as she looks down at her phone and then looks back up at me. This is what you need? This will help you find your focus again? I nod, but I'm not done until I make one more specification. Yes, but I need Harrison to come with me. He needs to be there, and I need him there. It won't be the same without him, which means it needs to happen today. Heidi sighs heavily again, but instead of bitching or trying to strong-arm her way through the situation, she simply holds my phone out toward me as she scrolls through her own phone with the other hand. I can make some calls, but I swear to God, if you or he do anything... My voice melts into a smile immediately as I snatch my phone back from her. We'll be on our very best behavior, I say as I cross my heart. She scowls, but gets on the phone with someone, and I turn away immediately, ducking my head down and directing my attention right back to my phone. Me. I know you're busy getting stuff done, but how about taking on the role of coach? Harrison. Coach? I grin as I type out a response. Me. Suit up, cowboy. It's time to Lamaze.
Chapter 20. Raquel. Lama's class is a whole lot more erotic than I anticipated. Harrison's legs wrap around from behind me, and his chest presses into the heat of my back. In some other world, the movie world, this would be the start to a really erotic scene with a 12-inch penis, magic hips, and a wild night in the immaculately clean hot tub of a 5-star resort overlooking the ocean in Bora Bora. But this isn't show business. This is Beverly Hills obstetrics' most private, NDA-requiring Lamaze class. And Harrison sliding in behind me is a precursor to what happens 9 months after the hot sex. The penis, however, I have to admit, isn't far off. It's not 12 inches, but good God Almighty, what woman really wants to split themselves in half with a baseball bat? Not me. I nearly faint at the idea of what I would have done if I'd taken Harrison's pants down to his ankles on the night of my deflowering and found a bazooka barrel in my face. I mean, from my not very much experience, he's big, well endowed even. But thankfully for my vagina, he doesn't have a ginormous sausage limb inside his pants that could give the trunks of 50-year-old oak trees a run for their money. "You all right?" Harrison whispers into the shell of my ear from behind me. I jump, but not before a shiver takes over my whole body. "Yeah," I croak out as evenly as possible. Not like I was picturing his penis and comparing it to the barrel of heavy artillery and breakfast meats and tree trunks. "What are you giggling about then?" Was I giggling? I do a quick self-assessment, and I'm horrified to find that, yes, I was. And not only that, I still am. "Oh, nothing," I say, and swallow the crazy giggles down. "Nothing at all. Just thinking of thoughts and considering them and their meaning and such." "Okay." Oh my God, I'm an idiot. My cheeks heat into a deep crimson blush, but thankfully the instructor takes her place at the front of the room to welcome the class. She's svelte and blonde, not something that's necessarily a strike against anyone. But with the weight of my stomach making me feel tired even while sitting, I can't say that I'm immediately in love with her. "Welcome, everyone. I'm Amy. Congratulations on the news of your impending little ones." The class claps for themselves, and instantly I'm a little annoyed with them, too. I get the sentiment, but it's a practice I've never been able to get behind, right along with clapping when a plane lands after an uneventful flight, and applauding a movie theater screen at the ending credits roll. What's the point? Though I shouldn't be surprised, considering the attendees are a raucous mix of reality TV personalities and winning contestants from any number of the 5 different singing competitions on television today. There's no one here I'd consider A-list, but I imagine most of them find the idea of taking a class with other people beneath them. As I'm sure you all know, the miracle of birth is called that for a reason. Amy smiles at the class. It's an amazing achievement by the female body and an impressive showing of the pain tolerance we all have built inside. Wow, pain tolerance. That's reassuring. Harrison squeezes me with his thighs, surely feeling me tense up in front of him at the reminder that a human is going to rip my vagina apart in a few short months. Oh, joy. What that means, and the point of this class, is that you're going to need some tools to get you through it, to make it the experience you want it to be. I can't wait to partner with you as you find your own wants and needs and learn how to advocate for them.
And, truly importantly, how to have your coach advocate for you. The coaches all chuckle a little as Amy smiles. That's right, folks. You all have important roles here, other than to be around when the baby makes their debut. You're there to take care of your mom to the best of your ability and to do it at her discretion. You are to be her voice when she is focusing on other things. You are to be her comfort when she's struggling to find any. You are the reserve of energy she's going to tap into when she can't find any more on her own, and you're going to need the tools to do the best job you can providing for her. That's the point of this class. Not, as I'm sure many of you think, to learn how to breathe. The whole class laughs as she nods. Yes, you will learn breathing techniques, but trust me, at the end of our time together, you should be armed with so much more. So, let's get started.
Is it just me, or should she be giving the opening speech at the Olympic Games?
Harrison whispers in my ear. And just like that, a smile cracks the hard edges of my fear and worry. I don't know. She was inspiring, but also, weirdly terrifying. I'm not sure if she'd be giving athletes mental breakdowns or pumping them up.
You have to break it down to bring it back up, right?
No, I disagree with a laugh. I don't think that's actually true. We'd have to stab all the hot air balloons and sew them back together before they could take off, if that were the case.
But think of how cool that would be.
I laugh. Cool until the loop stitch comes apart as your ass is free-falling into a bank of trees at the speed of sound and shit.
The speed of sound?
He asks with a laugh. I don't know. It would hurt, okay?
All right, you win. No breaking down. Just lifting up in the delivery room.
And a strictly above-the-hip standing position for you.
You don't want me to watch?
I choke on my saliva. No.
You don't think I can handle it?
I don't think I can handle it. Frankly, I'd prefer if no one had to watch. If I thought the doctor could do her job effectively without watching, I'd blindfold her. He chuckles.
Noted.
Everyone get into position, please. Amy calls over our muted conversation. Coaches behind ladies, using your own bodies as a support. Amy glances at both Harrison and me and smiles. Like this lovely duo, already in business and ready to go. I blush a little as I realize that Harrison and I fell so naturally into an enormously intimate intertwinement of our bodies before being asked to do so. The heat in my cheeks feels starkly obvious, so I busy myself looking around the room in the hope that my partner will do the same instead of noticing. He doesn't. At least I don't think he does. The backs of his fingers skating gently across the bright red skin of my face, suggesting otherwise. But at least he doesn't say anything about it outright. Knees up, coaches, Amy directs. Lean into your partner fully. Allow your chests to be her backrest, your legs to be the bolsters of her arms. Harrison adjusts behind me, being careful to follow her directions, and a warm gust of his breath tickles the shell of my ear. God, that feels good. All at once, a jarring jolt of memory racks my body. The sexy, toe-curling details of the last time we were this close, sending a rolling shiver all the way down my spine.
You okay?
He whispers, unintentionally, unwittingly, really making it worse. Yeah, I stammer. Peachy. He chuckles softly, the entirety of his chest vibrating behind me, and it does nothing for my current situation. Goosebumps roll up my arms. My mind starts to wander toward thoughts of Harrison's naked penis. And even my prego vagina joins the feast-o-horny and starts throbbing like she can simply get her rocks off in the middle of this freaking Lamaze class. It's like this pregnancy has given her ADHD or something. Jesus Christmas, Raquel. This really was a good freaking idea, huh? Not like your life is complicated enough at this point. Birth is an incredibly sacred experience, Amy says, interrupting Harrison's laughter, and the sacred experience I was already having quite rudely. I know it's not rational, but these crazy pregnancy hormones and Harrison's proximity almost have me convinced telling her to hold on a second is a good idea. You're bringing a new life into your family, and the two of you will never forget experiencing the moment together, as long as you're prepared to handle it. That's right, Raquel. You're here because you are bringing a new life into the world. So ignore how good he feels behind you. Stop picturing how good he felt inside you. Ignore your horny vagina and focus on preparing for the birth of this baby. I inhale a discreet, cleansing breath and mentally tell my beaver to take a chill pill. Listen here, you randy biatch. Now is not the time to be distracted. Now is the time to start stretching it the fuck out and doing your best impression of a yoga instructor so we both get out of this birth intact. I'm literally giving my vag a come-to-Jesus talk in the middle of a Lamaze class. Pretty sure this is the epitome of hormonal insanity. Thankfully, Harrison distracts me from my thoughts and my vagina's new diagnosed ADHD and squeezes the cocoon of his legs around me meaningfully. It feels good. Right. And just like the night we made the baby, it reaffirms that we'll never go back from the day he or she makes their debut into the world. And here we are, despite every messy thing we've been through, preparing for that moment together. I do myself the courtesy of leaning into the experience, of turning off my mind and letting my back fall into the pillar of Harrison. He supports my weight easily, much in the way I know he'll support me and our baby for many years to come. The whole thing was a shit show, but on some subconscious level, I knew I was choosing an incredible partner, one who will never let me down because he's got something more important going on or his own needs to see to. Harrison is selfless and caring on a level I've never experienced before. God, how did I get so lucky? For the next 15 minutes, I relax my mind and my body and fully give myself over to Amy's instructions and the feel of Harrison's hands as they knead their way around my body. My shoulders, my hips, right in the center of my back. His fingers dig in with just enough pressure to relieve the knots I'm pretty sure I've been carrying for close to 25 years. So, coaches, for the next week, the bubbly instructor announces, you're going to immerse yourself in a crash course about what it's like to be your pregnant partner. Harrison glances to me with a smirk, while a titter runs through the rest of the room and pretty much all the guys look ready to bail. Amy walks over to the closet at the back of the room, continuing to speak as she opens the door and starts handing sealed plastic packages to the class assistant. I have an 8-month belly for each of you, 25 pounds of extra weight, ready to be strapped to your front. My eyebrows shoot to my hairline. You're going to have to wear this for an entire week, experiencing what the women in your lives will have to experience for months on end throughout this pregnancy. In addition to the stomach, I'll also be asking you to make hourly trips to the bathroom, whether or not you have to go or not. Pregnancy is a miracle and a blessing, but it's also a giant inconvenience you'll never truly empathize with unless you experience it for yourself. The idea of Harrison, one of the sexiest, manliest guys I've ever met, Walking around wearing a big, fake pregnancy belly is ridiculous enough on its own. But when I realize what his work schedule looks like this week, it becomes downright impossible. You don't have to do this. I lean over and whisper into his ear. You have an important week in New York. It's no big deal if you don't do it. Harrison rubs at his jaw and nods before jerking his head toward me and leaning in. You know what? No, it is important. You didn't plan on carrying your belly around to all of your events and shit. Just like I didn't plan on wearing it to New York. But it's happening all the same. We're in this together, and I'm going to make damn sure I know what you're going through as best as I can. It's speeches like that that make me want to fall in love with him, which is probably also why speeches like that scare the piss right out of my low-lying bladder. You have meetings, I insist on another whisper. Important meetings with people who should understand that my dedication to you and this baby is a great indication of the level of dedication I provide to my company and the ones we deal with. I sigh. God damn you, Harrison. Why you gotta be so sweet? Don't stress over this, Rocky. It'll be fine. A playful smile slides across his handsome mouth. My only regret is that I won't be in town here with you, where you can crack jokes at the appropriate times. That is disappointing, I say with a laugh. I'm very funny. Harrison's smile stretches the entire width of his face. You can text me when you think of stuff. I push my lips into a pout. But without you here, I'll be lacking the real motivation for material. What about? Unspoken words linger in the air for a few seconds before he shakes his head. Never mind. No. What? What were you going to ask? I just thought maybe you'd want to come with me. He squeezes my knee. But I know you're busy here. You have a lot going on, and your entourage would be lost without you. He laughs. So don't even worry about it. No, I lick my lips and nod confidently. I've never been a wallflower. No reason to start being one now. I want to. New York has a hell of a lot more anonymity than here. It sounds nice, actually. I pull up short as something occurs to me. Maybe he changed his mind because he didn't want me to come. If that's okay with you, that is. You don't need to feel like you have to. Rocky, stop. He orders with another squeeze of my knee. I'm glad you're coming. I can show you and the baby around all of my favorite spots. Introduce you to my crazy friends. The baby can't see from inside my stomach, Harrison. No, but he can hear. Pretty sure you mean she can hear, I retort, adding to our ongoing chatter about the sex of the baby. He thinks we're going to have a boy. I think there's a little lady inside this big belly of mine. And, thankfully, the one thing we do agree on is that we're going to wait until our baby's first official birthday to find out. How many times do we have to go over this? I mean... A throat clears in front of us, and both of us jerk our gazes up to the instructor. She's smirking, standing over us and holding out Harrison's fake pregnant belly. Sorry to interrupt, folks, but I wonder if you might mind letting me be the one to talk for a while? I suck my lips into my mouth, and Harrison smirks. Just a couple kids getting reprimanded by the principal. Amy smiles like she's in on the secret. But I can almost guarantee she's not. I know it's going to be like hell on earth explaining to Heidi that I'm going across the country without her. But I'm going to do it anyway. Plus, I'm pretty sure some time apart would do both of us some good these days. A little breathing room, so to speak. Time in New York with just Harrison? Yep, sounds like exactly what the doctor ordered.
Chapter 21. Harrison. 34 years old, and I am the brand new owner of a pair of double D breasts and an 8-month pregnancy. If only my dear old dad could see me now. No doubt, all Business Hall Hughes wouldn't have been amused. This is certainly the first time I've ever stepped inside a conference room with boobs. For that matter, it's the first time I've stepped inside a conference room in anything other than an impeccable 3-piece suit with an expensive tie and cufflinks worth more than some people spend on a car. And to really up the ante, it's the first time I'm doing it since my big move to California. Eyes turned to me with shock and skepticism, wide gazes shooting straight toward the giant pink elephant under my suit, and I've never felt more acutely connected to Tim Allen's character in the Santa Claus. It wasn't his fault he was fattening up, and it's not mine either, at least not directly. But I can only imagine what my colleagues think has happened to the state of my mental stability. It's really great to see you back in New York, Hughes, but mind telling us what the hell is going on? Jared Hawkins asks, standing from his seat at the head of the table and leaning his weight into the palms of his hands on the crisp surface. The other department heads look on with gaping mouths, but I smile. I prepared myself for this moment and made the decision to go through with it intentionally. Even Rocky tried to give me an out. And 5 years ago, I probably would have taken it and run. But now, instead, I choose to be proud of my role. Truthfully, I'm prepared to have a little fun with it. Well, sir, I state and glance down at my foam breasts. I guess it's safe to say L.A. has changed me. Jared's jaw makes a great escape toward the table, and deafening silence fills the room. God, I'm so damn tempted to keep this bit going for a while,